I got two hands, I got my mouth, I know how to earn money.
Ano ba talaga ako? O ginawa mo na akong butas. So,
First time I'm at the TV set all day. What have I been doing with my time? Oh man, we had some heavy duty rain shit going on over here, and it was really blustery. Okay, YouTube Premium. You'll never see this movie again. She ran for shelter, but the house. I don't know, should I watch that? No, contrary to popular belief, I don't sit around the house all day watching TV. In fact, I haven't been on this TV up until now. Just now. Just now. Had my ribeye dinner with some sweet potatoes. That was good, ribeye and sweet potatoes. It's the first time I'm sitting down here, going to look for a movie to watch. I actually downloaded a few movies on my phone for those days that, well, don't have the power or, can't get internet or something. But first time, yeah, contrary to what you believe, I do a lot of research, and especially on a rainy day, you're not really going anywhere. It was raining hard. It was blustery. Anyway, there's no particular topic here tonight. I'll leave it up to my viewers. I can just ramble on, which is okay with me. I do that anyway. So, no, we're not going to go on the attack of anybody here. Although it's real easy to talk about some shows you've seen, but you know the scenario. Same people doing and saying the same shit, knocking the Philippines. Same old, same old, same old, same old, same old. Jeez. Now, speaking of eyes, which I haven't, I tell you, I always put some stuff on my dogs. I think I got a dry eye syndrome too. Because my eyes are not the sharpest thing in the world. Uh, I got these glasses. They're bifocals. As you can see, you gotta hold. I hate them because you gotta hold them a certain way if you want to just like watch the TV. If you want to be outside, I don't wear them outside. Now my vision is a little bit blurry. It's not really sharp, so I gotta redo my prescription glasses. Well, basically, I actually think I do have some dry eye syndrome, like the dog, and I need to start putting drops in my eyes every day. I do have an astigmatism on one eye, and actually my eye that has the had a cataract surgery many moons ago could be acting up again, and or my other eye could be at that point where that might need a little attention also. But hey, it's getting old. That's one thing I can't stop. But no, I don't have the sharpest. But sometimes it's clear and sometimes it's not, and it could be partially with dry eyes and air conditioning a lot too. It doesn't help. Irritants, smoking, whatever, pollution, allergies, and so forth. So, no, I don't have the most perfect eyes. That I know for sure. You wouldn't believe the things I look up on here. Seinfeld reunion, talking about the show. Uh, Andy and Mayberry, about the characters on the show, who got along, who didn't. Ron Howard's career. I look up all kinds of stuff. And yes, I do catch up on the news. I guess there's yet been another killing. Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. Put this guy out of his misery. Man, but that means Vance takes over, right? He follows Trump's policy, so I don't know if we'd be any better, but maybe slightly. Is that how it works? He dies. Does the vice president just take over? You got to vote him in. No, I think he just takes over. As I said, I'm not a very political person normally. I don't follow that shit, but this is stuff I have been following because I find myself in such disbelief that this could go on. That this guy needs to be removed from office, that they have to carry him out. I don't care how he gets out of office. Carry him out if you have to. I never knew I mean, I see some different people with different dispositions here on YouTube, but nothing, as far as being a narcissist, I've never witnessed to that degree. And it just happens to be the president of the United States. Remember, I'm in the Philippines. I gotta say which president. I don't want to be attacking the current president out here. No, I'm never going to do that. That's how you get in real trouble. But I understand. I don't care. Carry him out. But I understand some people think that he's not going to make it through 2026 because he has a lot of medical problems he will not disclose. And I don't care. I don't care how he goes. You got to get rid of the toxins on this planet, and he's one of the number one toxins. All right, enough about that. You get me going on this for a long time. Okay, I'm just going to watch TV. I'll give you guys a chance to say something, or I'll just turn it off. I don't feel like talking about a whole lot, unless there's any kind of intellectual back and forth going on in here. Indie Film Factory. Let's see what this is. No, I might get a strike on this. So I'll put this on hold. It says you will never. Let's see. Look at these glasses. Oh, here we go. That's why. Yeah, first time I'm watching TV all day. I don't watch TV during the day. Generally 3 or 4 in the afternoon, I might, but I guess too preoccupied with looking up other stuff on my phone. I mean, all kinds of stuff. I mean, that's how I learn all this shit. If you don't read, you can't learn. What's this? Reno. What is this about? Hold on. You'll never see this movie again. She ran for shelter, but the house belonged to a creature. Okay, well, I don't know, a B-grade movie or something here. Oh, the rain we had. Oh, and by the way, we didn't get the document in hand, but I remember I did that lab test on my well water. Well, we did contact them on phone. We'll probably get the actual report in hand pretty soon. But for what they said on the phone, they didn't see any concerning bacteria in the water. So it's not getting badly affected by my septic, because my septic is actually a considerable distance away from my well. As far as my neighbor, I don't know what we're getting from there, but they did do testing on there, and I'll get the results. But the main word is that I guess they weren't concerned about the bacteria in there. That's a plus. There you go. I think I'm just going to go ahead and watch this movie, because I haven't watched TV all day. And since we don't have a whole shitload of people on here, and I don't really have any particular topic matter anyway right now.
Stopping here was a bad idea.
I think I'll watch this movie. Had my ribeye and my sweet potatoes. Oh yeah, yeah. That was my dinner. Even gave a couple pieces to the dogs. She's my little cutie. Okay, good idea. Let me watch a movie in peace. I think I've done enough research on the internet to last me a month. Why am I so learned? Oh well. It's what you read, it's what you learn through the years, and what you stick your nose in. And it doesn't always mean sticking your nose into somebody else's business.
He didn't give me a choice.
This what? This what?
We talked about this.
You come on here, you say this what? I'll give you that chance to answer that. Just out of my own curiosity.
What are you doing, Katie?
What are you doing, Katie? Okay, I see you're a real conversationalist
What the
here.
fuck do you think you're doing?
I'm not doing this with you.
Ooh, she shot him. Beginning of the movie. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna watch this movie. I don't have too much to talk about. I think I said my piece all week long. I think you got the message. Just a little ditty over here. I don't need an audience. If you have Part B of your Medicare premium, if you have Part B, don't get rid of it. The Philippines is definitely down for accepting Medicare in this country, and the United States would love it because the United States is not going to be spending as much. See, since medical treatment is cheaper in the Philippines, they'd be saving billions of dollars in America. So I don't think America is going to be against this. And they're trying to push this through. There are a lot of doctors and hospitals that are big advocates for this right now. And what do you pay per month? $202.50, I think, for the Part B premium. At least that's a quote. If you had to go under the president's proposal, where he's going to give out money to people to go into a special health care account, it only amounts to about $125 to $150 per month. And you're not going to get all the benefits. You're going to have to provide your own healthcare system. Here's another thing that I advise you, under the same line of discussion here. Don't run off and, go and get involved with any insurance companies, even the international ones, yet, if you haven't. Because you may not have to, and it's going to be a waste of money, because it's a really good possibility that they are going to actually pass this in the Philippines. It'll save you thousands of dollars in traveling expenses if you have to go back to America for treatment, and you got to keep that in mind. I mean, look, how much you're spending per month, really, out of your Medicare, your Social Security. Okay, it's like $202.50, something like that. Okay, just do the math on this. It's worth keeping, because if it does happen here in the Philippines, you'll kick yourself in the ass if you got rid of it. Because, to get back on Part B, you probably won't be able to, but there's a 10%, it's something like a 10% fee or something, a back trace, and what, I don't know, you'd have to pay. You're just going to be put on a real bad position, let's put it that way. I don't know all the details of how that works, but I know that if you are on Medicare, and you have Part B, keep the damn thing. It'll benefit you. I mean, they're pushing this. This is real. This is something that's being pushed, and there's a lot of people approving of this on higher levels, and it's going to benefit the Philippines, and it's going to benefit America. It's going to save America billions, if not trillions, I don't know, of dollars on these Medicare costs, and the government has to put out. Because the Philippines has cheaper... Here's the only thing I'm in fear of. That the Philippines doctors and hospitals are going to take advantage of this, and they're going to up their medical practices, prices, and treatments, and everything else. Under the Trump's proposal, there's a lot of bugaboos in that, because, your prescriptions are going to go way high no matter what he said. There's going to be a lot of things that's going to be skyrocketing. But I don't want to get into attacking Trump right now. I think I heard enough of him today. But understand, hold on to the Part B. Come on, you can't need the money that much that you want to get, a couple $100 into your bank account every month. But it's not worth it not having any coverage, because you may have to go back to the United States if you need certain care that you don't think they can get here very well. Mark Thornton and Old Dog, Paul, both dropped their Part B. Oh, they made a big mistake. Now, you got to be hurting pretty bad to do that. No, that's, here's the difference. They're just too greedy and they just don't really give a shit about, if they die or not. If I, I mean, the truth is, if you're ambulatory and you could travel and you could go to the United States, if you got the extra money to do it, because you're going to need boarding over there too, unless you have a house there, you got relatives. It's going to cost you a lot of money to go back to the United States to get this done. But you see, you have that option. It's an option. If you don't trust the medical system out here in the Philippines, a lot of people don't as far as serious things like cancer and heart. There are some good places for it there, but you're going to get the best expertise in America, right? You're going to get the best. And everybody knows that. But some people are willing to just take the chance. Well, I don't want to leave my loved ones. I'm afraid if I go back to America, I've got something serious. I may not come back to see them. There's a lot of reasons. I think Paul and Mark Thornton's dead. Paul is on his way from looking at him, but they're just trying to hold on to every dollar that they can. I mean, they're not making enough on their shows. No, that's too greedy. I would not remove. I mean, can't use another couple $100 per month? That's not a lot of money. What does that come down to in pesos, right? Well, maybe you make 10,000 pesos more per month, and maybe that's how Paul is paying his rent. Uncover every rock for savings. Some people only pay maybe 10,000 a month for their abode. They figure I could get that out of the way. If I get that much more in my Social Security check, that could pay for my rent, right? Well, me, I don't have to pay rent. But there's a lot of people that are really on the low end of the financial structure here on YouTube that are out here, people that are living out here as expats, where that 10,000 that they could save is going to be the difference between eating better, having some lodging, even if it's not fancy. So I could see where some people will go for that. I'm not that desperate yet. But once you get off that, understand you're pretty much off. And I don't think there's any going back without extreme penalties if you're able to get back on it at all. I read enough about that. Stay with your Medicare Part B. Now, okay, here's another. Let's say you're going to die in another year. All right. Then I'd say get off the Medicare Part B. But hold off because they may be accepting Medicare here in the Philippines, okay? This is not an if. It's a serious, they're working on it. It's already been pulled through, and they're really working on this feverishly because it's going to benefit the Philippines hospitals and doctors big time. And it will benefit the United States government money too, big time. So I don't see where the United States is going to interfere with that. I see it as a win-win situation for the Philippines and for the U.S. government, both. I think it's a win-win situation for this. It might happen, so don't act too hastily. Don't run out. I know all these insurance companies that like to advertise here on YouTube all the time. They're not advocates of this at all. Not at all. They're not advocates at all. They want you to take their insurance so they can make the trillions of dollars per year like Trump has been talking about. And I wouldn't go there, man. Now, if you're going to die in a year because the doctors say you got terrible cancer, you probably have a year. All right, get off the Medicare Part B, and for that period of time, you'll have a couple $100 coming in for any extra little medical expenses that you might need here. Okay, I could see that. It's not going to benefit you for a long time if you're going to die in a year, but I'm just saying, I'd hold on to it. I really would. And if you're able to travel to the United States and use your Medicare, if you're able to do that, then that's a good idea. If you can't, you're just going to need cash to pay for the local prices in the hospitals out here. It's cash basis, my friends, cash basis around here. So yes, it would be a wonderful thing if they allow Medicare in the Philippines. So, I mean, I wouldn't hold your breath, but at the same time, they're really actually trying to move this through. Anyway, I'm not going to do a long show. It's lunchtime, but I just wanted to share that to you because I did some research on this, just to check in where the Philippines stands on this. And so far, they're in good standards. You know, all the hospitals in Manila, most of them, Changhua and Cebu, all these major medical facilities and doctors are all for this because, you know, they stand to make more money, the hospitals. They stand to make, with more foreigners that are going to utilize their services, not just the local people. And you could bet, I mean, how many foreigners are actually living? I don't know the figure. How many foreigners are actually living in the Philippines? Okay. There are going to be that much foreigners that'll be utilizing the services of the hospitals and getting it paid with Medicare. It's going to make them want to go for these checkups. It's going to make them want to go for these procedures. They're going to utilize it. You know they are. I would. But if you go into anything that Trump is proposing, you're not going to get things like they normally allow you so much for certain checkups, you know, preventive maintenance checkups. That's all going to be eliminated. You'd be limited on things like colonoscopies and things that you need to check now and then. Anyway, it's a disaster, as we know, but keep your chin up and, you know, it might be happening. I'm keeping a positive thought on this. I do hope to be alive for a while. I certainly hope, and it would save me and everybody else lots of money if they have to go back to America for any reason. And if you need health care, you know, to have to travel and pay that kind of money and lodging and everything else, and you get it right here, man. You're paid directly by Medicare. You're paying these hospitals directly.
All right. How is everybody doing out there? We've been on a mission to get a door. Check this out. What that is. That looks like it's coming from a nursery or going to a nursery. We've been on.
Good morning. Another cloudy day, very overcast. We got a show for you today. We always do. Get on board, everybody, get on board. Get on board. We have another show for you today. Get on board. Come on, kids, everyone, get on board. Everybody, get on board. We're going to have a big shoe today. I don't know about that, but before that train takes off, get on board. Get on board. And close the door behind you. But you see, folks, the marvels, the absolute marvels of YouTubers. You know, I always say certain things never cease to amaze me. All right, tell us, Frank, what amazes you, Frank? I'm going to tell you what amazes me. I'm going to tell you what amazes me. It amazes me how, let's just call, without, you know, making them feel too gratified, a successful YouTuber, well, successful in the point that, you know, they make some pretty good money on their show. And they choose to live in the biggest fucking shitholes. There you go. They choose to live in the biggest shitholes. Now, you got a pension from your job, right? You could do pretty well on an average pension. Am I right? And if you have a, I hate to use that word successful show, because we have to define what, you know, what do I mean by success? But we'll, pardon me, well, you know me, gotta get my tea ready. It's my 13. All right. So, you got a YouTube show. You got like close to 100,000 subscribers, right? Unlike my show, well, I'm lucky anybody shows up at all, but nevertheless, not even being monetized. I could laugh at it, but that's okay. That's okay. But imagine you have a successful show, meaning that you got the viewers and you got the subs, and there's a lot of activity that goes on in your show. You don't really have much of anything to really talk about, except bullshit, but nevertheless, you got all the accolades, you got all that shit. But you choose to live in a shithole, no matter where you live. All right, we all got choices, to be fair about it. But when you're making decent money, and you got a pension on top of the money that you make on YouTube. Follow me? And everywhere you've ever lived was a shithole. Well, we have one vlogger on here, among many very strange vloggers, that some people can't really figure out whether these people are coming or going mentally. I mean, you're making good money, and yet you don't even have a door. Nevertheless, besides living in just a shithole itself, you don't even have a door on your house. And you got critters coming in and out of your house. I'm talking chickens coming in and out. Not very sanitary, you know. You got even a monitor lizard occasionally coming in your house. You got snakes coming in your house. You got, you know, some stray dogs coming in your house. You got cats coming in your house. And you can't afford a door. And after how many years, you decided to break down and splurge on a door. Like I say, it takes all kinds on YouTube. And I'll tell you who we're talking. Brian Curver, Willy, Philly in the Philippines. Somewhat of a controversial vlogger. Now, this is just a commentary, to let you know. We're a commentary. We're doing a commentary. An observation, shall I say. Just an observation. And you can't afford all this time. You're probably making about 6,000 American bucks a month from the show. You're getting a pension of some sort, or in his case, maybe disability, I don't know. But you're making decent money. All combined, you're making thousands of American dollars per month. And every single place that you chose to live in so far in the Philippines has been nothing but a shithole. Current residents on an actual swamp loaded with mosquitoes, stray dogs, stray cats, stray lizards, chickens coming freely to and fro, in and out your house. And you got children living there. You got a wife. Who could live in unsanitary conditions like that? By choice. But because of a little bit of pressure, and I think I've mentioned it on a show, except about the same thing. Maybe it caught on. Maybe he does listen to my show. He decides, I'm going to go out now, and he's even questioning the prices. He makes at least $6,000 a month on his show, American dollars, at least. And all this time, he could not afford a fucking door. A fucking door. He chooses to live in a rural, almost, what shall I say, native Philippine environment. And you don't have a door, not only for the protection of your wife and children that may live in the house, but hygienic, sanitary reasons. You would think that, well, how much can a door cost? So the guy that makes at least $6,000 a month plus his pension is going to go shopping finally, peer pressure, I don't know what caused him to do it. Maybe one of my shows where I mentioned it, decides to go shopping for a door. And he's being very careful on the prices. The door jamb, the labor, the door itself. You're making that kind of money per month. How are you in a position to, that might be too much, or what the fuck? You care about your family, you care about their protection, you care about living in a safe, clean place. But the only thing he did recently was, I think, put tile down on the floor. I don't know if he had dirt floors in the place or something. Hello, Mix. Welcome aboard my train to truth. The whole time that Willy has been living in the Philippines, to the audience's dismay, he has lived in nothing but some kind of a shithole, whether it was in Angeles City or wherever he's lived. I don't know, he affectionately calls his abode, I don't know what the hell he calls it, some numbers, the 727 or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know, I don't really pay attention to that too much. But living by choice or because you're too goddamn cheap, when you're making that kind of fucking money and you can't afford a door to your abode, it makes you wonder whether the guy really does or does not have some kind of psychological problems. A door. The amount of money he makes per month in pension, he goes all this time without a door. Now, that might mean nothing to some people. Maybe they're used to living under situations like that because every place he's lived was an absolute shithole. Yeah, at least with Sim, even Sim lived in a nice place, I agree. That's why I question the mentality of all these YouTubers, because they're not just quirky, they're just totally fucking insane. How cheap can you get? A door. If you don't want to think about yourself, think about any children living in the house. Think about your wife. His wife supposedly got robbed when he was living in Angeles City. You would think that this guy who supposedly loves and cares for his family would put a door on the structure, the protective environment that he's living in. You would think, but these are just not regular people. They're fucking vloggers. Kooky as they may be. This guy is kooky. I mean, he's out in left field, not coming for the ball in other ways, too. This is a guy that likes to talk about people, but when somebody's mentioned about him, he'll make a big joke about it. He wants to make you to believe he's living the life out there, but he's not living the life out there. How could you make that much money per month? And only till now. Because maybe some people have made comments. I know I did. Maybe he got it from me. I don't know. Decides to buy a door. But not just to buy a door, but I got to search around for prices. I mean, what does he spend his money on? Seriously. What does he do? I mean, look, I'm going to tell you right up front. Yes, you'd be right. It's his business. You'd be right. You'd be right. It's his business. And what he wants to do with his money. But it still rises the question. He's making all this money, always living in shitholes for a few thousand pesos a month or whatever. And no door. You never really see any big expenditures with this guy. What is he doing with his money? And why is he in a position where he's got to stand there at a door store and, oh no, this is how much? Like he can't afford it. Right. Like he can't afford it. Walks around with a fucking bandana on his head, trying to look like Ren Zero, Sentai 7, trying to look like a veritable pirate. I'm surprised he hasn't bought a parrot to put on his fucking shoulder and wear a striped shirt. You know, you got the beard, you got the bandana headdressing on. Where's the parrot? Get a parrot, Philly. Get a parrot. I'm not sure what kind of image he's trying to portray, that I'm a tough man. I got the tattoos. I got the bandana. I got the beard. What a joke. He is a joke. Now, I'll be honest with you, I tune into his show every now and again. Just out of curiosity as to what foolish thing he's going to be talking about. This is a man that names. He lives out in the boons. A place so boring that he has historically named his chickens. Gave them a persona. Named his chickens. Named his chickens. The angry one, or whatever he calls them. Named him under famous gangster type names in history. So bored. I don't know about you. Chicken belongs on my plate. Doesn't belong running around inside my house or any other animals other than domestic dogs, you know. You're making that I want you to picture this. You're making this kind of money per month. You afford to put your family in a decent living situation. You care about your family, right? Imagine so. I can understand some vloggers out there that are barely subsisting. You know, they don't have They're not making much money. They got forced to live in some shithole, not by choice, but when you're making that kind of money and you choose to live in a shithole by choice, there's got to be something wrong with you. I mean, we all want the best for our families, right? Brian could go out there and put money down in a home or something, or at least live in a respectable, clean, hygienic, safe place. But he chooses to always live in a place that, well, he got chickens running in, he's had lizards come in. Yeah, I think one point they had a snake in there. I'm like, I don't get it. Max says, I think Scotty doesn't like to spend much either. His limit is $20 a night for a hotel. You see, many of these have mental issues. Well, they must. They must. They must. I don't know what else to think. They're not all there. But what does he do with his money? Different circumstances, different vlogger perhaps, you're struggling. But you gotta show that for whatever reason is, people make a habit or a regular routine of watching. I never found his material to be anything of any interest at all. It's like anything goes, which is okay because my channel is anything goes. I'll talk about whatever's on my mind, and that's fair. That's fair. But maybe I think differently than people, but the way I see it is like this. You have a family? Okay. You care about your family? Care about their health? Because there's a health thing going on here too, you gotta understand. You can't allow these farm animals and shit to come freely running into your house. This is where you sleep. This is where you eat. Okay? This is where the family gathers. But I can understand if you're under a little pressure with finances are not too well, and you just simply really cannot afford certain amenities. But to me, it's mental illness when by choice, you decide to live in a situation like that. You love your woman, you love the kids, you want them to be safe, sound, healthy. You can't have chickens running in and out of your place, and then you name them under gangster names. Look, let me tell you something. I've had my boring moments, and I continually do. But I've yet to get to the point. I'm going to find some random chicken and probably put a bandana on his head and call him Al Capone. Oh, you think I'm making this stuff up? No, I'm not. Didn't he name one of his chickens Al Capone and then... So, is that the trade-off of living in a city and living in a Bonafide swamp? Bonafide, mind you. Where life has gotten so mundane for you that you have to name your chickens under gangsters' names. It's never gotten that bad for me. It's never gotten that bad for me, and I hope it doesn't. I see no reason that would happen to me, but nothing's ever been that bad with me. Well, I'm going to allow... you live on the inside of your house. You don't live on the outside. That should be your coveted place. That should be a place, absolutely a place that should be hygienic, safe and sound. Safe and sound. I'm all for animals. I love animals. But I'm not going to have farm animals, whatever, running in and out of my house. Same as I wouldn't want a cow in my house taking a shit or laying a fart. You know, it's different. It's different when you're not making a lot of money. You got to live within your means. That's absolutely acceptable. Sometimes you got to live within your means. I would totally understand that. But you know how I talk a lot of shows on here where I absolutely question somebody's psychological status. He's one of the guys that I really have always questioned. I'm not just saying this to make conversation on here. Built up sludge in your gutters and yeah. What are you talking about colon? We're talking about Happy dude, are you in some other universe or something? Do you understand the topic matter this morning? What are you talking about your colon and flushing it out? I don't understand. This is an example, folks. This is an example. Thank you for that. Good morning, sweetie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Okay. No, I like making these commentaries. You know, if not just to point out that, I don't know, for some reason, this particular genre in the Philippines, we've had so many fucking circus clowns and bozos here, man. I mean, here's the thing. You don't have to live their lifestyle. You have that choice. Let's be real and fair about it. But when you see people doing really ridiculous things, when they're afraid to spend any money. Now, we know he's diabetic. He has some, maybe there's some expenses on medicine or something. When do you ever see him pulling out the big bucks? Other than laying some tile in the house or something. But how do you live without it? I know maybe you say, man, you're making a really big topic out of something that's so minuscule. But I'm not. This is more of a characterization analysis and what makes people tick on here. A door. A fucking door. Then you gotta kind of, go to a store. You finally decide, well, maybe it's time we get a door. So, you don't wake up with a big old fucking centipede on your fucking eyeball or a monitor lizard licking your cheek or something, or having Al Capone, one of his chickens, decide to defecate on his child's face or something. I mean, what the fuck? And, here's the thing, too. Theoretically, whatever, you're going to retire. You're going to move to another country. And there has to be some elements that are going to be better than where you lived before. Because, you're going to retire, you decide you're going to pull up everything, throw it in a bag, get on a plane, and move to another country. The whole idea is that on some level, you're going to live a little bit better and cheaper and everything else. Of course, you want to live cheaper. And you want to live good. All right, so you put together a YouTube show because you probably not going to make too much money in your pension. I understand that. I do. But when you put a show together, for some reason, one reason or another, you get a lot of followers and a lot of subscribers, and you're making buku money. Buku money. Look, I'm not going to go through that again. But even if he made, I don't know, he's got a family. He could get by with $1,500 a month, and he could still live well. You get by great for $3,000 a month and live a lot well. The guy makes, I'm sure, at least, I don't know, really. I'm just shooting a figure. Knowing he's almost 100,000 subscribers and there is activity on his show. The algorithms are moving. Oh, those algorithms. He's got to be making at least $6,000 a month. Think about it. He's got to be making at least $6,000 a month. $6,000. I'm just going to use that as a figure. Could be more. I don't think it's less, but I think it could be more. And you're going to live in a house, and you got to contemplate whether you should get a door on your house. Duh. For beer, he wouldn't pay it. Yeah. Let's see. I didn't read the comment above. Sorry about that, Mix. I fully believe the man of Newport, we're not talking about him. Yes, there is mental illness on here. It's all around. We're just concentrating on one of the mentally ill people on here. Yeah, there are many. Yes, there are. We know who they are. We know exactly who they are. They question my psychology. Sometimes I do question my own. But from where I stand and what I could see on here, I'm probably the most psychologically fit person in this genre who's not afraid to call a spade, who says it like it is, and I'll get attacked for it. It's okay for them to do the mudslinging, but I get attacked for what I say. But I'm going to come out with how I feel. That's what I'm doing this morning. Yes, I'm centering on Philly in the Philippines. A very odd man with sunken dark eyes like fucking Frankenstein. They've called him many names. I never liked the guy. Why sugarcoat it? I've never liked the guy. I never liked his content. And he was no better than Scotty and these other people. People soon to forget, or he soon seems to forget, how his whole mantra was to walk the streets of the red light district and, walking street in Angeles City. He didn't do anything any better than anybody else did. I mean, he was one of these people. I think he got in trouble. I don't think his wife actually got ripped off. That's my theory. I think he got confronted by somebody. He got scared. The Mr. Prison Guard, who's used to having the prisoners on the other side of the steel containment and probably could be the worst fucking prison guard ever. I bet he was a bastard. I'll bet you he was a bastard. I bet these prisoners hated his fucking guts. It's just a theory. Just a theory. Just a theory. Knowing his character. No, obviously I don't like the guy. I don't have to. I don't have to like him. I don't have to love. I could feel it any way I want. This is a commentary based on what you see, what you hear, his living situations, and questioning the man's sanity. Although it seems like a pandemic on here with these vloggers. They all got screw loose. Look at fucking Popeye, although he doesn't live in the Philippines. And he would never live here. They're all out of their fucking minds. But why do they all gather in the Philippines genre? That's interesting question. Why do they all wind up here? What's the draw? What? I don't know. Now, what's the purpose of his little fucking headdress, his bandana? He looks like fucking Aunt Jemima. / Ren Zero Sentai 7. And the fucking beard. The fucking orange sunglasses, as gaudy as you could ever get. The tattoos. What's this image all about? What is he trying to portray? That I'm a tough guy? It's like he's in a Halloween costume. He's dressing up for fucking Halloween, or he's doing cosplay. Well, Ren Zero used to do, maybe Ren Zero was his hero. Ren Zero did cosplay all the time. Maybe he feels he has to be a tough man by the choice of where he lives, in a very rugged, wild jungle area with swamps in his front yard, basically. Maybe he wants to appear like he's a tough guy to his community. I don't know. I don't know what goes through his mind. Simply a commentary, folks. Simply a commentary. But a door. Now you might be saying, oh, come on, what's the big deal? He didn't have a door. Well, then you're not getting it. All right. Let me make myself clear again. You're making at least $6,000 a month and you can't afford a door. You got a family that you care for or love, and you have absolutely no concern for their personal safety, especially after supposedly his wife got ripped off in Angeles City, got robbed. A door, a simple door. What does that cost? At best, what? It's about 10,000 pesos. It's less than, even with the labor and door jams, maybe 10,000 pesos, if that at all. He can't afford 10,000 pesos, not $10,000. 10,000 pesos or less. Finally, either it's because something I said on my show, or other people have questioned his living conditions, he decides to go out and get a door. He's sure going to miss those wild chickens and roosters parading through his house. Snakes that have gotten in once before. Big-ass fucking lizards. Mosquitoes. Cockroaches. You're making that kind of money on your show. There's no reason you have to live like that unless it's by choice. And if it's by choice, that's when you really are going to question this person's psychology. I've had doors when I bought this house, but I replaced them because I thought they were shitty. Nice solid wood doors. Protection from the elements, protection from crazy people. Even got a CCTV camera system here. I got 2 dogs. I got a steel baseball bat and a very heavy metal golf club. And whatever else I have here. You want to protect your family. But if you cared for your family, something as simple as a fucking door. Now you might say, oh, you're making such a big thing of this, dude. Not really. It's still, again, I'm a student of human, oh, the human condition, sensibility, what makes people tick. And all you have to do, I always said, I'll say it again, you're a psychology student, you want to do a thesis, just come on YouTube. And you're going to have plenty of material. Plenty of material. All right, so he breaks down. I'm going to buy a door, finally. He's got to question the prices. I wouldn't question it at all. I'd get a door up on a fucking place. Whatever the cost. You make over $6,000 American a month, not to mention your pension, a disability pension, whatever the hell it is. A pension from being a prison guard. And all this time, you can't afford a fucking door. Oy vey. I've experienced a lot of people in a decade or so I've been on YouTube. I've heard it all and seen it all, or at least I thought I did, and something always comes up that, puts everything else to shame. Or makes it so insignificant. What is it with mental illness on here anyway? I don't get it. Let's expand the discussion to some other stuff. Let's say, for example, what makes people move to Dumaguete when it's just one big drama club of foreigners? They always talk about Dumaguete, Dumaguete. What makes foreigners gather to Dumaguete? All it is drama city. They fight with each other. They compete with each other on their shows, stealing each other's women. Maybe it's that old song, only it's opposite. Where the boys are. Connie Francis, I guess it was. Get to know my age. Well, it's where the girls are. Gotta go to Dumaguete. And see, all these foreigners that are listening to these shows, they hear Dumaguete, Dumaguete, because a lot of vloggers come from Dumaguete. Oh, I gotta go to Dumaguete. That's where I want to move. That's where all the action is. There's no action in Dumaguete. I mean, what kind of action are you looking for? A woman? Well, it is the ground zero, yes, for Filipinas that are looking to be upwardly mobile and find a desperate foreigner to hook up with. Yeah, that would be Dumaguete. And maybe that's the reason they all want to move there. Because they really publicized through the years Dumaguete. It's no better special town than anywhere else, but it's a gathering place, a watering hole, if you will, of foreigners. The least of what I would be interested in. I don't want to live around a shitload of foreigners. Thank you very much. I love living around Filipinos. After all, this is the culture. I didn't just move here because of a woman, although that was a catalyst, of course. I have to be comfortable in my own skin. And Filipino people are great. Oh, I've had a few negative situations happening with Filipinos, but all in all, there's been a couple. But all in all, it's a good place. They're good people. But, you know, I understand when people, they want to move out, let's say United States. They want to move out of the United States because it's got outrageous. You can't afford it. Oh, boy, do I got a great thing. Oh, that'll be a show in itself. If I can get the same information, I will read it word for word. You thought you knew Hawaii. You thought you knew how expensive it was. But I'm going to do a show, and you may not have an interest in Hawaii, but I'm going to show you what expensive is and how it's changed. Where you're charged and surcharged for every little thing. A hotel room is just not with the price you pay. You're going to pay a big fee for the privilege of using on top of what it costs you nightly. A surcharge on this, surcharge on that, a usage fee, VAT tax. You have no clue. But that's a show in itself I plan to do, and you are going to be shocked. Shocked, and you wonder why people are moving out of Hawaii left and right, where a lot of people want to move in, but they don't know what they're getting into. You got to know what you're getting into, such as moving to the Philippines. You have to be aware, all the little ins and outs, the little things that you don't hear, that can make it a great place or can make it the biggest horror show in your life. People are not thinking when they move out here. Philippines is not for the faint of heart. It's not for the faint of heart. It's not. I build up the place to be a good place, but I will come out with facts. Even though I'm living out here, even though I'm in another culture, I'm not afraid to talk about the good and the bad. Because unlike other shows, I want to give you realistic information as to what it's really like out here, which you are going to be facing. You see, here's the thing. The center of focus with most people moving out here is the women. among everything else. They don't really spend the time to understand how the system works out here, the government, how society works, the culture. You might find a lot of idiosyncrasies. I mean, there's a lot that you have to consider before you move here, not to mention the community that you decide to move in. You want to move to places like Dumaguete or somewhere, or even Siargao, which is a beautiful place, I hear, and what I've seen. But Siargao has its problems. Constant blackouts, big ocean surge, storms usually hit that area. But you hear other people like 8 miles from road living out there, from home living out there. I got to go to Siargao because they do surfing out there. You may not even do surfing, but you're listening too much to what people say. Of course, they're going to build up the area that they live in. Hey, I don't totally build up where I'm living. I like where I'm living. It does not have the amenities that a lot of people want. That's the trade-off. But the place is not loaded with crime. This is not a crime-ridden place I live in. And I'm not in southern or eastern, whatever, Mindanao, where there's a lot of danger. But idiots wind up moving to the worst parts of Mindanao, where their best chances of getting kidnapped or shot or just disliked by the locals, a certain faction, you know. But you move to Mindanao and you don't worry about your safety. There are safer places to live. I'm not saying all of Mindanao. My girlfriend of 10 years, she partially brought up in Mindanao, but she's a Filipino. But even so, in that area, her father was shot and killed, 11 times shot. Her father, for those that didn't know that about the lovely Gilda, her father was shot and killed over some difference of opinion. She lost her father when she was 11 years old. Difference of opinion. Local politics. Local politics. And they were Filipino, not white. So be careful where you decide to live. Oh, I'll fit in. I'm a good person. Maybe you are a great person. But there might be people that don't like foreigners. They may listen to your show and say, hey, you're talking a lot of shit about the Philippines, man. I don't like you. You shouldn't be here. Sound like a brother from the hood, the way I'm talking, right? But it might as well be the hood, because Mindanao is the hood. Should have better places. Davao, I guess, people like Davao. It's very well run, things like that. There are other places you could live, but don't move in. Don't do what Elliot did. And you know Elliot. Don't do what Elliot did. He got kidnapped, shot, and was thrown into the ocean for fish food because he spoke very dangerous things that put him in the headlights about how he was making money off doing 5-6, how he was, the fact that he married a Muslim. Nothing wrong with marrying a Muslim, but maybe the Muslims in that area, which could have been the case, did not like a marriage between one of their own and an outsider. A lot of different factors involved there, probably. But he took the chance of doing that. There was a Canadian couple in Mindanao who got their heads chopped off. They had a nice house. Unfortunately for them, they sort of exhibited their riches by the fancy home they had in an area that was known for rebels. Well, that's a choice they made. That's a choice they made. You got to make educated choices. And even if you're going to have a YouTube show, carefully go over what you talk about on here, because yes, people are listening. They absolutely are. You say something against Muslims, you're putting yourself in big trouble. You say something against any Filipinos out here, you could get yourself in trouble. You mistreat a Filipino, verbally and otherwise on your YouTube channels, you're going to get in trouble. People are watching. Government is watching. Neighbors are watching. Other YouTubers are watching and trying to find fault with you. You are under a microscope, whether you know it or not. Sorry, Mix, I know you want the drama of the other people on here. But you got to go with the flow of my show. I don't see a lot more dialogue happening because I'm not concentrated on Big E or whoever. This is a multi-topical channel. I don't just single out. I can't single out not every one of these people. I'd be doing, it'd be a 5-hour show if I had to sit here and question the mentality of some of the most popular vloggers on here. It would have to be a 5-hour show easily. And we could get into great dialogue, but I'm not going there. Sometimes you gotta single out somebody to talk about on here for a reason, but you gotta have a reason. You gotta have a reason. Don't randomly do that. Because I only talk about people on here where I felt they said something so fucking stupid, insane, or that they are the actual undesirables on here and need to be talked about and why they're an undesirable. I mean, truthfully, an undesirable by their words, their actions, their hateful comments. People that deserve to be deported from this country. And we got plenty out there. Look how desperate people get. Now recently, Popeye ran out of new material on me. He had to go to a dead guy to get something on there that was somewhat adverse to me. And we're talking about Mr. Bill in the Philippines, known as Bill in the Philippines, who died, several years ago? He was a controversial vlogger because, he was a scammer. And people caught him in his lies, saying, I don't ask for donations or nothing. Well, they proved them wrong, obviously, He was running a scam, saying he's going to help all these children. He's got to make at least $1,000 per month donations because he's got 125 children that he has to feed every month. He was such a giving guy. And all the money went in his pocket. Well, we know people like Ricky and people like that took all the money in their pocket too. So we've got quite a few out here that do that. So he got so desperate that he pulls up out of his big files, his hate files. We heard of the X files. Popeye has the hate files. He has to desperate the memory of another human that passed away. And of all the choices he makes, he chooses a well-known scammer to be his representative for how he feels about me. Because the guy happened to make a statement about my girlfriend or something on there. I got that on there. It's on there. Go watch it. That's who Popeye chooses to represent his arrogance, his hate, his vengeance, and so on against me. Of all the people he uses, out of his little hate tricks, out of his little hate bag, he pulls up Mr. Bill in the Philippines? I mean, really? What a prime example, a guy that's known for his scams. That's your representative, a dead man, Popeye? You having a show today? Go ahead and talk about it, please do. Popeye will have a show today. Probably be another skit or something pulled from his hate files. Talk about bitterness? All you gotta do is listen to that guy. You can't get any more bitter than this guy. I don't think it's even humanly possible. I suppose it could be, but that is one bitter old man. But digging up, grave digging on an old vlogger that passed away. Because he happened to found a statement that the guy was making mention. He makes mention of a lot of people, that guy, apparently, but he brought up my girlfriend. I don't know, something about her teeth or something. I don't know what the hell it was. Speaking of teeth, I know somebody out there's a wife that could fucking chew through a chain link fence with her teeth. But I'm not going to make a show about it. But anyway, the guy died. Do you notice a pattern here? Think. Think of the people who have passed away on here. What were they all? What did they all have in common? They were scumbags. They were hateful. They were trolls. All right. All had that in common. They were antagonists. They were losers. You know all the names. Goes back to Johnny Warrior, all these people. Fazio, all these people. Dropping like fucking flies. You got Roberto, who is probably bound to a wheelchair with severe Alzheimer's. You got Ed Lippett, who was not innocent at all. All these people had one thing in common. Well, more than one, really. They were very adverse to me. And where are they now? We got Barry Lee Jordan. Let's not forget him. In his 3rd year incarceration, and he was adverse to me. What is the common denominator all of this? They were adverse to me. And look at their situation now. They're either dead or incarcerated. Or suffering some kind of Alzheimer's or something. I don't know. Call it what you want. Karma, whatever. Label it what you want. Is it coincidence? Is it coinky dinky? I don't think it is. These were all people that were adverse to me. Fate, karma, coincidence. You choose. It's like a curse. Who's next? I have my ideas. Do I have some magical powers? No. Not in the least. Or do I just got good insight? I think I do. But why is it that the biggest shitholes are the ones that are dropping like flies? Why is that? All right, you can write it off as coincidence. That's fine, too. I think it's a lot more than that. It's what's meant to be, I guess. I told you, you could dish it out on here all you want. One of the people that's going to croak on here is going to be Popeye. But it's not going to be totally from a health condition. He's going to uggle to death. Because he's ugly inside and out. The coroner's going to question his findings when they rip him open. The only thing I can see in here, this guy uggled to death because I can't find any other physical ailments on his internal organs. Other than his liver looks pretty shitty from all that scotch he drinks, but I think this guy actually uggled. Cause of death. Cause of death. Uggled to death. That's cause of death. As far as disposition, You can't get any uglier than Popeye. I don't know if it's possible. I don't know. Perhaps. You can't get any uglier than that guy. You hear me talking about, you got one life, right? And of course, you want to live your life as best as you can, without much friction, without adversity. Everybody wants that, but that's not what life is. There's always going to be some adversity. YouTube, outside of YouTube, it don't matter. A relative, something, a friend, a peer, coworker. There's always going to be some adversity somewhere, because that's the human nature. That's human nature, like it or not. But to put yourself in a situation where you embarrass yourself so badly that you actually believe that these people are really going along with me. They agree with me. No, poops. They're laughing at you because you are a big joke on here. You are a big joke. You assumed that Aloe was your ally. He never was your ally, Popeye. And you're so fucking blue in the face these days, that Aloe is actually talking to me, conversing, communicating with me, and you can't handle it. You thought you had the big pants on with the big boys on the hate club. You were ousted years ago, sir. You were ousted. You were not on the top tier of that particular exclusive club. You thought you were, but you're no longer. So now you got to take your hate out on your show independently. I'm going to become an independent hate channel. Well, you succeeded. Congratulations. You're no fucking better than the guy you fucking voted for, Trump. You guys got a lot in common, if you think about it. The guy who hides behind the Bible, hides behind the American flag. Does he adhere to his beliefs? That's the question. No, he doesn't. Practice what you preach, Popeye, and you have not shown us that. Practice what you preach. If you were raw American, as an example, you would not approve of a dictator, a martyr, a dictator, ruling the country you love so much, who is a true pedophile, Popeye. Now, you loosely call that name to me like Barry did, but how do we know that you're not one of them? How do we know? We don't. And I could call you that name right now, but I'm not going to be as low as you are. I can't prove you're a pedophile. You might be a big pedophile, but I don't know that. So therefore, I'm not going to call you one. You call me that very loosely. Well, you're 15,000 miles away, like you said. Frank, you ain't going to do nothing. There's nothing you can do. And I always come back and say, don't be so sure about that. As I said, if I got deported, I might be your neighbor. And you will never leave your house. Because such a coward you are, after everything you said to me, you would never say it to my face. You would never have the gonyoles to say the things that you said about my girlfriend, about me, to my face. It will never happen, and you know it. The slightest skirmish that you get into on YouTube, you run away, and we don't hear from you for 6 months. And when I did a whole dossier on you not too long ago, or you went into silence for a while because you were dumbfounded. Oh, your face was red. How dare he know that information about me, but you go out of your way to try to find information about me and try to use it against me. But when it's used on you, oh, you get sensitive. Oh, you get real sensitive, don't you? And you run away. When somebody said they were after you, oh, you didn't go out of your house for a whole year, you didn't go on YouTube. Rain Man or whoever it was that came by your place. There were several people, and you did not come on YouTube, you little coward, you little fucking pussy. You dared not to even come on. Look at me. I'm on it for 10 years. I've been accused of being a whole shit. If I was anything that they labeled me, I would not be on YouTube. I would be in hiding. Even with somebody who put a fucking report on me to try to get me deported, I am still here. I didn't run away, Popeye. I'm still here. I still go outside. I'll walk by the police department. I might even buy him a donut, Popeye. A donut. I'll smoke a cigarette in the street, which might make me stand out to the police or something. I'll do that too. That's how much I'm worried. Of course, you'd like to see me dead or deported or in jail, because that's the kind of person you are. But if anybody had to be judged for their crimes, you'd be in big trouble. I know, Popeye, I know. You're 15,000 miles away. Nobody's going to do shit. Your own words. I could say what I want. Yeah, you could. You could. In your cowardice position, you could say anything you want. Yes, you are about 15,000 miles away. You're in your protective house and environment. In your fucking wheelchair, whatever you're in. Nobody's going to touch you. I got my daughter to protect me. That's right. She's living on the dole of the... Oh, he talks about being on the dole. His daughter's on the dole being a caretaker for him. He got her in that job. All of a sudden he's disabled. Let's keep it in the family. And he talks about people abusing the system. What is he doing? What really is his disability, if any? Is he faking it? Well, psychologically he's disabled. We know that. But he got his daughter in on the gig. And he's all rah-rah, waste of American money, taxpayers' money. But he got his daughter. Why just live here, honey? We'll get you on the payroll. I'll make you my caretaker. Oh, you don't like me dishing it out, Popeye, do you? Well, I'm dishing it out to you right now, motherfucker. How do you like that? I know you don't like that. Facts are facts. Do all the mudslinging on your show you want, but people know you better, sir. Do all your stupid skits, because you got nothing else better to do. You allow me to live rent-free in your head. Not only rent-free, but I'm getting fucking dividends from living in your head. You're not all together there, Popeye. Do you even realize you're not? Oh, we said a lot of things about Barry. We all did. And we're all right. But although Barry's not your favorite person either, do you think on a mental level, on a psychological level, you're any different than Barry? You might be worse. Oh, don't get me wrong, Barry was hateful and he was conniving, deceiving. He's a real rascal. But so are you. So what puts you in a position even to talk about Barry Jordan? Who gives you the right to even question his psychology when you got your own problems? Plenty to go around. You sit there in your fucking dirty velvet chair that should have been replaced 20 years ago because you don't want to put out any money. What is life if it ain't worth living, dude? You live off of soap operas on TV, and you create your own soap opera on your channel, and you concentrate especially on me? On me. You're too sensitive for your own good. It's not working for you. Look at your life right now. You haven't been laid for decades. Maybe you can't. Maybe your mechanics don't work. I don't know. I'm not there with you. I can make an assumption, or I can speculate till the cows come home. I'll be honest, I really don't know. But I can speculate that something is not right the way you're living. Something is wrong, that maybe you really are disabled. But are you disabled physically or disabled mentally? Or a variation of both? But you're not living your life. You can't live in Subic Bay in your mind. That's over with, dude. This is 2026. 2026, may I remind you. Your heyday back in Subic Bay has been over for decades, dude. Join the real world. Get out of your house. If your mechanics still work, even if you have to take the famous blue pill, do it, man. Before you croak of ugliness, do it. Well, okay, in all fairness, I understand that you're ugly both inside and out. It's really hard to find a woman when your disposition is like that. I get it. I get it. I fully get it. But get serious, man. Like another one that thinks his life is better than mine. Please count the ways. Like Nico, your adopted son doesn't want nothing to do with you anymore. You ever notice that, folks? They had a spat. Something went down. His adopted son that don't even mention him anymore. Who's never even met him. Because he don't even want to expose himself to even Nico, his kind of pseudo son. Won't even allow Nico to meet eye to eye with him. What are you hiding? What is so hideous that you are hiding from people, even for Snicko? Something's wrong with that. Something I've surmised that for a long time. Long time. Are you that hideous these days? We've seen pictures of you. And I'll tell you what, let's just say you weren't the prettiest person in the world. Are you hiding your ugliness? Well, see, Poop-Eye, there's one thing that you can't hide. Let me tell you what that is. Your ugliness internally. You expose yourself every time you put a show on, or one of your little specials, Popeye specials. Rank out Frank time, rank out Gilda time. Is that because your life is so perfect that you think you could look down on me, of all people? Popeye, I bought this house with my own money. I didn't throw my mother under the bus like you did and get this thing on a fucking quitclaim deed. You threw your mother under the fucking bus is what you did. Jean, wonderful woman Jean. How she put up with him? Her and her husband. He won't even maintain the place in good memory of your lovely mother, Jean. Jean sounds like a lovely woman. I could judge from pictures. And boy, he fell apart when I put a picture of him and of his mother and father on there. But you see, the difference between me and you, there's a lot of differences. I really shouldn't have put that picture up. I felt compelled to. But you know what, folks? What did I do afterwards? Tell me what I did. In good faith, I apologized to one of the most hateful persons on here and said, I'm sorry that I put a picture of your parents on there. And I deserved a strike from it. He struck me. Look at that, I admit it. He can't do that. I deserve to have a strike. I put pictures of his parents on there. Poor taste, perhaps. But I recognized my wrong. And I said, as hard as it was to somebody I despised, I said, I apologize for putting that picture on there. I was in the wrong. That's my character, Popeye. That's not yours. You're not capable of doing that. You are not capable of admitting you're wrong about something. You will not do that. You can't do that. Your disposition does not allow you because you're such a bitter, pathetic man. Can you ever do a show about something positive? It seems that you have a little talent with editing. Can you not do a show of some positive nature? Anything. Talk about something good in life. You know, I pride myself on my show because I talk about a lot of things on here. They're not all negative either. I talk about a lot of great things. Life. I do give you my philosophy about life, but while I'm still alive, I'm allowed to do that. I like to, as I call it, philosophize, Popeye. And it's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. What good have you ever done on YouTube? What positive things or positive reinforcement have you ever put out to people? None. It's because you're not happy with yourself, sir. So you got to take it out on everybody else. And you have to choose somebody who told the truth about you. And boy, did that just got your goat, didn't it? So constantly throwing mud pies. It doesn't just go with me. Oh, no. I'll show, Frank. After I get out of my foxhole, you know my career, I saw all this action, Mr. False Valor. You didn't see, the only action you seen was in the fucking kitchen chopping up some fucking scallops. False valor on top of every fucking thing else. The only thing I've ever done wrong to you, as you see as a wrong, Popeye, is that I exposed you for the hateful piece of shit that you are. And you didn't like it. Oh, only you can do that. It's only you can do that. But it's funny how Popeye breaks down when anybody gets adverse with him. I've seen it historically, how he'd run away on his show and get off. He's on a live stream or something, and somebody decided to challenge him. And then his voice would break up and he'd cough. You are... Fucking A. You are worst among the worst on YouTube. I can't find, as I could try and look and seek and find and dig, to find anything good about you, anything positive about you. Because I've never heard anything positive coming out of your mouth. Nothing. Zero. And you sit there on your velvet throne trying to throw shit pies at me when you're in absolutely no position to do so. But he's saying, that's okay. I'm Popeye. It's embarrassing for me to hear all this stuff from Frank. So I have to get back at him. Boop, boop. You're sick, motherfucker. You're sick. That's how you live in the rest of your life? Is that how you're living the rest of your life? In hate? Bitterness? If I took a bite of one of the lilikoi fruit I have here, otherwise known as passion fruit, boy, is it sour. Make you want to shake your face. But I compare you to one of these sour fruits. You're worse than that. It's just too overripe. You went beyond your expiration date too. You do leave actually a bitter taste in people's mouth every time you come on. Is that the way YouTubers really are? And this shit with fucking Subic Bay. Give us a fucking break. That was a long time ago, sir. Why are you living in the past? I know, because that's the most exciting time in your life. We could acknowledge our past. I do. We could think back on the so-called good old days. I do. But I don't live in the past. I live in the present. This is 2026. Whatever's going on in my life now, it's going on right now. It's 2026. I understand you haven't had a woman in decades. I understand you're frustrated. I get it. Look, in all fairness, poops, I've had some lonely moments in my life. I actually have. Despite how many women I've had in my life, and I've had quite a few, and that's a fact. Not rubbing my knuckles on my chest for that. I'm just making a statement. I was fortunate enough to have an association with a lot of women in my life. But I'm not coming on here to go boast about that. I talked about it, but I never boasted about it. But that was my past. I'm in a great relationship now. I don't need to go from women to women. I've had shallow relationships, you know, and I've had good ones. But I live in the present, right now, today. I don't live in the past. You can't live in the past. It's gone, Robert. It's gone. Do yourself a service. Get out from your fucking cheap velvet couch or chair. Get out there with your mobility scooter. Charge it up. Go back to these parks. A couple times you actually went to a park. I was shocked. Of course, you had all your little American flags waving away on there, and you had all this little machine that had music on there with some kind of a Navy song. You're too much, Papa. You really are. You are really too much. You are a caricature, the kind that you make on your little skits. You are a cartoon caricature. You really, really are. But why do you live how long do you have? And I'll be honest, I don't know what internal health conditions you got going on. I would imagine you have one or two. I would imagine. Isn't it better to try to live your life for the best and make do of your time instead of, you know, being so obsessed with me? People have questioned that. We've all heard. My show, the comments, other shows. Boy, you're really obsessed with this guy. His obsession is taking him away from a real life. He can still have a real life if he just, you know, made a little effort. Maybe get real friendly with one of his bingo girls or something. All right, she's going to have silver or blue hair or something, but, you know, as long as she has a pulse, I mean, she can go for anybody. As long as they have a pulse, I mean, they're the right person for you. As long as they got a pulse. The beggars can't be choosers. All you need is a woman with a pulse, and that'll be a positive thing for you. A pulse, Popeye, a pulse. You're sick. You're tormented. You're angry. You're bitter. But your ugliness is not from the exterior necessarily. You're not the most attractive person to look at. That's for sure. But your ugliness is inside. Turn your life around for what years you have left, or months, whatever you may have. Turn the tide. Turn the tide to something positive. Because you're an embarrassment to yourself. Do you ever re-listen to the shows you put on? He's got a show this morning. He might do it earlier now. I know him that well. If I'm doing a show about him right now, he might have scheduled it for, I don't know, 8:45 or whatever, 7:45. I don't know what he scheduled it for. I almost guarantee you he's going to put on a show earlier now. Why? Because he's really sensitive. That's when you know I got his goat. You could play at that game, poops. Although it's not a game to me like it is to you. I just present the facts. I present reality. I talk about things as they are. Not could be, but as they are. What's going on right now, today. Or what has gone on historically with you. You're no prize to no woman. That's why your wife left you. And you are a racist. You are a huge racist. And you got really upset because your wife married a black man. What does it matter if he's a black man? Oh, it killed you, didn't it? Not only did it kill you for her to leave your sorry ass, but it had to be with a black man. Oh, shit, as your boy Nico likes to say. Oh, shit. Am I not telling the truth? People who hear me, they know I'm telling the truth. But you can't handle the truth. But you sure like to dish out all your fucking diarrhea. But unfortunately for you, it comes back in your face every single time, Robert. When you do a show, you make the biggest fucking fool of yourself every single time. Listen carefully. There's nothing you could say about me, verbally, audibly, creative little skits depicting me and or my partner, that is going to faze me. It's nothing you haven't done before and continue to do. It doesn't faze me. It's coming from you. Nothing phases me coming from you because I know the bitter, horrible life that you live. You are jealous, truly jealous. But you don't like when I use that word.
And what do I got to be? Boop, boop. Got to be jealous about Frank. His woman's got 8 children.
So, what about it?
They could be a basketball team.
Perhaps. But no, they're choosing to be policemen. They're choosing to be certified public accountants. They're choosing to be engineers, Popeye. That's right. That's right. Well-adjusted children. What happened to you? You don't respect your mother. You never did. You threw her under the bus. She's probably spitting in her grave right now. Spitting like a top. The ground is moving. Did you ever visit her grave? Did you ever notice a disturbance on the ground of her grave? That's her. Spinning around because you threw your own mother, Jean, lovely Jean, under the bus. I don't know whether to feel sorry for you or not. That's a tough one. But when what you do to your life is self-inflicted, I can't feel sorry for you. You have choices to make on what you say on your show and how you carry your personal life. That's up to you, Jack. That's up to you. I don't influence anything like that. But if you're sitting in your fucking swill, it's because you chose it. You have no room to complain. You have no room to go point fingers at anybody else. Take a good look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. And that's what you are. A song just made for you by Phil Collins. Take a look at yourself, Popeye. You're just an empty shell. Because that's what you are. An empty shell of nothingness. Putting out hateful shows. I don't know, you're getting it out of your system perhaps. Though the bitterness, you gotta vent it, I guess. But why not just change your life? You don't have to be that bitter. You really don't. Popeye, listen to me. No matter what you say about me or mine, you are not phasing me at all. I've been this true with Chuck. How many years you've been attacking me? It rolls off me like I'm made of fucking Teflon. You're not hurting my feelings. I expect this shit from you. It's nothing new. It's not like, oh, I just heard this guy for new on there and you're attacking me or my girlfriend. I might be reactive to that. But I've been hearing this shit from you for years. You don't have that loving family I have. That's right, I have a family. They may not be blood, they are my family. The only bitch you're ever going to get in life is that little dog that sleeps in your bed because you ain't going to get a real human to sleep in bed with you, dude. Do you put peanut butter on your dick and have him lick it off? Would I be surprised? Hell no. You are a sick man, Robert Clausen. You are a sick, bitter old man. And you're going to die a sick... Okay, I did some pretty rigorous exercise, and it came up to tops 110 beats per minute. That would be on your right side. And the oxygen level was about 98, settling around 97. Now, ultimately and idealistically, you want to get your heart rate up, but not to the point you're going to feel dizzy or you're so out of breath. That would be my advice to you, not to, do anything that's going to make you feel uncomfortable at all. Now, prior to doing this, this video, I have my Jane Fonda weights.
And what I did in each arm, I did 10, 10, 10, 10. Then I put one foot forward and lean my body forward. And I did 10 of these. And on the other side, I did another 10. I also went on the chair. And I did 30. And I'm actually not done yet. It's something as a simple chair, and this exercise you could do with a chair. And something as simple as finding a chair and doing 30. Sit, get up, sit, get up, sit, get up. Now here's a test, which I've done earlier very successfully. If you could stand, on one foot for 10 seconds, 20 seconds. You got pretty good balance. Then you go on the other one and do again. Can you stand on there without leaning on something for 10 or 20 seconds? Then you got some pretty good balance. And you got some decent muscles to accommodate that. Now what I haven't really finished out, I've not hit the bike. I've not hit that. And right now this is serving as a place to dry my rags. But I will go on that. I haven't decided when. It's actually, believe it or not, it's actually more beneficial to do the stationary bike, in actuality. And of course, I have shown you my, there we go, get some shit out of the way. I've shown you my shelf. You can see how high it is to the ground. Again, both hands against there, and you could make them a little closer to each other or a little wider. And what you do is about 50 of these, right? I'm just demonstration here with the camera. Do about 50 of these. And do that every day. And you could probably do that every day and get away with it. But if you're going to do rigorous exercise with the Jane Fonda 20-pound dumbbell, use with caution. Because you can still overdo yourself even with just 20 pounds if you're not in shape. Now, you know, I do actually monitor myself with the oximeter. That's not connected now, but let's connect it again. Okay. And I'm somewhat at rest, not much at rest. I'm moving around. So I'm just demonstrating stuff. Now that number on the right side is your heart rate. That will go down upon rest, but you can get this. Now I had a stress test done, but it was many years ago. And they said, try not to go over 140 beats per minute. I always adhere to that. I don't go anywhere near that. No. But this has been quite a few years ago. I passed it with flying colors, but I haven't done one since. Oh, and you'll feel like hell. You ever heard Mike's Philippines retirement story? Who was it? Yeah. He couldn't even handle it. They had to get him off the machine. But he claims he's like really healthy. Okay, whatever. I won't even go there. A lot of people claim they are. I'm not a perfect specimen, I'll tell you that. But, like I tell Gilda, I do my best to get the blood flow. Even when I sit in a goddamn chair, if I'm going to watch a movie, one thing very peculiar about me, no, I don't have Tourette's. I will move my feet up and down sideways to get the blood flow going. Then occasionally you have to get up and walk around. Then you go back to your velvet throne and relax because you know that you are moving your blood. I've had a few people say, no, I don't really like to hear about the drama. I want to hear about your health stuff and all that stuff. Well, I always incorporate that. So, again, we got what they laughingly call the Jane Fonda weights. Some old weights here, dumbbells. You'd be shocked. You'd be absolutely shocked what you could do with this. You don't have to be deadlifting something. You don't have to get a, you'd have to buy a weight set. Okay? You don't have to buy a weight set. 20 pounds is all you need. And you don't want to overdo it anyway as you get older. I cannot emphasize that enough. I'm going to put a disclaimer in here. I suggest certain things to do, but base your own health and condition on what your physician says that you can or cannot do or should not do. I'm always going to put a disclaimer in there so you don't go on up suing me on that. Base it on that. Monitor your weight. Monitor your weight. Monitor your diet. If you have heart conditions, I would not advise to do it, except for simple exercises that are approved by your heart specialist or physician. And if there's things you don't need, there's things, there's a door, there's resistance. This is resistance right here. Turn your body to the side. And why don't you hold your hand against this door, put pressure on it for 30 seconds. Here, do it with me. 30 seconds. Have all your weight going toward that wall. It's an immovable object. And it's resistance training. Let's say it was 30 seconds. Turn your body around. Do it again. Do it again. I'm not going to do it for 30 seconds. I'm just kind of demonstrating. Do it again. Hold for 30 seconds. Push your body into it. Put your weight into it. That's resistance training. The same as this. When I do the 45 degree, every single day, that's resistance. Okay? That's resistance. Okay? It's push-ups, basically. You're at a 45 degree angle. And it's just as good. Now, push-ups are hard to do. Like breaking up is hard to do. Well, push-ups are hard. But if you're going to do push-ups, you can just hit the ground. You could use these handy-dandy little devices here that could help you out. I never use them. I don't use them. Make a makeshift rake. Get a couple of milk containers. Put cement in them. Or something I devised here. Basically, I got a couple of weights on here. And this was a pole that was used for, I don't know what it was used for. An extension, a mop, or something. I put little things on the side to keep them on and hold them in place. I created a barbell. Now, it may not be much weight, but again, it's reps. And the whole idea is that, well, they say you want to increase the weight to get a little muscle tone. Yeah, you could do that, but I don't always advise it. I advise doing reps. It's safer. I don't advise working with free weights. Dumbbells are fine, but I don't really advise using free weights. That's just me. You're going to do whatever you want anyway. Don't push the envelope if you're not, if you're just not in decent shape. Don't push it. Don't push it. Now, I'll tell you what vitamins I took today. And by the way, my exercise is not over yet. I haven't finished. And I did a balancing thing because I'm testing myself all the time. That's how you know if you're in pretty good shape, you got good balance. In my situation, I think that's absolutely amazing. You know why I think that's amazing? Because my ear canal in my right ear, it affects my balance. Now, I'll tell you what I took today. L-citrulline, which can help create nitrous oxide that we absolutely need in our body. I took the D3 with K2. Well, artery health and channeling calcium where it should be, heart and, your bones and everything else, and a lot more than that. CoQ10, circulation of the heart. Yeah. Supports heart health and promotes energy and stamina. Supports also a healthy brain function. I didn't take it today, but I'll usually take, although this says 50 milligrams, I'll take 25 because you shouldn't be taking 50 per day. You want to take 25. I took some lycopene. Oh my God, the antioxidants. Vascular health for your arteries is a powerful free radical scavenger. I took that. Let's see, did I take anything else? Oh, I took some vitamin C, and I took some resveratrol, which I don't take every day. Powerful antioxidant, cardiovascular support, healthy aging, enhanced with black pepper. There's a reason for that, because just like in the turmeric that I take, it gets synergized by using piperine or black pepper. synergize it by like 200% or more, maybe more. That's what I do. Then, of course, I'm going to hydrate. I can't emphasize that enough. And what you want to do is put preferably Himalayan salt, sea salt, pink salt, which has all these minerals in it. This is garbage. This is garbage. This is absolute garbage. So you take a little pinch of salt in there when you have a drink. Don't worry about the salt, even if you have heart conditions, unless your heart is that bad. But your body does need salt. Now look, I got a plethora of vitamins here. Do you think I actually take all these all day? There's a reason I have anything. There's alpha-lipoic acid, biotin, you need biotin. I will occasionally take that. Ginkgo, occasionally. I don't. Okay. Niacin, well, this is the thing that, you want to create that nitric oxide that this L-citrulline is helping with, okay? These are cousins in a way. The niacin, this ain't the kind that gives you that big flush. Well, actually, this one actually is. But you want to use this over the one that doesn't create the flush. I take this. I will take this later. And I don't take everything at once. Of course, I will eat lentils. Protein, fiber, iron. It doesn't have to be natural, and it doesn't have to be. Occasionally I'll take the glucosamine, although I'm not doing that. It's for joints. I should be taking that. But there's something about this that can actually contribute to oxalates, which can cause stones. I'm sort of kind of very reluctant, Now, if you really want to take a magnesium that will cross the blood-brain barrier, this is the stuff, Neuromag. It's magnesium L-threonate, 2,000 milligrams. Okay? And these happen to be vegetarian. This is great for brain health, but it also does the job what regular magnesium does for muscles, nerve function, all that shit. Oh God, I got plenty of lycopene. Thank goodness for that. I got a brand new bottle here. So I'm writing down on lycopene. Yeah. This will help you also support prostate health and antioxidant support. It's from a tomato extract. It's for cellular protection. So, you see, the things that I take are all researched. Shit like this that I don't know really a lot about, I don't take. L-tyrosine, which is an amino acid. I don't really touch that. Things that I don't know about, occasionally I might take a Panax ginseng. Okay. Body immunity, mood and energy levels, boost the stamina and performance. I don't take this shit every day. No, I actually don't. I got a little of this shit for prostate. I happen to get this free, but I haven't been using it. And I'm willing to give anybody one of these if I met up with them. It's for prostate control. I don't really. The zinc helps the prostate, things like that. But I actually have an open bottle somewhere. This one here. It's got the beta cytosterol, what they say helps support your prostate. And of course, palmetto, and then the magic word, lycopene. You notice I have lycopene in here? Yeah, I'll hit one of these. In fact, you know what? I'm going to hit one right now. I'm going to hit it up right now. I'm going to take a prostate. But listen, don't get carried away. Always research what you're taking. Does it mesh with another supplement? Does it mesh with a pharmaceutical that you're taking for whatever purpose you're taking pharmaceuticals? That's what you got to research. Now, is this a formula that's going to guarantee you're going to live forever? Nah, no. Even I'll say that. But I think you'll probably be in a better position health-wise and whatever longevity, wherever your life is going to take you. I think this is going to probably help you along better than if you did not take it. But as I will always say in a disclaimer on here, please, 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 consult with your physician before you take any of these supplements, because you could be taking blood thinners. Some of these things will act as a blood thinner, which you don't want. You don't want to send a clot wild through your arteries to your heart. So I will definitely make a disclaimer on here that take supplements or whatever prescription you're taking under preferably your doctor's guidance. You have heart problems, and maybe some of these things that you just can't take. Now, what am I doing right now while I'm talking? I'm walking around. I'm still getting my blood moving because I haven't stopped yet. And you wonder what I do with my day. You'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. I think some of you actually would. You know, being stagnant like this can't be good for you. All right, we won't go there. Something as simple as an exercise bike. Oh my God. Or a treadmill. No, it's not always a clothes hanger, but historically in the past, when I've ever owned one of these suckers, they become a clothes hanger. The thing is, you gotta want to use it. And I do use it. Not as often as I'd like, but I feel more free when I just walk around or walk outside or walk downtown. And I get my steps in that way. It doesn't mean I'm putting this treadmill to rest. I'm putting it to sleep. I'm burying it. No, I use it. But I don't use it every day. I'll be honest, I get in the moods where, you know, I get in the mood for that. The temperature's right, everything's right, my energy level is good, and I use that. Okay, again, guarantees. Can I make you guaranteed that you're going to be healthier by doing some of the things I do? Well, some of the things I do will guarantee, like moderate exercise. Moderate exercise. Now I want to show you something. Even small walking around is going to raise your pulse. Let's say your resting pulse is, let's say it's 65. Pretty normal for resting pulse. All the way up to 80 or more. You could have a resting pulse at 100. It's just if you're a resting pulse at 100 and it's pretty stable at that, it kind of means you're out of shape. But just from simple walking, I don't know, let's monitor this if I can do this. I'm going to walk around the house a little bit here. And I'm going to show you how this rises. The rise and fall. Let's get this puppy going. I'm going to walk around and you're going to probably see my heart rate rise. So I'm doing it. It's up to 102. Now I'm going to walk around a little bit and you're going to probably see this number go up a little bit, or it might stay stable. Let's just walk around. Right now it's stable at 102, but if I persist, keep on doing what I'm doing. Look, 100, even went down a little bit. Can't be in that bad shape. But expect moderate exercise for that number to go even up to 120, even more. Okay, it's going up again. 2, I'm continuing to walk. 103. I'm going to continue to walk. Don't be scared just from walking if your numbers go up. Even as high as 120 or above. Don't let it freak you out. But if you're going to walk and it's just moderate walking and you're going to go over 140 or something, no, I would probably slow down. There we go on that. I probably would slow down and wind down. But the other thing that you need to do, warm up a little bit with a moderate exercise before you do any of this, okay? Then you want to wind down. Winding down for me right now is I'm walking around my room. I'm winding down. You want to wind down, period. You want to get your pulse. If you've done a little bit of walking around the house, then you can slow down more and you can go, lay down in your bed. Now, what determines your health is how fast does your pulse go down to its normal resting stage. If it goes down fairly fast, you're in pretty good shape, actually, heart-wise. If it takes forever or just remains stagnant, well, that's an indicator. But I'm walking right now. I'm walking. I'm talking. That's what I'm doing. I know what I'm doing. I get my proteins from different sources. I'll buy a little bottle of this just for myself. I'll know when to take the protein. It does contain, actually, what is it? Polyunsaturated fats, which are good for you. Well, actually, you can say, let me see, it has some saturated fats, which is not good, but it has a lot of good protein in it. And it actually does have some of the fats in there that you actually need. So good old Skippy. Problem with Skippy is that it does contain a little bit of sugar. So if you're really, 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 really worried about sugar, that much, then don't eat it. You can buy some natural, which usually doesn't taste very good for some reason. It does have a little bit of sugar in it. Of course it has sodium in it. Of course it does. That's what you do. I do a lot of natural things too. I mean, you got a congestion in your sinuses. You could buy a normal saline solution like this. And spray it up your nostrils, keep it in there. You don't have to snort it. Upright, put your head back, point it toward the corner of your internal nostrils on each one. And repeat that during the day. And then you could take a good salt solution. Don't take an iodine salt if you have something wrong with your any of your glands. But what you do, inhale this saline, also gargle with the saline, okay? I don't recommend a, what do they call that, a neti pot? Too many incidents now of it causing damage. You want to clear out your sinuses here through your nose. You can do this neti pot thing, they call it. Where you're basically putting a bunch of saline. It's going to go from one nostril to the other and flush out. It is known to cause damage to people. Very bad stuff. I don't suggest, I guess it's called the neti pot. I'm probably right. Okay, what else can I offer you for totally free? For totally free. I'm still walking around, by the way. I need to move around. I'm not very good being stagnant. Once I get my energy flowing, it's going. But I'm not done yet because later on today I'm going to do more. Yes, I'm going to do more of this, for sure. I might even decide to go back to doing some curls with the 20-pound chain Fonda weights. That's right. I'll definitely do some chair stuff. The chair, of course. But I'm always going to keep the blood flowing. See what I'm saying? Now, a lot of people think I'm full of shit about this and that, but am I really? Have I not been right about a whole lot of shit I talk about, man? I have been. I think I give good advice. I try to. Remember, there's no reward for me. The only reward is that somebody listens and they take my advice about something and they try to better their health. Even if you're a troll. I mean, I don't care about you if you're a troll, but I mean, if it works for you, it works. Other little things you can do. If you're congested, you get one of these things. They're rechargeable. This one's not charged right now, but afterwards clean your mask with some rubbing alcohol or something. And you have a little thing in here. You're going to fill it up. You have a little chamber in here. And I'll open this up for you. Try to. Let's see. And you got a little chamber in here. And in here, you could actually put this saline solution. Or you can put these other things like albuterol, whatever in there, proper mixture. And you fill this up. Once you charge it up, it's not charged, so I can't show you how it works. This is not totally ideal. I have something better than this, but put you right over your face. You're going to see a little steam coming out, and you're going to keep it on there. And you're going to inhale this through your nose and mouth until the solution here, the saline solution, is gone. Now, of course, you know, I got a humidifier for the room. If you're going to be, do you have sinus problems? If you have such, you know, you're going to use your air conditioning overnight, which I haven't been doing anymore. No, I don't. What you're going to do is put the humidifier in, because the air conditioner is actually removing the humidity in the room. But if you have like a dry nose or eye syndrome, or, you know, you got clogged sinuses, you're going to actually need the humidity. Because otherwise, the air conditioner, which kind of acts as a dehumidifier, is going to dry your sinuses out. And it's just going to make it worse. You're probably going to think, oh gosh, I don't want to introduce all that humidity. I live in the tropics, so I don't want to introduce that in my room. It's okay. Because you got the air conditioner on, it's actually getting rid of the humidity. But you're adding the humidity to replace the dehumidifying actions of your air conditioner. And by the way, you could use your air conditioner on dry. And actually it'll, we don't, but it'll, keep things dry in the room. It's not going to introduce, it's not going to be extremely cold or nothing, but if you want to dry out the humidity in your room, well, of course, that's going to work against you if you got sinus problems. It's very cheap to buy, a humidifier, very cheap to buy. So you could use that in the rest of your house too, wherever you're going to have an air conditioner in your house. Okay. Now, I haven't even finished actually with my breakfast today. I did not have oatmeal this morning. I usually have oats every morning, but I'll skip. But I'm going to defrost more blueberries, of course, antioxidants. The key things you want to take for antioxidant protection, cell protection, is going to be broccoli, especially sprouts. It's going to be blueberries. It's going to be high percentage dark chocolate, high cacao level. Those are 3 things you could do on a regular basis that is going to benefit you in a big way. If you don't care to take a shitload of other stuff and you wish to get your antioxidants from food itself. Well, it's kind of like this with that. I've said this before. Unfortunately, a lot of the produce and stuff you're getting these days, whether they have GMOs in it or whatever, the earth is not the same anymore, the soil. Unless you want to hydroponically grow it and you can make some healthy produce and stuff, but it's not the way it was 20 years ago. Oh, I can't give you a timeline on that, but there's always going to be pesticides and everything around. They don't have the antioxidant power that they used to have. That's why I take supplements. You hear these nutritionists say, these doctors, just get it from your foods. But you see, that's the problem. It does not work that way for everybody. Okay, you smoke. Okay, let's say you smoke. It robs your body supposedly of theoretically 25 milligrams from your body of each cigarette that you take, right? So you want to supplement with vitamin C, but I wouldn't go way up because you worry about oxalates. It's never a perfect deal, but you compensate for that. If you're under stress a lot, you might be under B vitamins, stuff like that. Something for your nerves, nerve function, nerve health. B vitamins could help, and there's other things that could help too. And a little exercise could help. Look, I'm saying is, you don't have to kill yourself doing exercise. Don't do that. You know how many bodybuilders are falling dead on the floor? Well, in part because they're pushing the envelope, in part because they're also taking steroids. They're all dying. I just put something on the other day. 38-year-old bodybuilder dies of a fucking heart attack from steroids. You know, we got a resident idiot out there who's been taking steroids for 25 years. Well, I think you know the end result. Even though he's been taking the recommended dosage supposedly once a week, maybe he does it more. We don't know what he's saying is truthful anyway. After 25 years of usage of a steroid, your body's going to break down, Jack. I don't have to be a doctor, a nutritionist, or anything. Common sense. If you know anything about steroids, I know little. Not a lot, but I know enough to know that we're finding that long-term use of this shit is simply not good for you. And if you happen to be tall and you're taking steroids, that's a double jeopardy right there. Because you're more than the average tall for a human. Okay, you're well over 6 foot. And you're taking steroids and you're working out. Bad combination. Oh, I know. You're trying to build up all your muscle. I get it. Why, to impress your girlfriend? Or to get a woman, perhaps? No, you get a woman. with less than that. You don't have to take steroids to build up your muscles and say, look at me, how beautiful I am. No, you don't. You can look perfectly fine with a normal looking body. Build up a little muscle tone because you need it as you get older. That's all. Get in the right amount of protein. Don't overdo it if you're inactive because the protein ain't going to do shit for you. Because you have to have a little activity to utilize that protein to do its job. Or it's not worth it. You know, people buy these big containers of whey protein to build up their muscle, but if they're not doing much exercise, that protein is going to kind of turn on you, at least in a sense, one way of getting you fat. Because if you're inactive, that protein is not going to help you out. But you do need protein as you get older. If you don't maintain that muscle, and I don't mean bulging muscles. I got a little muscles in my biceps and places, but nothing to write mom home about, you know? But what I'm doing, I'm trying to save, instead of having that, it's muscle atrophy. As you get older, you will become frail if you don't work those muscles. Right, Popeye? You will become frail. I mean, the real definition of frail, not like coming from a mean-ass fucking troll. My weight is great for my height. And I do have some muscle tone, and I do these exercises to ensure that I'm going to be able to walk. I'm going to be able to carry the weight of my body. That I'm going to be able to lift things, grasp things. Okay, that my muscles in my body can support me. That's why I do it. I'm not trying to be a junior Arnold Schwarzenegger. Nothing of the above. I don't want to look that way anyway, even if I could, possibly. I wouldn't. There's some old guys that are just, I'm impressed with. They're in their 70s. They got muscles like you wouldn't believe. But some of them are doing the right thing. They're doing it the natural way, the old-fashioned way, without steroids. And their chances of getting a heart attack is going to be probably 60% less than anybody who doesn't take, steroids. And they're doing the right thing. You can stay in shape. Don't do it to impress the ladies. No, do it for yourself. You have to carry your body around, and there you go. So Frank mouths off all the time about all this health stuff. Yeah, I do. Like I said, I don't do everything bad to my body. You got to neutralize things sometimes, whether you like it or not. You got to do some good for your body. Besides all the bad that you've been doing through the years, and you know what I'm talking about. You got to do something good for your body. You want to keep your cells strong, even your lungs. If you're a smoker, you're a vapor, you're a toker, you're a cigar smoker, whatever you might be. There are things you can do for your lungs. There's breathing exercises that you didn't know about that you can do to strengthen your lungs. Some of the supplements I take, or the antioxidants, will basically help your cells stay healthy and not let the oxidation, the free radicals, go haywire with your cells in your lungs. As with any other part of your body, it doesn't just apply to the lungs. Sure, you can say, well, dude, you talk about all this health stuff, but you're smoking. You're right. You're absolutely right. That's my bad. But instead of adding insult to injury, I will do other things in the meantime that I am actually still smoking. It's a bad habit. I don't advocate it at all. Wish I never started. It's my bad. I openly admit it. But thank God I don't drink. Thank the heavens. Thank the maker. Thank the aliens, whoever created us. Thank that little crazy little amoeba that went wild from the ocean and created us and whatever. That I don't do that too. So I try to compensate. I know, it's easy to say, why don't you just quit, motherfucker? You're right. It's not that easy. It's a drug. It's a drug. People on fentanyl, all kinds of shit like that, can they stop? It's almost impossible. That doesn't mean you shouldn't try. Please don't get me wrong on that. I do not advocate smoking. I do not advocate vaping. That's just as bad. Okay, cigar smoke, and I can get mouth, throat cancer from that. Chewing tobacco can give you mouth cancer. You just can't win. But at least what you do is try to make a concerted effort to try to do good things for your body. And like I always say, there is no guarantees in life. And you know what the guarantees are? Death, taxes, and trolls. Okay, that's a guarantee. The 3 guarantees in life. You don't have to do what I do. I do it by choice. I do it for me because I got to carry my body around no matter where I go. And you can move from another country and you're an asshole there. And you can move to the Philippines, you're still going to be an asshole. And whatever you did in your country, you're probably going to do it in the Philippines also. Bad health habits coming here with pre-existing conditions, health conditions, getting into trouble, getting into fights, drinking till your liver's in oblivion. You could do whatever the fuck you want to do. It's your body you have to carry around. And I chose not to do everything bad with my body. I chose to do some good things for my body because I'm not ready to go yet. I come from a good lineage of longevity, certainly on my father's side of the family. But do you think I'm going to just guarantee that? That's only about 25% if you're lucky. Your genealogy, your genes. That's not a guarantee, but you're guaranteed about 20-25% at best, that's all. That you've got good healthy genes that you're carrying along into your body. That's how it works. Okay? Now, I will also say if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But improve upon it. Improve upon yourself where you think you need to improve. But I'm going to tell you something. As you get older, you're going to start losing balance. So far, my balance has been pretty good. And I'm practicing that thing on one leg and the other leg. I'm doing that every day. Okay? Because you got to catch yourself before you fall. You need balance. Otherwise, you're going to break your hip. And that's like a death sentence. Why is it a death sentence? Well, most older people that break their hips will die within 12 months. Generally, that's what they say. And why would they die just from a hip fracture? Well, it's because even if you got an operation to fix everything, healing takes a long time. And you're going to be very sedentary during that time because it's going to be very painful to move. And the more you're sedentary, your heart gets weak. Your blood is not flowing. You're going to get clots. That's why they say, don't fall. I mean, not that you want to fall purposely. You may get dizzy and fall, whatever. It's happened to me a couple of times. That's always a concern that you're going to damage your hips. As you get older, the last thing you want to happen to you is to damage your hips. That could be a potential death sentence, again, because you're being very sedentary. Well, anyway, that's my little session here today. I got a few more exercises I need to do, and I'm good for the day. And see, there's a good feeling about that because it gets your endorphins flowing a little bit, makes you feel good, a good sense of well-being. Like if I ever skipped a day of not doing anything at all, it's kind of depressing and I feel very guilty. Consistency is the word. You got to be consistent with these exercises. And you only have yourself to blame as you get older. And you're going to need a cane to walk or a walker like Popeye. So don't put yourself in that position because you're in control of that. You're in complete control of that. Unless you got some really debilitating accident, there's no way in the world you're going to walk straight, lose your balance, all that good stuff. Keep your legs strong. More so your legs, your thighs, your lower back if you can. That is what's supporting you. Some people have such weak bones, they're not getting the calcium channeled into their bones and other parts of your body where they belong, that you're wasting calcium. I mean, you're not utilizing it right. The combination of D3 and K2 is going to guide that calcium to your bones and other organs where you need it. So the word frail comes into play because if you have weak bones, you're going to be frail. The slightest fall, you could break your bones, break your arm, break your legs, break your back, whatever, your hips. Get the calcium through, but get the calcium in diet, not a supplement. Don't take, as an older age, don't take calcium supplements. Eat some good cheese that you know is real cheese, not cheese food. Eat something that has calcium. Even broccoli has calcium. Eat the calcium in natural form. Dairy, you may not like dairy foods, but I would still recommend it to get that calcium. There's other sources of calcium that you don't have to go take a supplement. I have a bottle of calcium with magnesium. I don't even use it. I'll give it to anybody who wants it, but I don't even use it. Don't introduce supplementation of calcium in the body unless your doctor says that you have a definite need to introduce a lot more calcium in your body. You're only going to do harm. And you're also going to produce possibly kidney stones where you never had them before. Okay, that's my show. A 40-minute freebie, and I don't even get paid for it. Well, you've heard of the Beastie Boys. Well, how about the Basement Boys? Okay. Well, we got the High Roaders. You know, we got things like that. So, yeah. Apparently, the Big Ego is just really upset with old Miko. This is a long-term thing going on. Found somebody else to pick on, too. Innocent Miko? What has Miko ever done? What has he ever done? I tell you he's innocent. Miko's a good guy. He's a good guy. Got to pick on somebody, right? Got to pick on somebody. And they also got to pick on somebody who's disabled, you know, like, you know, try to put a lawsuit on somebody's disabled, a woman who doesn't have the means to defend herself, you know, and, you know, she's born a certain way, and yet they want to put that kind of pressure on a woman like that, who can't really defend herself, not really, not really. She can do the best she can, but, you know, it's unfair. But what's fair on here anyway? I mean, come on, making fun of somebody who was born a certain way, as far as looks, as far as... Speaking of the looks, my God, I went down to this tree down the road to see if there's any more limes left. I swear, man, I swear. A guy scooted by on a scooter. I swore it was Michael Fazio. Oh my God. Well, we know he's dead, but he has a look-alike. It looked like Michael Fazio on a scooter running by me. Maybe his spirit came back. I don't know. I had to do a double take. Of course, I knew he's dead, but boy, this guy had an uncanny appearance to Michael Fazio. Scary. It is. Well, we got a beautiful breezy day today. No, it's not blue sky, but it's nice. The temperature's been fantastic lately. I wish it could be like this all year long, but I'm asking for too much, really. My boy, Miko. Why is everybody always picking on me? People just like to nitpick. Oh, Popeye did. Oh, God, yet another show. It was embarrassing, to say the least. Again, he was using old clips of some of his little thing with the Home Alone and... Oh, my. And then he's picking on dead people again. He had another dead guy. I think I remember that guy. He used to wear that stupid hat with the, you know, like you wear an Arabia or something. It protects your neck, you know. I think I actually remember that guy. Yeah, I think I remember that guy. And everything that came out of the guy's mouth that might have been AI. That might have been AI. Because where did that guy get all this so-called phony information? It was like put in his mouth. That's AI. That's AI. But nevertheless, it was lame. It was lame as usual. Popeye ran out of his magic tricks. He ran out. He don't know what to talk about me anymore. Let's find somebody who died, and, you know, one of them was an absolute... Maybe it was the same person. Maybe the second time it was the same person. The first guy, which was Bill in the Philippines, whatever, or Mr. Joe, Philippines. Then this guy, I think, is that the same guy that he just did a video on? Could be. I'd have to take a good look. But he's using a dead guy, mind you, to do his dirty work. Digs up old videos. Man, I gotta find something like somebody is trashing Frank. I gotta find somebody. There must be another video out there of somebody trashing Frank somehow.
Or something that Frank said. I'm running on empty here. I gotta find something. I'm all played out now. They're laughing at me. Something, please, something, anybody. What do you have? Go into your files, please, please, please. I'm in a losing battle here. Oh. You know something? It's become pure entertainment for me with this guy. What is he going to come up with next? Well, see, that's the problem. I would enjoy him a lot more if he came up with something different. Something new. Fresh. Funny. Factual. For that fart. Factual. But you're not going to find that on his show. Oh, he's crying for attention. Oh my God, he's crying for attention. I can see him now. Oh, I'm sure at some moment of the day, he's thinking about me. He's working on another skit. Of course, he's going to use Home Alone, Collie McCalkin, however you pronounce his name, or the cat or something. It's getting old, dude. It's just getting old. Now, you do that stuff to try to get my goat, right? That's the whole point? Would I be correct? Of course. But what if you're not? Okay, then what's the purpose? Oh, I know. To try to get people to believe like you believe. That you think people believe all the shit you say on there? But here's the worst thing, where it's getting bad for him. He has to depend on material that Flying Circus creates for him now. He ran out of options. Totally ran out of options. Hey, Circus, you got anything else I could use? How about if you create something like this, and I'll take the credit for it. No problem there, Popeye. I'll make something up today. Desperation. Like I've never seen before. Well, I caught some of Popeye's shit on there. Not all of it. I saw enough. Horrible things. Horrible things. Like I said, you know, Popeye the Coward, not Popeye the Sailor Man, but Popeye the Coward, has to do this kind of shit from, 15,000 miles away. There's my 13, my lucky 13. He wouldn't do it otherwise, and I think everybody knows that. But here's a little hint for you, poops. You're not upsetting me. You're making me laugh. And I like a good laugh. Because I see, you know, and pretty much got it down what your life is like. So no problem. Make your videos away. I mean, if it does your little heart good. But how about some what ifs? It doesn't have to be me. It's happened in the past. Where he thought that somebody was after him and he went into hiding. He went into hiding right away. But you see, he's extra steamed up these days because the last person that he figured was going to be at least friendly with me, nevertheless to be given a wrench on my show, was ever going to be Aloe Divinta. Oh, he's steaming mad on that one. Like that steaming mad, you know, carpet cleaner. He's steaming mad at dirt. You see those commercials in America. Stanley, or I'm not sure. Dirt. There we go. I think I'll have a half of a peanut butter sandwich, I think. Yes, I think I'll do here. Curb my appetite a little bit. I don't know how much embarrassment can this guy take, though. But to him, I don't know if he gets embarrassed of this at all. It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Well, I mean, He knows he makes a fool out of himself, but yet he continues and continues and continues. You smell good. Where you going?
No, are you going with Christian?
Where's he gotta go?
We go there in Okay.
Oh, he wants to go look in the Okie Okie?
Yeah.
Oh, okie dokie then. Yeah. I don't know, I was thinking about a beach walk, you know? Take my camera. I was thinking about a beach walk. Don't look at me with those hungry eyes, Sao. Hey, Mix, I was just talking about you. I was. Apparently, the big wallet says that you are a basement boy. Mm-hmm. So you're just going down over there, huh?
Bantayan.
Huh?
Bantayan.
They're tying. With who?
Christian.
Oh, he needs that, uh-huh.
Why? You want to check something?
Hold on, folks.
Later?
Okay, here we are. I know. Pity the fool. Pity the fool. I don't know. I think Mikko's a good guy. He's been a good guy on my show. I have no problem with Mikko at all. Come on. In fact, I'm going to give you a goddamn, let's see. This is an honor, by the way. Hope you know that. I'm going to give you a wrench. Do what you want with it. You want to screw me up and you can do whatever you want. I mean, I hope you don't do that. But let me see. How do I, why is it not working? Hide user channel. Oh, yeah, it is moderator. Sir, history has been made. You're going to be a standard moderator on my show. How do you like them apples? And they try to put it back on others, like say no money, basement boy Frank, and all that. They're just trying to hide something, because they know their life is not an exemplary life. They know their life is so fucked up. You, sir. Let me see. Does it show up on there? No, it's not showing up. It might show up. Make another comment. Let me see if it shows up if you got a wrench. I'm not seeing it. I got nothing, Sal. Oh, there's a wrench. Okay. Sir, you're making history. Congratulations. Just don't fuck me up on that. I'd appreciate it. That's an honor. That's an honor, let me tell you, for me. That's an honor. You earned the honor status, the medallion. And of all, Alo di Vinta, the famous Alo di Vinta. Did you hear Popeye's shit this morning? That guy is really deranged. I think he's more obsessed with me than I think Brevis is. Brevis was always obsessed with me. But this guy, this is pure obsession. Your enemies are mine. Let's form a club. Remember the Little Rascals show? The He-Man Woman Haters Club. Well, we don't hate women. The He-Man Anti-Haters Club. Whatever. It takes special people to join. We'll become revolutionaries. Fight the turd balls. We got some nice breezy weather. Check it out. Oh man, can you hear the wind? The answer is blowing in the wind. That's what the answer is, Miko. It's blowing in the wind. And I heard the Big Wallet show. What a bunch of crap. Now he's got you and me to pick on, right? I thought he wasn't doing any more shows. Oh, he's trying to be real intellectual now. Like he really wrote some of the stuff he did. The other day came on with like fucking 10 paragraphs or something. He must have spent quite a while writing that. But, I don't know. I'm one of those guys that really think that life has a way of saying hello, and it has a way of saying goodbye. I know, of all people, as a representative of his, he uses the fucking retarded fucking Asian ladyboy guy, whatever the fuck he is. Oh, that's credibility right there. I'd like to have that guy on my side. No. At least find a good representation, you know? But using a Malaysian guy, that's a joke. That's a joke. Deep down, that big man is not happy in life, no matter what he says. Well, you know what? I know that. I know that. I've always had that feeling. He's hiding a lot. A lot of it we know, but he's hiding a lot. A lot more than he's willing to admit or tell. Yeah, I know. A lot more. Everybody's got skeletons in their closets, old Miko. They all got skeletons, every one of them. Everybody has some kind of skeleton. Difference is how many skeletons are in their closet compared to others. Ooh, grapes. Mm-hmm. 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 Well, that's good. But Popeye's show was just another disaster. But I don't think he didn't simulcast it this time, but he had to go use, and I remember this guy. I don't think he's no longer on YouTube anymore. He's either dead or the other guy, but the same guy, I don't know. 2 shows ago, he used that guy, Mr. Joe Philippines. He died. He's going after dead people to try to find material. Then this other guy, I don't know if it's the same guy or not, it might be the same guy. I mean, I remember this guy because he was the only one on here. I said, what the fuck is he wearing? He's wearing that kind of headdress, you know, you got the cloth in the back to protect your neck. Some people wear it, a lot of yuppies do. And saying all these foul things about me and my girlfriend. I don't know if they put words in his mouth that this guy, who never knew me really, it could have been AI because, it more likely was, because this guy didn't really know much shit about me at all. I'm thinking that was AI. Mick says, no matter how much money he has, he declared to the world his debauchery on YouTube. No respectable woman in Asia or Western world will ever be with him again. Well, considering his age now and everything else, he has to hold on to what he's got. Okay? It's critical. Oh, sure, his money, he could pick up a woman anytime, but generally, that's just what it is, a paid date. That's all it really is, just a paid date. He's got his height against him, and really, I'm not going to go into that again, but his height is against him, his weight's against him, his diet's against him. Everything's against him, really. His whole such thing as morality. What morals does he have? None. I seen what Popeye did on you. It was pure AI. Yeah, because I know who that guy didn't know me for jack shit. No, it was AI. That was very well done, though. I give credit when it's due. Bravo. I'll always give credit when it's due. I've seen them do things on me that I almost applauded because I thought their editing was so well done. Or it was actually the rarity that something was really that funny. But there's a few things I always thought, and I laughed along with everybody else, even the trolls. I thought it was well done. I kind of think of myself as a creative person in many ways, creative of thought and so forth, but I will always recognize a work of art. I mean, if something was done real well and it made me laugh, well, I'll give credit for it. Oh, I know that. Oh, yeah, they said, oh, yeah, they're going to send us to the immigration department. Oh, that's not the protocol. They know it, I know it. It's not the protocol. It says right in there, if you look up on ChatGPT about the immigration system, they do not accept any random, unqualified, undocumented, unstamped, notarized information as to who's sending it. There's a whole list. I mean, I know, because I've been through this. I could tell you that. So, which brings up the $60,000 question here. What is their problem with me? I'm still trying to figure it out. They were making me the fall guy on here. In what he had the AI to have that guy say about me, there wasn't one element of truth. What did they say? It was my brother's. They keep on saying it, my brother's house or something. That's getting old. My brother's house. Only thing my brother ever owned was in a relationship with his wife, where they lived. No. Oh, the second house in Wilkinson, Indiana. Beautiful farmhouse type thing. Okay. Other than that, he owned a trailer. My brother, believe me, never owned a house in Hawaii. He was never in a position to do that. Oh, and what did they say also? That my brother gave me the money to buy the house or gave me a big down payment or some shit like that. Never happened. Nico, what he said about you lately leaves himself in hot water. Now that will bring trouble on him, silly boy. Well, that's why I record this stuff, and I'm so good at it. No, he will never be able to live in a Philippines. He could pick Thailand. He could pick any other Southeast Asian country if he really decides to get out of Florida. No, it would be a big mistake he ever fit for the Philippines, because as long as I'm alive, and if he's living out here, I'm going to go for him. Definitely. I'm smart enough to keep even the littlest things on him that he doesn't think I have. And it does present his character, how he thinks of Filipinas. His whole gangster attitude. In other words, an undesirable. Cut to the chase. His undesirable behavior. Oh, I'd get him good for that. Oh, I'd get him really good for that. I'm just, please move out here. He won't move to the Philippines. He'll find an excuse. Go to Colombia or something where you could speak the language or something. But he failed there too, didn't he? He visited Colombia and he failed finding women over there too. No matter where he went, he failed. Just a fucking failure. But understand, and maybe you think like I do, and you can't take things too personally on here. Remember, you got to understand, where's the source, Mix? Where's the source? Where's the source coming from? Big mouths, bullshit artists, liars, people that are not exactly living this high life that they claim they are? Ethically, morally, socially, even financially. And to think, you reach a certain stage in your life. You go through 3/4 of your life, and you want to spend the last 10, 15, 25% of your life making a fool out of yourself, doing horrible things to other people. And yes, they'll stand behind the Bible, though. Oh, yeah. All the hypocrites, they stand behind the Bible, but they just don't practice what they preach. They talk about goodliness. Well, I haven't seen it. We're still waiting. Oh, he talks about me all the time or makes innuendos. I got more on that guy than you wouldn't fucking believe. And I could do some dastardly things, and one time I did. He didn't like it. A lot more I can do. I'm not intimidated by him in any form or way. Because I got shit on him that'll put a light on this guy, not a very good light. And what the fuck is he doing? He's questioning the relationship of whether Gilda was married or not, that I'm in this adulterous relationship, and what the fuck is he doing? That's why he's not going to go back. That's one of the reasons he ain't going back to the Philippines, because if his wife, Asawa, gets pissed off at him again, he's going to lose out big time, because she could get him for adultery. She could prove it, that this woman has been living, the mistress has been living with them all this time. Talk about adultery, real adultery. He's not going back to the Philippines. Hell no. Hell no. These people think they can ruin people's lives by telling blatant lies. Surely karma would deal with them. It already has dealt with them. Big man gets the Malaysian to say the same lie about you. What do you expect? You're not dealing with people that, how we define sanity, how we look at as being the difference between being respectful and disrespectful. They got too many skeletons in their closet, but they're afraid to open their closet for everybody to see. But you see, it all comes out in the wash. Sometimes it comes out slowly. Sometimes they make a big mistake and they say something on Facebook that exposes them and the viewers to some truth about what really happened in the Philippines between him and his wife and mistress. Oh, that came out. But all of a sudden, they're all buddies now. Everything is good. Everything is beautiful in a special way. I got bluebirds on my shoulder. Let's handle this amicably and make her happy as can be. Put a smile on her face. Take out that black ace. You know how it works. The wife has him by the balls, no doubt. Yeah, I don't doubt it either, man. It's pretty obvious to anybody, really. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. You got to look over your shoulder. You got to walk on eggshells with this kind of stuff, You got to be on your best behavior, because if you piss her off, remember, she's still a Filipina. She's still a Filipina. She doesn't have to be living at the moment in the Philippines. She's got Philippine citizenship. She could turn on him anytime she wants. Just go to a Philippines courthouse. That's all it takes. That he's committed adultery. Exactly what he's doing. They're all living together. One place, one bed. One big happy family. He knows all this. In my book, to make a lie like that against a person is on par with murder. It's that serious. There's a lot of serious stuff going on here. They don't realize how serious it is. They're all at each other's throat. They're in relationships and they're at each other's throat. It's all saving face. When they come on here, everything is great with my Asawa. I'm the only one who can tell the truth about that because everything is great. I could say that. Without blinking an eye, I could say that and mean it. I'm as happy as a man could possibly be in a relationship. Fits like a glove. A nice warm furry glove. They can't all say that though. I'm sure he has sleepless nights. He won't take a chance in going back. Well, he can go there without her being there. Sure he could. But I wouldn't trust the situation. She would. All they have to do is get into an argument. She's got him by the balls. She already got him by the balls. There's no doubt about that. She got him by the balls already. She knows it. She could hold something over his head again anytime she wants, and she knows it. And he's on guard. Yeah, I'm going to make that mistake again, he's thinking. That took me for a lot of fucking money on that situation. Allegedly. The big man crossed the line with me when he got the Malaysian to spread that lie on me. The gloves are off now with him. What's the lie that he spread among many? Now you're the basement. Oh, we're basement guys now, I guess. We're basement guys? No, I don't live in a basement. I live in a decent house. Ain't got no basement here. Last I checked. Don't live in no dang basement. Plus the fact, Frank, a bigger worry is her family. He could become a statistic very easily if he returns. True. Hey, look, that's for him to deal with. Like I said, he's not my favorite topic on here, but, it is what it is. It's just a simple way of saying I don't really care. He's going to do what he wants to do. His living situation is his own. If he's happy with it, I guess it's all that matters. But that does create complications. One person is enough, but dealing with at least two women, sharing the same bed even, my God. It's like a commune he's got going there, Without the hippies. I wouldn't want to be involved in a situation like that. That's just too complicated, man. The P word, Frank, accused me of that. Oh, he's starting to call you that now. Oh, we're all pedos now, right? When they get mad at you, they call you a pedo. Well, I don't know anything about you, Miko. I don't know that you're a pedo, and I'm not going to call you one. I'll be respectable enough to say that. I only will call somebody a name or a classification if I know that's what they are. If they're a creep, I'll call them out. If they're fat, I'll tell them they're fat. If they're fucking desperate, I'll call them desperate. If they're lonely, I'll call them lonely. But only based on facts, not because out of anger. I've done a few things out of anger, though. But see, I admit it. There's a big difference between me and these people out there. I'm always willing to admit I'm wrong about something, but if I'm right about something, don't fuck with me, man. You got a lot to prove me wrong on anything. That's how they go. They lie to destroy. I don't know, you think somebody would do something a little more worthwhile with their life? A little bit more. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. It's their life. We can't do anything about it, but we could change their life if we want, but maybe not in a great way that they would like. They figure their money is their power. They get the best lawyers, blah, blah, blah. But then, you see, here's the thing. There's something called evidence. There's something called proof. Accountability. That's a very important word. Accountability. And I got shit on this guy. You wouldn't believe what I've saved. I had some brief conversations on the phone with him one time. I think I still have a recording of that. See, I was always ahead of the game. I had a couple of conversations on the phone with him. About Nika, actually. I think I held on to it. I think I have it on my computer, actually. If I seen that Malaysian in person, God help him. Yeah, do it in his country, then sneak out. That's the best thing you could do. Sneak out. Do what you have to do, then sneak out and come back. Go back to your country. What'd you say? You're in Ireland? You're not in the Philippines, are you? No, you're in Ireland or something? Yeah, just hit and run, man. Just hit and run. If you feel that strongly about something, just hit and run. That's all. That's the kind of thing that you have to live with, you know. You feel that strong about somebody. Or you don't have to raise a hand at all. There's other ways of taking care of it. You don't have to do it yourself. It's better that you don't have anything to do with it. Have somebody else do it. Dublin. My Irish eyes are happy. Okay, let me ask you a question. Why is it that all these Irish chicks, you know, like the St. Patrick's Day parade and all that, and all over the world, on St. Paddy's Day, they wear these buttons saying, "Kiss me, I'm Irish." But, I mean, I've never tried it before. It would be an interesting experiment, but, you know, how come they'll shun you away? They might slap your face, but they're wearing a button that says, "Kiss me, I'm Irish," and if you went to kiss them, they probably wouldn't take to it. So what's that all about? If you look what he put out about me, it's the same as what is done to you. Yeah, I know. I'm well aware of it. Well, he's never been the most popular person on YouTube, that's for sure. Everybody caught him in so many lies. He was with she said he never went to bed with her, but I've seen her actually in bed at the hotel. She was live in the morning and he was snoring. Oh no, he wasn't in bed with her. Come on now, man. Some are okay. Yeah, I've dated Irish women. Red hair and all. The fire is, well, actually, why are they so fiery? And what do I mean by fiery? Like the red is like fire, but I tell you what, the light skin, it's like, I thought I was white, but, you know, and the funny thing about the Irish women, I don't know why. They respond sexually like no other woman I've been with. I don't know why. This one gal, she was from North Carolina, but she was, she was Irish. White skin, just really white. But she definitely had that fiery red hair. And she really got into it with me when we were intimate. She's only the second girl that ever said to me, at least even one time, has made my head swell, that I gave her multiple orgasms. Is it an Irish thing? Irish blood? Are they more responsive or something? I don't know. I'll never forget. She even told her friend, who worked as a waitress at a local, music club, I used to go to. Actually, it's her roommate. I said, what did you tell her that for, man? Oh, she's my roommate, Because her waitress friend, she was telling me that she never had multiple orgasms like that before. I said, she told you that? My head was swollen. Maybe the waitress was thinking, man, but she had already had a boyfriend. Maybe she was thinking, maybe I should get together with this guy because my friend was going wacky over this. It's not like that chick never had sex before. She was very sexually active. So yeah, that was kind of a swollen head. Both heads, actually. European girls, much same, Frank. Some good, some bad, yeah. Italian and Irish are similar personalities, especially down south of Italy. Really. I haven't been to Italy. I couldn't tell you that. I'd like to. I want to go to the boot. Shaped like a boot, Italy. I like to go to the booth. The boot. Boot. B-O-O-T. Not telephone booth. Booth. Anyway. Yeah, European chicks, yeah, they're cool. Never been to Europe, but, I've been with chicks that are from Europe. Very interesting, very interesting. But the redheads, I don't know. They were really very heavily into intimacy, you know what I mean? They sure were. But there's a point when I say no. I mean, this is not for children to hear on here. I had one girl I was seeing for a little while. She has such a tiny voice. Big gal. I don't mean she's fat. She was like solid. You know what I'm saying? But there's some things I just really don't like, And I disappointed her because I stopped. And I stopped kind of doing what I was doing because, well, it was that time of month for her. And it wasn't a trickle, It was an estuary. It was talk about a Bloody Mary in the morning, And I'm just saying, oh my God, my sheets, my bed, my mattress, even my member. You think somebody just got fucking murdered. And I didn't like it, and I stopped. And she was pissed because she was ready to, ready to make it happen. And I stopped right in the middle. Oh, she was pissed. And we never saw each other after that. Oh my God. I'm sorry, but, I was more worried about staining my sheets and shit, I had another girl, but it wasn't that. It wasn't her monthly. If you could fucking overflow a river, this girl did it. When she orgasmed, she had flow that, again, soaked my bed, soaked me, soaked my sheets. And I'm thinking, is this chick fucking pissing on me? What the fuck is she doing? I've never seen anything that much. Or maybe she thought it was kinky or something. She'd piss on me while we're having... No, that's not what it was. She was flowing a river, my friends. Oh, the river was angry that day. George from Seinfeld. The ocean was angry that day. I don't mind sharing this with you for a good laugh. I had all kinds. My God. I had some girl who used to color her hair down there, green or blue, whatever it was. I don't remember, it was one or the other. One of them that was platinum. Like, what the fuck? Fat bottom girls make the rocking world go round. I never had too many fat bottom girls. Oh, one or two, sort of, kind of. Makes the rocking world go round, Miko. Me Irish eyes are happy. I didn't like Irish guys, though. I mean, personalities. The Irish women. But don't get into an argument with an Irish woman. I don't know, man. I still don't know. Why are they so goddamn fiery in every way? I mean, no complaints from me. But they were different. So let's see. Carol, Indian Carol. Then there's one other gal. And one other. No, four. One was from Nebraska. that liked to visit Seattle. And maybe staying here for a while. She liked this one band. She used to follow this band. They used to play in the club. I don't know, maybe she liked one of the guys in the club, but then she developed a liking for me, and I wasn't attracted to her at all. She wasn't really attractive, you know. In fact, I felt sorry for her. And I don't want to feel sorry for anybody. She was looking for a man real bad. And this is a true story. I'm not fucking you. And I felt kind of bad for this, really, but I gave in to something finally with her. She would hang around the same dance club thing that I went to, bar, you know. And on the way out, I gave her a little kiss on the cheek. And I meant it as a friendly thing. She really took to that. All right, so one day I was going to head out to the club. I used to go there every couple of weeks. And all right, she rings me up and she says, and this was the night that I was actually going there to Sparky's. Sparky's was the name of the place, Sparky's. So I'm dressed up to go out, got all my, you know, my gear on, my leather jacket, everything, you know. Got my cologne on. Go out and meet the boys and ladies over there. Listen to some music, pass the time. So she calls me up and says, before I go, she went and fucking rented a fucking motel room right up the block from Sparky's on Highway 99, otherwise known as Aurora Avenue. You know, like Aurora, Colorado, or as the Aurora, Highway 99. I knew the place. And she wanted to be intimate with me in the worst fucking way. And I gotta be honest with you, I wasn't attracted to her. And I'm not, you know, I am not a guy that's just going to screw a woman for the sake of screwing a woman. There has to be some attraction factor. I'm sorry, but I'm not like these expats that come here. They just screw anything that moves. Or anyone has a fucking pulse, you know? Anyone has a pulse. Okay, I go over there. She's in her 90s. 90s, some, you know, old-fashioned 90s. Nightgown. She smoked a lot. She was smoking a cigarette. And I'm like, okay, should I be here? Should I really be here? Is this right? She wanted it. And I thought to myself, okay, I'm not raping a woman. I did it basically. It was a favor fuck is what it was. That's all it was. And I didn't feel right about it. But she wanted it. And I gave her it. And holy shit. You know, about these Irish women. Talk about organisms. Jesus Christ. Joseph and Mary. That was it. She got satisfied. And I felt bad. I left her right in the room because she knew I was going out to Sparky's. She knew I was going out to Sparky's. She knew I wasn't going to stay with her because it wasn't right. And I wouldn't have felt comfortable staying with her. No. Hope she at least stayed in the room for the night. She paid for the fucking room just to have me come over. And God forbid if I didn't come over. I guess she'd just be unhappy and not very happy with me. But sometimes, you know, you give into situations that you don't want to give into, you know. Have a good heart. Make the woman happy. One night, an hour with the franker. No, if it does her good, it does her good. Who's me to complain? But that's not who I am. I didn't feel good about that. I thought about it after I left. You look like a louse, Frank. But no, I wasn't a louse. You know, she wanted me to come over. She rented the room. I didn't rent the room. It's usually the other way around. Some guy's getting a hotel room. Come on, babe, come over here. Let's have some fun. But no, she did that. I didn't do that. This is not, I'm not Mike's Philippines Retirement. I'm not making up these stories. I'm not the hello, you lovely people guy where he just makes up all the fucking stories on here. It's just to pass the time and get his algorithms going. I don't give a fuck either way, algorithms. Fuck that shit. That's what went down in Frankie Town. Incidents like that you don't forget. But you see, the difference between me and these creeps out there, I have what, you could define as morality, morals, disassociated with a religion, please. Okay? I have a conscience, okay? And I'm not perfect. I'll get mad at people. I'll say a few things I said on here. But admit you're wrong when you're wrong. It's all you have to do. And you do it for yourself, not for somebody else. You do it for yourself. Everybody's highly critical about somebody on here. You can't afford this. You ain't got no money. She ain't really in love with you. Give it a break. It's not working. And it's not going to work. It's just not happening. Remember, what you wish on somebody bad can come right back on you in spades, brothers. That's a fact. And it has happened, hasn't it? But yeah, I had my fun. I had my fun. Yeah, you know what? Like back to my teenage days, I've never want to be a teenager again. To go through all those emotional highs and lows, your first loves, all this stuff, puppy love, and that's horrible when your hormones are first coming out and it tears you apart. I know I watched my girlfriend's two sons. They have girlfriends, and now one of them, the younger one, he's only like 13 years old, is known this one gal for 3 years. Kind of an item, But then this other girl comes into the picture that got his attention, so the original gal is getting upset and jealous, but they still really into each other. But you see, the boy is getting kind of enticed by the new gal that is more readily available, that's right in her class, more accessible, And so now there's like this little crazy triangle going on. I'm thinking to myself, God damn. I know what a triangle is. I had it once in Seattle, but to a good girl, too, that either one of them were great. But one of them, who I really had an interest in, I actually had an interest in both of them, but I couldn't have both. But nevertheless, when you're an adolescent and all that, those days they're hard days. You're exploring life, and all of a sudden you're getting feelings you never had before. You don't know how to control them because you've never felt them before. Man. Okay, your wife, your woman, whatever. Do you remember the first time that you ever got together? How intense it was when you were going to be intimate for the first time? Yeah. It could make a lame guy salute the flag like he's never saluted before. It's always that chemistry at first. Always. Always. Somebody new. Exciting. If you have to use those fucking pills, you could throw them away. But we have an inboard chemistry that a lot of people don't realize. There were relationships in the world that are broken up because they thought they fell out of love with each other. No. Let me tell you what that is. It's chemistry. When you first meet somebody, your adrenaline's all charged up and your cortisol, it's elevating too. Your hormones are flying. They're flying. They're going nuts. They're going nuts. You're going to break out in acne sometimes too. They're going fucking haywire. A new conquest, right? A new conquest. Damn. It's exciting. Shit, you'll have sex 3 times a day. If not more. Then, of course, you settle into your relationship. It's not 3 times a day anymore. It's not that for me. It's not like that for most people. You've been in a relationship for a while. Now, it's not because they're not attracted to you. Nah, it doesn't work that way. And some people, situations could be that. But what happens is it's your chemistry changes. I'd have to look it up at what you call that, but actually, I studied that once. And what happens, and I really don't remember exactly what's going on except hormones, of course, but it's not like the guy or the woman is turned off from the other party. And that's where they go wrong. That's where they go wrong. Well, honey, we used to have sex 3 times a day. That's pretty extreme as far as even as a young man, I don't care. That's still extreme. You do something too often, it gets a little played out. You know what I'm saying? It really does. When you mature, things change a bit. You don't need it every single day or certainly 3 times a day. I don't know about you. Maybe you're oversexed, but, or maybe it's just overloading on too much testosterone or whatever, or steroids. But come on, 3 times a day? No, I'm sorry. Maybe as a much younger man, or when you just meet somebody and then you finally get sexual with them. Since your first experience with them, you're going to say, oh yeah, we're finally doing it. Hey, let's do it later again after lunch. Okay. How about after dinner before we go to bed? Oh, okay. But when you're with the same woman every single fucking day, it's like the excitement wears out. I mean, not truly, but this is like that fresh blood type of thing, and your hormones go wickety-wackety. And you're thinking, maybe I'll never see her again. I got to get my time in on this, I got to punch the clock here. I'm going to go overtime, make a little extra money. And you go hog wild on it. You figure, I may not see her again. I want to take advantage of the situation. Tell me that's not done. That's done all the time. You may got to go back home to America or wherever you come from. It's my famous 13. Boy, you guys are devoted. Hi, Pops. Hi, Big E. Hi, Mick. The boys in the band, huh? The boys in the band. Yeah, I've had some very interesting acquaintances, relationships, and stuff like that. Yeah. To think that some of these guys maybe had one woman in their life. No, I believe that before you marry somebody, if you're a young man, I really truly believe you got to play the field a little bit. Because, puppy love speaks loud. Your first love, she's the one for me. Well, even as an adult, I met several women I thought was the one for me, but they weren't. And you totally convince yourself that they are. I don't want to let this one go, man. I can't let this one go. I can't let anybody else have her. But then things don't work out. That's just life. People change, moods change, hormones change. Maybe you change and she don't like your changes or vice versa. Shit happens, man. But when you're young and in love, oh my gosh. That's some really brain-crashing stuff. I mean, it's heavy stuff. God, when your hormones are flowing and you realize certain things about your body, too, as a teenager, a young teenager, that your body could do certain things. We don't want to get graphic on here. Holy cow. You had your first fucking orgasm. Fucking A, it almost floored you, right? Right? Didn't it? The earth was shaking. You felt this adrenaline going from your toes all the way to your head and back, your arms to your legs. Right? You remember those days? Oh, I don't get that anymore. I don't expect to. Nothing like that. Nothing that powerful. That's normal. Don't worry about it. Nothing that powerful. When you're younger, you know, and your hormones is just going whoopee-i-ki-yay. Oh, yeah. You almost think you're going to pass out. Really. But not everybody feels like that all the time. And what's sex anyway? Do you know sex is 75% psychological and 25% physical anyway? It's a mindset. Now, you have a choice. You could have your mind on your partner, or your mind could be wandering to somebody else. And it's not against the law. That sometimes happens. If we have to go back to that television show, Married with Children. When he had sex with his wife, Peg, he used to put, and so did his neighbor friend, they were both alike in that way. They used to put the centerfold on the headboard of the bed. How insulting is that? Although Popeye, when he gets off, he has this full-length centerfold of me or Gilda or both of us on his headboard. Oh, my God. How sick is that? Well, that's what, on Married with Children. That was funnier than shit. He couldn't get where he wanted to get by looking at his own wife's face. Had to have a centerfold and make believe, that's who's underneath me. Tell me guys don't do that. Of course, I'm happy with what I have. I don't really need to do that kind of shit. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. There you go. But yes, in all actuality, I don't know the real percentage. I made it up. But I'm gathering like 75% of sexual response and orgasms and all. It's really mentally, it's not totally the physical act. Because you got to have a certain train of thought to do what you have to do and get the job done. You know what I'm saying without getting too graphic here? It's never stopped me before, but, probably won't ever stop me again. But I think you get my point. It really takes your imagination. It's the imagination station is what it is. You guys getting horny from this? Why wouldn't that surprise me? Please don't tell me you got your panties down to your ankles just listening to this. Please don't. I can't handle that thought. Put your pants back up, Popeye, please. I'm developing a mental image here. I don't think I could handle it. Probably jacks off to my picture. Probably Gilda's too. Because all he talks about is me and her. He's attracted to both of us, men and women. It happens. Sometimes people go both ways, that happens quite a bit. But anyway, and so on and so forth and all that shit. What time is it? I didn't have much for lunch, did I? Oh, I gotta soak my lentils. Gotta soak my bra. I gotta soak my lentils for later. I'm gonna have some delicious brown lentils tonight. I'll spice it up with something. I don't know what. Oh my gosh. Ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. Tomorrow is my 10th anniversary of being with the lovely, did I say lovely Gilda? My 10th anniversary. And you thought it would never last, trolls, didn't you? 10 years of unwedded bliss. 10 fucking years, fools. 10 years. 10 years. $10. How many people said, I give him 6 weeks? Oh, your math is awfully wrong, pal of mine. You're way off. 10 years and counting. Put that counter clock, Popeye. You got the little ticker thing for Barry. Why don't you put a little ticker clock for me? Frank's relationship status. You got the time to do that. Frank's relationship status. Are you enjoying this mix? Okay, I am. So enough about my sex life, my personal life. That's right, I didn't rent the hotel that time. I didn't rent it. I got lots of stories. But, I don't know, I've given out a few stories. The nudist gal, the Italian-American nudist gal in Seattle, and her family, Paula, her sister, and the sauna at the Snoqualmie Pines, nudist colony, all that shit. Yeah, I've been around. I've been around. Yeah. I'll die with a smile on my face. I mean, I can't imagine not having multiple experiences with women, because how are you going to know who's right for you? And I know, you've had those times you met, because I did too. You meet a woman that you think is perfect for you, but then turns out maybe a good thing happened that you broke up, because as time went by and you look back and you look at the life of that person or how they turned out to be, whether physically or mentally or whatever, then you realize that, if you're religious, you're going to say that you got some angels watching over you. I don't know. That it was meant to be. Some things are meant to be. Be happy with what you have, not what you don't have, really. Like I said, anybody in here could label me, make allegations, and call me any name they want. But alas, I'm living my life. They're not living my life. They're living vicariously through my life, which is sad even to make that statement. But they are. That's sad. And it's mad. Sad and mad. Live your own life. You too could find a good woman if you just stop being an asshole. Perhaps. It's anything's revelations. Revelations. Now, it's amazing for me to say this, but when I look back, it wasn't all that bad. Not really. Not really. Revelations. I was listening to some 80s music. That's when it all happened, 80s to 80s. There were good times, there were bad times. I remember we went out in my Peugeot car, my Peugeot of all things. Peugeot. Everybody wants to rule the world. I remember those songs. There's a lot of good 80s tunes that I can remember that really bring me back. The truth is, sometimes I kind of wish I can go back and relive some of the experiences I had. Of course, it's not going to happen. But sometimes I think that way. See, I live in the present, unlike some people, but you can't go back. But one thing you can do, you can relive it in your mind through music. Because a lot of these 80s songs, especially during that time in Seattle, there's a lot of key music that was going on at the time that was part of my life. And you can concentrate on all the bad all you want. But there had to be good in there somewhere, because you wouldn't be with the woman forever. And never, 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 seemingly. If there wasn't some kind of good going on. There had to be something. But there was. We had some good moments. We got some good moments. Was she the ideal candidate for me? I don't think so, I think I was driven more from responsibility than anything to stay with her, really. Because, this bad father I'm supposed to be, I think I stayed with her because the child wanted to give her a name and all that great stuff that responsible parents like you, like me. It wasn't all bad. I actually had a lot of loving moments with her. Actually did. But, some things end badly. Sometimes you need a wake-up call, but when somebody violates you, well, there's no room for making that up. There's no room to find reason to stay together. Now, of course, I could just speak for myself, but I have my own golden rules. Don't cheat on me. If you're not happy with the relationship, move on, but do it the right way. But then again, that's me. That's the way I look at things. Don't get carried away and cheat on your partner, spouse, whatever. If you're not, say, happy with the relationship, you talk about it, and you part ways and do it the right way. There would be no reason to be unfaithful to your partner. You got to do things the right way. This way, where you make an amicable split up. That's the way I see things. So that may be years to come. Maybe you're still in touch, but no, it doesn't always happen that way. Afraid to tell you. We'll maybe talk about this. Thinking back at a time. What was that name of the band? It's because I'm Not a Jazz Band or something like that. Nothing but I don't know. I remember that hit me. That was the music that was playing during that time. Another one is, everybody wants to rule the world. And I had memories going back. We're driving in my little Peugeot. Piece of shit it was, but it ran. With the music on. It was cool. We'd go to my friends' little gigs they had in Seattle. The Socialites, a band I took pictures for. We did a little 45 album cover for them. We enjoyed ourselves out that night, So yeah, there are memories. I got memories. Any woman that was ever somewhat significant in my life, of course I do. I can't rule everything out. I can't say just because there were breakups that it necessarily means that they were a bad person or did something bad. There's just a lot of factors that might have played in, like anything, Maybe it wasn't meant. But one thing that does bring me back, and it really does. I could have something on some feed in there, some music come on, and I say, oh my God, like from the 80s or something. I'm like there, you know what I mean? I know you probably felt that way too. I'm there. It brings me back in this time machine that I like to talk about every now and again. Brings me really back. And I miss some of these people. Not necessarily everything about my ex-wife, but there were moments. But not just with her.
I had some good times with some of the women. I'm not talking about sex. You know, where you're with somebody that you actually enjoy their companionship. That makes your world whole again. So, I don't exactly think any of those people listen to my YouTube show, to be honest with you. So I'll just sing a sentence of the girls I've loved before. Yeah. Hey, let me tell you something. The truth. When I love, I love. Pardon me. When I love, I love. I love deeply. You ever look back on these moments in time where you say to yourself, you know, where are they now? Are they happy? You know, are they happy? Did they ever think about you at all? Well, you know, people's lives move on. They're not exactly thinking about someone they dated 20, 30 years ago, whatever the hell, you know. I know that's not natural. But I'm one of these different guys. I guess I always am different. I do think back sometimes on the people that I've actually dated. I do still have very vivid memories of the women I were with. I actually do. Sometimes I miss those days. But, you know, unfortunately, you just can't go back in time. But it doesn't mean that you can't go back in your mind from a simple song that might have been special or something. It may not have been you and your mate's song, but it could have been like a song that was playing at the time that reminded you of that era, you know, that era in time. That I don't, for most of the women I ever dated, I don't have too many regrets with most of them. A few of them, yeah. But here's the thing. I think as people, as humans, we get quite emotionally involved with a woman, or vice versa. It's that emotion that either heals you or destroys you, you know. If something doesn't happen right, you get pretty destroyed about it. Unless you're the one that left for good reason. But if she left you, yeah. You can imagine the emotion involved. Yeah, I've had my moments. I don't like that feeling. Well, I don't think anybody does. But, you know, life's a challenge, you know, you experience different things in life, and you know what, you learn from it. Oh, man, I've learned a lot. Of course, you know, me, human nature, blah, 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 you know. I'm always learning. I'm always learning. But you gotta look at it this way, that you were fortunate enough to have had experiences with various women, various types of women, various cultures. You gotta look at the bright side. A lot of people never had that opportunity. They might have married the first girl they ever got together with. And that's probably not a good idea. Because you know, if you haven't dated around, you just really don't know, you know, what's best for you. You've only had one choice. And that's where sometimes I think marriages don't last, because if not just for that, because you haven't had enough experience with different women. And you should actually give yourself that opportunity to do so. Don't, out of desperation, marry the first woman that you meet in your life. Nah. I just don't think that would work out. It generally doesn't. Yeah, I know. You might be in a desperate state of mind. It happens. I'll tell you, when I was in Seattle, really when I first moved, I didn't know too many people, really. It wasn't easy. So I guess when she was sort of introduced to me, no, I had nothing else going, really, to be honest with you. I really didn't. You know, you need companionship, so you hang together, and you kind of get used to each other. And it's all good. And sometimes you might question yourself, well, I should have made better choices. But the reality is, sometimes you reach that point in your life, oh man, I gotta have somebody. And you grab whatever's available. Oh, okay, she'll do. Well, shouldn't do that. But I understand about the whole concept of loneliness, because I've been there many times, too many. I think I spent more time out of any relationships than I've been in relationships. Just figure, I don't know, what was it? The 80s I was married and then I divorced her and was a single man ever since, up until now. So when people say, oh no, you never dated so many women as you said, Frank. Well, actually, I did. I was a free soul, free to be with anybody I wanted that would have me in their life. That's the way it works. You're free to sow your oats or to look for Mrs. Right. You have every right to do that. And you should explore. Every now and then, which seemingly is the right woman that comes along. You thought she was the right woman, right? You thought. You didn't know better, but I mean, shit happens. So you break up, all that. And then, you move on because, life moves on. It has to. You can't be stagnant and spend the rest of your life, dreaming and thinking about this one great woman in the past that stole your heart. The words are the past. You can't go back, I'm sorry. You can't go back to your past. It's not possible, but you can remember. Oh, she has her phone on now. Hello, my dear.
Hi.
Talking about past loves or thinking back or things that could have turned out that didn't and stuff like that. Well, here we are modern day, and tomorrow is our anniversary of 10 years. 10 years, yeah. 10 years of being together. Longest relationship I've ever had in my life. Longest relationship. Now, of course, I'm happy about it. When I go on YouTube and I see all these people just scouting around Angeles City and, I don't know, wandering around aimlessly with no direction, I said, man, that could have been me. But I wouldn't do what they do, though. I'm certainly not going to grab some woman's tit at a bar near the street like Scotty did, These are creeps, perverts. I mean, to me, that's not living if you have to go from crappy hotel to crappy hotel. And you can't stay in one place long enough because maybe you did something wrong there and you want to escape and go somewhere else, and maybe they'll forget, or you have no direction. Meanwhile, your body's looking frail. You only eat one meal a day. You're drinking. And all you eat is because YouTube becomes your only friend. Hello, sir. YouTube becomes your only friend.
When it gets that bad,
You can already see they're working out.
well, you're over the edge.
Clean up the rest.
As that one guy who liked to go in the street in Angeles City I just spoken of. Totally aimless, no direction, no future, seemingly. Possibly autistic. I don't know what the whole story is with him. He might actually be autistic. Is that an excuse? I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. According to how you want to look at it, everybody has their own opinion. But to me, that's just not living. I couldn't see my life any other way. Sure, there's going to be hurdles in life, like anything can be thrown against you. Spaghetti on the wall, see if it sticks. There's always somebody out there to create, to create havoc and all that. Not havoc master, but, there's always somebody to try to create havoc in your life. And you just got to rise above it all. You don't let somebody destroy your life unnecessarily. No, you don't. Mm-mm. Not my intent. But wandering around aimlessly in the streets of the Philippines like some of these vloggers do, I couldn't see myself ever doing that. Unless I was just going to do kind of a documentary on street life or people living there and so forth. I could see doing that, but I couldn't see much else. I mean, that would get old after a while. I don't think I could handle that. Well, I know I couldn't. I could handle a lot of things, really, but I really wouldn't want to see myself in that kind of a position, And at my age, I certainly hope that would never happen, so... But sometimes you got to consider yourself lucky if you have managed to hook up, and it's been going well. 10 years tomorrow, folks, 10 years. 10 years. I think we're going to probably go out and have a dinner. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah. Consider myself very fortunate. Of course, I wish the best for everybody else, too, I can't be that selfish. I mean, I could be, but I'm really not. But don't, make judgment on somebody's relationship when you're not living it. I think people have been listening to me for years. They know damn well I got a great relationship and all that it works for us. And it's all that matters. It works for us. It don't matter what somebody else thinks or what they wish upon us. They can call her names. They can call me names. But see, the thing about that, it doesn't change anything. It don't matter what somebody thinks or says, because they're not in a relationship. It don't matter. You know what your relationship's like. So if somebody says, oh yeah, she's only with you for this, only with you for that. Well, the very people that are saying that, like Snicko and all that, who tries to point out, oh, she's just an ATM machine or whatever. Snicko doesn't say a lot of nice things. And I don't say a lot of nice things back to him. And he's not living a good life. He never has been. And he ain't the father of the year and all that shit either. He was a fucking drug addict. He still admits he's an alcoholic. I'm not an alcoholic. I'm not a street drug fucking addict.
You were there for me, Bruce. And
That puts me levels ahead of him. He's not in a real relationship. Hasn't been in a long time. But we don't have to just, pinpoint on him. This goes for, a lot of people on here. A lot of people that are not exactly living that special life they try to portray on here. Oh, we discussed this. This is not the first time, and it probably ain't going to be the last time. We know who they are. They know who they are without mentioning names. They know. You don't even have to say a word. Nada. Don't have to say nothing. But I'm not them, and they are not me. Okay? So you can't just say something that ain't true when I know what the truth is, because I'm living my life, they're living theirs. You can't tell somebody you're not happy in your relationship. How do you do that? Are you living with that person? So how would you know? I know, because it sounds good to say that, right? Isn't that what it really is? 3 thumbs up. Fantastic.
Because it sounds good to say that. Because what they're trying to do is take away their own hurt and put it on somebody else, or try to do it anyway. Try. Not very successfully. It's up for them to change their lives. I'm not their mama, I'm not their nursemaid, and I'm not their caretaker. If your life is fucked up because you fucked it up, if you were alone in your life and you can't get a woman, there's got to be a reason for that. There is a reason for everything. Okay? There's a reason and a season for everything. You're obviously doing something radically wrong. If you can't hook up with a good Filipina, something radically wrong with you. Can't blame, well, you know, all these excuses, well, you know, all these Filipinos are scammers. Are they really? Really? I mean, I could walk in the street and I could see a Filipino out there. Oh. You can't do that because it ain't true. This is not true. But because their life is so fucked up, they have to think very negatively about Filipinas because maybe they had a bad relationship. Maybe she broke up with you because you were an asshole. But of course, you're going to blame her. You're going to blame her. One going by right now. You got to see what they look like. You got to see them around. They're all around. Look at them. Single women, got their own little motorcycles, and a lot of lovely women out here. Fuck these blanket statements. Oh yeah, they're all scammers. No, because you weren't successful in getting and holding on to a Filipina. Isn't that what it is? This is my pre-anniversary special here, okay? Yeah. For all the people, all the naysayers out there, my relationship would never last. Another blast in the face again. Oh, he's not happy, or she's just using him, waiting for him to die. You really think that way? Is that the way your mind really works? Now, there are some cases out there we could probably say that with some people out here. And we know it for a lot of reasons. Because we know that they actually are scammers. And they're not with their women for, you know, we got this one fuckhead from California that ran away. Comes out here, he's fucking with women hanging around in bars. He looks like a breadstick. Gets the chick pregnant, he's living with her. And then he's living under responsibility for the kid. Maybe he's at least taking some responsibility for the kid. I certainly hope so. But yet in the process of living with her and having a baby, he fucks another woman and gets her pregnant, but she had an abortion. Well, I don't know, maybe fate says something. Who wants to have a baby from him, right? Another breadstick with a big mouth, coward, finagler, stalker. Yeah, you don't want to inherit those genes. But it's really easy as Aunt Bee's huckleberry pie. I prefer apple. But not Ricky's ex-girlfriend apple, but apple pie with whipped cream. Thank you very much. Words don't come easy to me. Well, words actually do come easy for me. I kind of say what's on my mind, and I'm not afraid. I'm not intimidated by anybody. I'm going to say what's on my mind, and I'm going to mean it. That's the difference. I'm going to mean it. You ain't going to do nothing, sir. You're not going to. Oh, I can name some people I did something to. Yeah. What are they thinking right now? What? What are they thinking right now? Oh, they're living in hell right now from something they did. They, T-H-E-Y, they did to themselves. Oh, that's never going to happen to me. I could call Frank and his girlfriend anything I want, and I'm going to get away with that. You might, but you're not. You might not. You might not. And Snicko, who has a really foul mouth when it comes to my girlfriend. I don't forget things, Snicko. I think you know that. But you're still badmouthing. And nobody's going to stop me from coming to the Philippines. You want to bet on that? Really want to bet on that? I got enough shit on you that says that they would regard you as definitely and undesirable. How you label Filipinos, your gangster talk, your image, the things I got on you on videos. Are you sure about yourself, Sicko? Are you really, 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 really sure? Are you? Come on, talk to Uncle Frank. Are you really that sure? I wouldn't be if I were you. Because I decided I don't like you. And for good reason, because you're a coward. Not a coward in the sense that you're afraid to face me, but a coward in the sense that, you hide behind all your little idiosyncrasies and pretend to be the big man on campus when you're not. You're a little man at the bottom of the totem pole. That's what you are, sir. You're a little man at the bottom of the totem pole. Never getting anywhere in life and pretending, I'm living the life. I'm living whose life? You trying to live vicariously through my life? I know. I'm the greatest father, he says. Oh, I know better than that, Nico. That's the point. See, we know better. Not just me. We know better. You admitted your fucking drug past. You admit you're still an alcoholic. I don't want to really get into that again. We've actually discussed this before. It's just a waste of my oxygen, really. But I think you know where you stand in life. I think you know very well, sir. Nobody's going to prevent... Well, look, Barry said a lot of things like that, too. Oh, no, the immigration's not going to catch me. Oh, no. Frank's going to go nowhere with his case. Frank don't have any evidence. Frank don't have any evidence. Ha, ha, ha. Fuck you. Finger up in the air. Where is he now, Snicko? Come on. Where is he now, Snicko? Where is he? Come on. Where is he? How did he get there? By accident? Nah. He broke rules. He broke laws. And he broke my rules and laws. I didn't stand for it, did I? No, I didn't. Obviously not. Over 3 years now, the motherfucker's incarcerated. But again, I can't take all the credit because, well, he kind of sort of put himself there because he just continued to do the stupid things over and over again that got him in there in the first place. All right, I might have a disconnection here in a second. Certain positions. I can't take all the credit. You had to have done something to get there, right? It didn't just happen. You did something to get there. And you're doing things too, Snicko, and other people. Oh, you got your phone on, dear. Oh, boy. I don't know if they could hear me through your mute. It's all right. Stay there. You ain't got the fan on. Anyway. No, things just don't happen on its own, folks. It doesn't happen. And you can't make a statement like, oh, you ain't going to prevent me from living in the Philippines. Are you sure about that? I don't know. My track record says that you're wrong. My track record says you're wrong. With that mouth of yours, that cockiness of yours, Snicko, and you are cocky as shit. The way you look down on women is just totally disrespectful. Totally disrespectful. It's going to catch up to you sooner or later. No, I guarantee you, you may visit the Philippines, but you're not going to settle down here. I'll make sure of that. Well, that's a promise, not a threat. That's a promise. That's a promise, because you went over the line like Barry did with me. Way over the line. And what do you have against my girlfriend anyway? What did she ever do to you? That's a good question. Do I say anything about your friend Maria? No, I don't. Have you noticed that? You know why? Because there's nothing to say about her. But you have plenty to say about my girlfriend, motherfucker. You got plenty to say about her. There's my 13 famous ones here. You have plenty to say about her because you're a fucking fat piece of shit coward. That's what you are, and you know it. Oh, I know, your tough guy image. Again, the bandana, the tattoos. I'm a tough guy. Yeah. Rack 'em, smack 'em, whack 'em, rack 'em, rack 'em. We know you're a tough guy at heart. My goodness, dude. Just take a fucking good look at yourself. Take a look at yourself. You're just an empty shell. That's exactly what you are. You're an empty shell. You, like Scotty and other people, like Big Kevin, you have no direction in your life, which is you go on your little waterlogged scooter that you spent a lot of money on, that you're still fixing up constantly. We know it came from a person who ripped you off because that was a scooter that was in a flood. And you bought it for 75,000 pesos. You ain't that smart. That's never been, a winning point with you. You're not that smart. You never were. You're dumb as shit. You still calling genre? You still calling it genre? Are you? Okay, whatever. No, you're not that smart. And you don't even own that fucking house in Florida. It's your mother's house. Why are you telling people all these fucking lies? And you can't even get along with your adopted daddy, Popeye. You can't get along with anybody. Nevertheless, getting a woman. You got to hang around with good old Maria. God bless her soul. You got to hang with good old Maria. Nice gal, by the way, folks. I don't know a lot about her, to be honest with you. Not really. I met her briefly on the ferry, and she seemed nice enough, Of course, she had to listen to him, and if he is adverse against me, chances are she's going to be adverse against me modern day. That's kind of how it works. But you got to learn to think for yourself, though. That's the problem with a lot of people. Make your own assessment of people. Don't base it on what your boyfriend or girlfriend thinks or something or whatever. Make your own assessments. Be your own kind of person. Be your own person. Use your own mind. Utilize your own values, moralities, and all that shit. Just because it's your girlfriend or your boyfriend does not mean you have to adhere to their beliefs and all their negativity. I don't take her to be like that in a short time. I don't really take her to be like that. I don't. That's my assessment. Now, of course, she hangs around with him, and of course, she's going to speak highly of him if she ever did. Pretty much, she's a meal ticket. He's a meal ticket. Take her places on the bike. That's all it is. It's a meal ticket. Oh, excuse me. It doesn't mean they're not really true friends. I think they are. But I think that's about as far as it can go. A woman makes a decision, says, no, I could not see myself married or being permanently in a loving, sexual relationship with someone like him. And that's cool. But, because friendship is cool too. And in this world, the truth is, if you have even one friend, and good for him for this, if you have one really good friend, then you're a rich man. So if she's truly a good friend of his, then he's a very wealthy man. Not in money, but friendship. That's really important. I've always valued that. So, I'm not the kind of guy that, you think I'm going to find reason without proof to label somebody as something or make my own assessment. I go by what I see and hear and experience, and that's where it all comes from. I don't make shit up in here just to have a show, because it's not going to benefit me, because, obviously I'm not monetized. I don't do what other people do on it. They come up with old bullshit stories that never happened, because they got to, put the time in. They got to get the viewers. They got to get they want to get that AdSense, I don't play that game because I don't have to. I'm not monetized. Probably never will be. So I don't have to play that game because I don't play games. If I say something or say I'm going to do something, I'm going to fucking do it. I think some people know that. You can put me to the challenge anytime you want. You're free to say and do whatever the fuck you want. But always know that there's going to be opposition that you may not like. You may not like the end result. Keep that in mind. Okay, that's what I'm going to say about that. Don't make an assessment to somebody unless they've proven otherwise. And I don't make my assessments unless it's proven to me, not to somebody else who's having a problem with the individual. It has to go by me first, by me. What my analogy is of that person, that troll, it has to go through me. through me, not by what anybody else says on it. I use my own judgment. I use independent thinking from what I've heard, I've visibly seen on their shows. That's how I work it. That's how I swing it. I'm not going to come on here and tell tall tales about somebody that are not true. It has to be proven. And boy, do I got evidence on a lot of people on here. I could prove any day of the week if I had to. Not that I won't. Not that I haven't been working on it either. Keep that in mind. You don't know what I'm doing. I don't tell you everything. You think I do, because I'm highly personable. I don't tell you everything, and I'm not going to tell you everything. I may highlight something sometime, which is kind of like a semi-silent flare going up in the air, firing some warning shots. When they don't adhere to my warning shots, and they continue to do the really horrible, libelous things that they do, well, sometimes I have to force my hand. I have to force my hand. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Cracktivities. I have no idea. Anyway. Otherwise, it's just a waste of your oxygen. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that when you ain't going to do shit. There's certain protocols. You want to make a complaint on somebody, for example? What, with immigration, example? You better damn well have ample evidence signed, sealed, delivered, notarized through an attorney and backed up by not hearsay, not an AI video, not a third-party video. It doesn't work that way. It would have saved me a hell of a lot of trouble if it was that way. I'll tell you that much for sure. It sure would have. But unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. And if you make false reports on somebody, you could get your ass in trouble too. You got to think about that too. You may not like somebody, just get it over. Hey, I don't like you, man. Hey, that's cool enough. Feeling might be reciprocated, you know. But to continue, like, make a fool of yourself on YouTube, that the only thing that gets your show by is talking all the drama, trying to aggravate people, trying to get their goat, pull their chain. It may work with some people, but it doesn't work with me. I'm well beyond that stage, brother. I've been here for 10 years on YouTube, maybe more. I went through all that shit, time and time again. I'm well versed on what you have to deal with on YouTube. I would definitely say. Well, you know what they say. Well, you know, to say that statement. It's a kid's statement, but I'm not even going to say that. Bottom line is, get your act together. And don't make an assumption that you could say whatever you want about a vlogger, you know, a foreigner, or about his wife or girlfriend, or family members, and think, well, I got away with this before. I'm going to say whatever I want. You can't do nothing about it. Yeah, I know. I knew people on here that thought the same way, but it didn't turn out that way for them, did it? No, it didn't. They either dropped dead, or they're incarcerated, or there has been information turned into the prosecutor's office on them. One or the other, take your pick. That's all I have to say. I want to watch a movie. That's what I want to do. With my honey bun. I'm going to watch a movie. Living the life. What is living the life? I'll tell you what it is. It's living the life the way you see it, the way you feel comfortable in your life, not the way somebody wants you to live, expects you to live, or says that you're not living. There you go. Saves a lot of breath. Just come out with it. You can't take away happiness from somebody with a fucking false report. In fact, you might make them rich. You ever think about that? Increase their happiness. Yeah, I'm considering something here. Combination, criminal and civil suit against somebody. I certainly am. Who can't use more money? What's wrong with getting justice when needed? I will quote, when needed, when absolutely necessary. Otherwise, let it ride. If your skin is thick enough, just leave things alone. But, you know that imaginary line that if you cross that with me, ooh, get my feet wet, ooh, too warm, ooh, too cold, ooh, I think I'll go way out here. You go way over the line, brother. Way over the line. There ain't no turning back. The tide's going to keep you flowing.
Good evening. Good evening. Welcome. Welcome. This is the night before our 10th anniversary. Well, you know, they said it couldn't be done. It couldn't be done. They said it couldn't be done. But guess what? But it's our 10th anniversary tomorrow. Or after 12 midnight tonight. They said it couldn't be done. Then again, they said a lot of things too, haven't they? Like Barry would never go to jail, etc., etc. Okay, we're not going to get into that. Let's keep it loving. But we're going to do a shoe tomorrow morning. It's my usual wake up time when I get up and do the little things I have to do first. And we'll put a normal, pretty typical morning show together tomorrow morning. They said it couldn't be done. 10th anniversary. God bless everybody. Well, my lovely Gilda, we proved them wrong, didn't we? We proved them wrong. Yeah. We certainly have. If you got love, it's lasting, you know. But they just try to emphasize everything negative. Let's catch Frank with a key phrase or something when maybe he's argumental with the lovely Gilda. Well, we don't really do much of that, but we are human. There's nothing to say of our love. I don't agree with her all the time. She don't agree with me all the time. Oh, hell. I mean,
everybody have opinion.
Everybody has an opinion. She does. I do. We get along marvelously, but I'll save all that. I'll save all that for tomorrow morning. I think that's probably better to save it for tomorrow morning for my show. But I will just say, it's our 10th anniversary. How many years, Gilda?
10.
How many? Say it again.
10.
10. 10 years. Must be doing something right. Oh, I know. I'm her ATM machine. If you only knew. Oh, hell's bells. I don't know. People can't handle it when somebody has some form of success, you know. Oh, hell's bells. We got a house together. I mean, what the fuck? What the fuck? And you're actually with somebody that you actually like being with? Not because for show or you have to be with somebody to show somebody you're not gay or something. You know, come on. Come on now. We know whether you're gay or not, or you go both ways. You know, we figured you out. Don't worry about it. We know the real story. 10 years. I don't know how many YouTubers are out there that have been in a relationship for 10 years. 10 years. Oh my goodness. 10 years of bliss. Well, I think it has been, really. Yeah. I'm not complaining. Perfection? Nah. There's no such thing as perfection with me, with her, with the dog. But, you know, 99.99.9% we're in agreement. And we do get along. There's always that little percentile where maybe we don't agree with each other on something. As, you know, trolls like to emphasize on here. As if to say, your relationship is a disaster. Really? I mean, like, really? I guess you'd have to live here to understand that. But I think my viewers know the truth. People envy us. They're jealous of us. They are. Shit, Popeye has a poster of me and Gilda up in his fucking bedroom. Well, okay. It's actually surpassed by a picture of his dog, of course, but, you know. That's the only bitch he's going to get in his life. But I don't call women bitches, though. I mean, when I'm angry, maybe in the past to somebody on YouTube, you know, I have used that terminology. But, you know, out of anger. But I got it under control now. I'm fine. I'm actually fine. You could get mad every now and again. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. You have that right. You have that right. But, you know, we'll discuss more of that on the relationship part tomorrow morning. Please tune in tomorrow morning at my nice early time. Please tune in. Tune in. We're going to talk about this bad relationship. We will celebrate. Did I say it was how many years, lovely Gilda?
10.
Say it again. How many years?
10.
Yeah. I heard people in the past say it wouldn't last for 6 weeks. Crow City. Crow City. Oh, man, I surpassed that 6-week prediction, didn't I, by far? I certainly did. By far. Well, anyway, we're not going to rap all night here, you know. I'm just kind of winding down, me and the missus. Me and the missus are going to wind down a little bit here, you know. Yeah. Have some sweet dreams. Hold hands. Yeah, we're going to probably go out for a nice dinner tomorrow. I think that's what we're going to do. I'm not going to buy her flowers. You know why?
No flowers.
Because she'd rather have a real plant than flowers, because it makes sense. See how she is? Because you plant a flower plant or something, and it lives on. You give some cut flowers, and, well, you just killed that flower. You know, you just killed the flower.
Just bring the pot.
Bring the pot, she says. You know, bring the pot. Not the smoking type, you know. Bring the pot.
Together with the pot.
Just like Christmas trees. I never believed in, you know, I grew up, I've had real Christmas trees and all this stuff, but I never liked it. I never liked it. Why cut down a beautiful tree that's meant to grow and suck up all the bad shit and produce oxygen? What, just for Christmas to decorate it? You cut down a beautiful tree, Mother Nature, you know? That's why I prefer an artificial tree. You know, take it down and use it the next year. Why cut down nature's trees? I mean, let them grow, reach the sky, create a beautiful forest for birds to live in and other creatures. Well, they do have tree farms, and they grow them specifically for Christmas. I mean, I could probably approve of that, but I think the better use is to plant them in a forest, really. Just plant the tree. May I put my, may I plant my lovely tree in your forest? Actually, it goes, may I plant my tree in your lovely forest? All right, the meaning of that might be over your head, so I won't go there. Okay. Yes, indeed. Gala show tomorrow. Dancing girls. Gonna have clickbait. We're gonna retell stories over and over again. Rehash old hash. You know, like normal vloggers do when they don't have nothing to talk about. Oh, we might put a few ranks in there, but no. I think tomorrow will be a special show. Special. Of course, I'm not going to wake her up to do the show. I'm up early. I allow her to sleep, even though I get up early. But we're going to talk about it. Let's give them something to talk about. 10 years of wedded bliss. Unwedded bliss. It's all the same to me. As long as we're together in all kinds of weather. Do. And that was on a Grey Gardens. Grey Gardens! On a Grey Gardens song on the movie. We will be together forever. It was a good tune on Grey Gardens. Did I say Grey Gardens? All right, let's get real about this. You know, history was not made. Skyrockets didn't go off in the sky. But I had an opportunity I thought was kind of cool. Oh, I know, they play it down. Frank got a credit on a award-winning HBO movie. What's wrong with that? I never overplayed it. I said I got a credit under research assistance. But now, like I was marrying the or something or whatever. Did you hear all the stories that came out of that too? Me and the director supposedly at odds. Some crap like that. With Michael Susi and so forth. It wasn't like that at all. Oh my goodness. I took it for what it was. I got a research assistance credit. I was very proud of it. Thanks for the 100% here. Hearts, thank you. I was very proud of it. Come on, give me a break. How many people on here, I got a couple of questions. How many people on here, in any form or way, had their name on an award-winning movie? It don't matter what they did. They could have been a gaffer. They could have been a sound technician. They could have been a janitor. I mean, whatever. You know, research assistant. How many of you raise your hand? Raise your hand. Or, you know, give me a number one sign on here. If you actually had any kind of a credits on an award-winning movie. And I don't care what position. Were you an actor? You know, you technical staff? Nobody I know of. But of course they had to play that down. Okay, second question. How many of you have had any photographs published in photographic publications that were very popular for the time? Raise your hand. I don't hear anybody. I don't see anything. No, because I'm not going to see it. I got a third question. How many of you have ever owned a house in Hawaii? Put a number one if you did. All I hear is crickets out there. I mean, literally, actually, I'm hearing crickets outside my window, actually. Actually, they're probably the lizards or frogs or something. I don't know what they are. But I didn't see any response to those 3 questions. You want the 3 questions again, folks? You're just tuning in? How many of you out there know they'd love to downplay everything I've ever done? I don't know many people that have really accomplished a lot of things. Maybe you got one guy who travels a lot or something, but I haven't heard anything spectacular that has gotten my attention from any vlogger out there. None of them. None of them in the 10 years I've been on here. Seriously. How many people, and I don't care what your position was, had their name in any form or way on the credits of a award-winning movie of sorts? And I don't care what you did. I was a research assistant, credit. Other people might have been, technical staff, gaffers, lighting, whatever. How many people out there, again, had their name on any kind of fucking movie, had any association with an award-winning movie, HBO or otherwise? I'm hearing crickets, literally. Listen. Do you hear those crickets?
No.
I hear them. I'm deaf and I hear them. Second question, again. How many people have had photographs in up to 15 publications of any sort? Photography magazines or otherwise? Huh? Don't all come in at once. Third question. How many people have dreamed of, or how many people have ever owned a home in Hawaii? I don't see the numbers out there. All right, there you go. Okay. How many of you people have ever had more than one girlfriend in your life? Oh, maybe I'll get a couple of numbers on that one. I'm not even sure of that. Okay. How many people have had 10 girlfriends in their life? And you can put your numbers out there. How many people had 15 to 20 girlfriends in your life? I'm not talking about you being married for 15, 20 years. How many people have had girlfriends, 25 girlfriends in your life? Nobody yet, huh? How many people have had 30 girlfriends in their life? Nothing yet. How many people have had 40 girlfriends in their life? Pretty quiet out there. People have had 50 girlfriends in your life. Now, when I say girlfriends, I want to straighten out something. Bonafide girlfriends, or had relations with that many women. Okay. How many people have had 60 relationships with women in their life? I'm still not seeing the numbers. How many people have had 70 relations with women in your lifetime? Not seeing no numbers. How many people have had 80 relations with women in your lifetime? Screen is pretty grim. How many people have had 90 relations with women in your entire lifetime?
Hundreds.
How many people have had 100 relations with women in your lifetime? I'm not seeing no numbers out there. How many people have had 110 women in their lifetime, relationships, girlfriends, otherwise? How many people have had 120 women in their life? Anyone? Screen is pretty dry.
You've been one.
Well, I did.
You've been one.
I got you on 4 of these, folks. Okay. How many people, added number 5 to that. How many people have been in a solid relationship with a Filipina for 10 years? There might be a couple of people out there, I don't know. Well, I have. And tomorrow morning is my morning celebration of 10 years with the lovely, I say lovely, Gilda. That's right. None of you people can compete with me. You try, you put on a big show, you put on a big attitude and all this shit. But you've never done the things I have done. Oh, sure, I'm not a world traveler, And I don't carry a carrot with some fishing line on it in my pocket. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, I've been around. How many people think they're experts on women on here? Well, I don't think I'm an expert. How many proclaim to be an expert on Filipinas? They may only live here for a couple of years, but they're experts on Filipinas. Like, we know some shows that talk about that. Haven't lived out here long. They may just put a new show. I just moved out here. And let me tell you what Filipinos want. How do you meet a Filipina? I've heard guys that just put new shows on here. And they're experts on the culture. They're experts on the Filipinas. They're experts on nothing. So that's one thing Popeye can't talk about. Well, there's a lot of things people like Popeye and his minions can't talk about. That they've never been in a long-term relationship that lasted too long, or any decent length of time with a Filipina. No. They roam the streets of Angeles City, poking their cameras in these women's faces, which they don't like. They don't know what to do with themselves. So what do? I gotta attack Frank because we gotta admit, he did get his shit together, didn't he? Oh yeah, I've even heard some of the trolls say that in the past. They said something, well, I gotta admit one thing, he did get settled, but I even heard it from the big pants people out there. I've actually heard that. Then, of course, they attacked me after that, but, you know, it's where it goes. So why are they so adverse to me? Because I got my shit together? There's the smiley faces on my screen. Thank you. Don't attack me for that. You want to attack me? Give me a legitimate reason. Did I kick your dog? Did I throw literally mud in your face? Did I rape your wife? What did I do? If you can figure that out, why don't you share it with me? Oh, Frank did this, he did that, he did this. Really, I'm a hell of a guy. If I could accomplish all the things, negative or positive, that they said, I mean, I'd be a pretty interesting fella, don't you think? And there's Mr. Happy Dude. Hello, Happy Dude. I loved the supplement video you did earlier, Frank. We need more of that. You have so much to offer the community. Well, thank you, sir. Well, I think I do, but you see, you got to understand something, sir. They're not going to highlight my good points on here. They're only going to think, oh, let me catch Frank and what he said on here against somebody or whatever. They're not going to bring out the high points of my shows, how much I've served people on here for zero money. Zero money. It says you are slowly becoming a serious vlogger and cleaning up your image here on YouTube. I don't know, you said that before. I've always been a serious vlogger. I don't know, you've said that before, sir. Several times. And I reminded you, I said I've always been a serious vlogger. I won't be on here for over 10 years if I wasn't serious about it. That doesn't mean my endeavors involved getting rich on YouTube. I just don't think that's ever a possibility. At all. At any time or point, changing things up or anything, it's just not. I don't go out. I don't put all that meta tags in the data and all that shit to bring an audience to me. I don't do anything like that. I don't need to. I don't really care. If I got monetized, it might be a good test if I'm still on. But seriously, I couldn't do it anyway. I got a strike against me. Unless you got to wait a while for that strike to wear off. But it's not my endeavor. And one of the reasons is because I don't think I could become successful on my show. There's too much negativity out there. People are not going to donate. Oh, you get a few. Oh, there'll be a few that would donate, but it's not going to be like on these hate shows and all that, because they live for that shit, you know. Just make sure you have the right posture throwing those weights around. Don't hurt your back. Oh, I get you on that. Yeah, I got to watch that. Absolutely. Well, I'm not dealing with, it don't matter anyway. Even a 20-pound dumbbell, you could hurt yourself with that real easily. Oh, I try to, yeah, I try to. Look, I'm not out to kill myself with all this stuff, you know. All I'm interested in, a little muscle tone, that's all it is. Just making sure my muscles have some strength to be able to carry things, to avoid a fall, to be able to walk properly and constantly as I get older, and to hold my body up. You know, little things like that that we all need to do. We need to hold our body up, right? Right. Yeah. Doo-da-doo-da-doo. Oh, the eagle shits tomorrow here. The eagle shits tomorrow. That's right. The eagle shits tomorrow. Payday tomorrow. Payday tomorrow. Oh, perfect timing. Yeah. Got to take the lady out for an anniversary, either lunch or dinner. What do you prefer, dear? A lunch or dinner anniversary? You prefer to have a anniversary dinner? Is that just you and me?
You and me only.
You and me or the kids too?
With the kids too.
With the kids too? Who's paying for this fiesta? Yeah, we could do that. We could do that. Yeah. We could certainly do that. It's a special day. And it is. It really is. I'm not shitting. I'll tell you the truth. You know, I never had a relationship that lasted this long. Yeah. I've been with numerous women in my life, but it's not the same. Of course, there was a couple along the way I thought were winners and all that stuff, but, you know, maybe it just turned out for the best. I don't know about this fate thing and all that stuff. I don't know. Things turn out, I mean, you know, the fact that I'm even living in the Philippines, you know how wild that is? There was a time I never thought about the Philippines. You just heard about that on the news, or you see something in National Geographic with the natives of the Philippines or something, and the lifestyle or the poverty or the typhoons and earthquakes and all that great stuff that happened in the Philippines, you know? Never did I ever figure I was ever going to live or even leave United States for that fact, or even leave United States. Put it that way. Here I am. Imagine that. See, things can change in your life and you don't expect it. But fortunately for me, you know, I've achieved my goal. But somebody out there is trying to throw a wrench in the machinery. Yeah, for real. Actually, numerous people are, but one in particular. But they're going to have a surprise. Yeah, probably will. Oh well. It's not like I don't send up the warning flags and all that shit. A man's got to do what a man's got to do. You know what I'm saying? Here's my sweetheart. Hello. Hello, baby girl. You got to go, gingerbread? I think you should. Because you're going to pee in the house. I don't want that to happen. You're on prednisone. There they go. Sometimes she just puts her head out and goes back in. Maybe because her eyesight on one eye's a little bad, she didn't want to go all the way out. Or she's kind of contemplating, should I go pee? Or she's just kind of looking around, protecting the house. Do I hear any dogs out there? You know, what am I looking for? And you're still scratching, even with the prednisone, but I got to give that 2 more days for it to work. I'm supposed to be taking 2 doses, not me, but the dogs. Yeah, the dog, period. Yeah. See, she goes back in. When the dog's on prednisone, make sure you have a water dish out all night. If they want to drink, you let them drink. But I can't be there to let her out in the middle of the night if she has to go. That's why I always try to make sure I'll give them a chance. If you gotta go, you gotta go, you know. But yeah, tomorrow morning, be a normal show, but I think we're gonna, I don't know, talk about some high points in my relationship or something that I'm willing to talk about. It's just, just have a pleasant show tomorrow morning. Well, we're just gonna totally eliminate talking about trolls and all that shit. Come on, come out. You afraid to come out? I think maybe I should do one of her eyes. That's what I'm thinking, you know. She's scratching again. 2 more days on the pred. We'll probably take care of that. Do you have any problems satisfied? How? What kind of a fucking question is that? I think that's highly personal. But I'll answer it. No, I don't have a problem. But that's kind of a rude question to ask. My goodness. Look, I get personal, but I'm not getting that personal. My goodness. And now you're back out again. Go join Sal. Come on, if you gotta go, you gotta go. That's a lizard you're hearing, by the way. Do I have any performance issues? Dude, I allowed you on my show this week. You're a newbie, but you have just earned a pass out. That's kind of rude questioning to ask. You're off my show. What, are you trying to get off on a picture of that? I know. That's rude. It's none of anybody's business what our sexual relationship is. None at all. I'm not trying to get you aroused on my show. Thank you very much. Imagine the nerve of that guy. Imagine the nerve. That's none of your business. It's our business. What we do, whether we have a trapeze on the fucking ceiling and we do a sex act hanging from a trapeze, or I dress like a fucking Viking, or whatever. Or do cosplay like Ren Zero used to do, or what this other guy living in Vietnam does, you know. You want to ask him about all his antics. He'll probably tell you. His ego is so fucking big. But no, you don't get that shit out of me. Let's just say I'm quite satisfied. How's that for an answer? All right? That's all you're going to get. Oh, there she goes. Now she's deciding to go. Good girl. It's better she goes now before I hit the sack. I don't want her to pee in the house, because there might be times she might. If you're on prednisone, you just might very well. Boys got to watch it, you gotta be careful. Don't smell around. Just go to, why can't you do like people? Go to the toilet and piss. But no, they gotta go into circles, spin around, and find that just right area to take that piss or shit. They're amazing. Imagine if we had to do that. I don't know, we got some vloggers that go round and round and spin their tail, chase their tail all the time. I guess if dogs can do it, people can do it too, I guess. Always a great show here. There's no reason for people to be so fucking envious. They're so full of fucking hate. Well, okay. It's not that they're full of hate. Although they could verbally be hateful and stuff like that. I really think that there's some kind of disconnect where, in their own life with themselves, that's what I think, that maybe things are not going their way the way they hope to. It could be financially, it could be romantically. Maybe they've been searching for that perfect Filipino woman and stuff, and it just hasn't happened. But, there's a lot of elements in there as to why that's not happening. And I think they first got to examine that first. I mean, I really feel that way. Examine, what are you doing wrong? Look, I've been wrong before. My first really emotional thing with somebody here in the Philippines didn't work out, but I didn't give up. I mean, I was ready to throw in a towel after that. I was an emotional wreck from that. I really was. I seriously was. Not afraid to say it. But you move on. And as, time, and stuff, things happen, work out for you, or they don't. And maybe you get really lucky and you find somebody that you really a good fit. Sorry, I had a brief disconnect here. I'm not sure what happened. No, I'm not supporting a basketball team, Popeye. Well, they'd make a pretty swell team, though, actually. But no, I got 2 of her kids living here. That's it. Her whole family is not living in my house, I assure you that. But they are welcome to come and be here anytime they want. How's that for an answer? I have no problem with that, because I get along with every one of them. Very well, in fact. Thank you very much. Very well. Thank you. So if you got a problem with me for some reason, you got a problem with me, first question I ask you, what is your problem? No, dig deep among yourself. What is really your problem with me? Because although I don't have the viewers and all that, I have a successful channel, and it doesn't mean that I have all these viewers. It doesn't mean I have all these subscribers. People have been coming to my channel for 10 years. And despite me, I had 13,000 subs at one point until I fucked it up. And I did fuck it up myself. All on my own. Instead of hide stream or hide channel, I hit delete channel. Yeah, I had 13,000 and had about over 1,200 videos. If you don't know that about me, now you know that. But because I'm not monetized, I really don't care how many subscribers and views I have. I'm not lining up to get monetized. I don't care either way. Because I always question my future on this thing, that's especially why I don't care. It's not a big deal for me. And like I said, even if I were monetized, come on, what am I going to make of my show? Seriously. I was monetized before, maybe not for a long period of time. I didn't give it a chance. Well, I fucked up on that. Remember I told you I actually deleted my channel. But I suppose if I would have stayed on all this time and I was monetized, I think things would have built up a little bit. Of course, there's always opposition and all that, and these people wouldn't donate to me. They would try to get other people, don't donate to Frank, don't donate to Frank, You hear that shit all the time. Let me see. Is anybody in here? I gotta shut this down. I didn't know. I thought somebody was in here. Okay. Gotta shut this puppy down here. Fans, television. So I could go lay down with my sweetie pie. Okay, Sal, you want to say goodnight to your daddy? You want to say goodnight to daddy? What a terrible man I am. Loves his woman, loves his dogs. I'm such a horrible man. You can't give love like this. I don't think these people are capable of real love. That's my opinion. All right, hello, sweetie. You say goodnight to daddy, baby. Okay, daddy, love you. You get some sleep, okay? You too, you get some sleep? Okay, girls. I'll shut the hall light. See, that's how you treat an animal. And if you could treat an animal that way, then I know pretty much you could probably treat a human just as well. And probably could be very successful in finding the right woman and holding on to a relationship. Because if you possess these horrible qualities, horrible, they'll go together. Well, I think you could possibly have some success in holding on to a woman that you met, or even the ability to meet a woman. Not a woman that's just your friend, you're pretending it's your girlfriend, shit like that, It's not, a real live woman. A precious selection, yeah, but I don't take them all these days. I don't, absolutely not. Should do a cooking show. Well, I've considered that. So a lot of stuff she cooks, though, that some things I don't eat because, she might fry it with seed oil for them. They're used to that. And if you hear an echo, I'm entering my jar, so I got to take a piss. So I'll be right there. I got to put you on mute. I'm trying to be very courteous here. Oh, whenever. I could do that in the morning or whatever. Yeah, we're back. And the other thing I was going to say, God, where was I before I interrupted my train of thought? Oh, about doing shows on here. There's a guy, I mean, look, I personally can't see myself if I live to be 80 years old. I personally can't see myself doing shows at 80 years old. There is somebody who's on there. Was that foreigner? And what's his name? The guy from Britain. He's you know, he kind of got involved with a scam and didn't have a license to do all this charity work. Britain, the Philippines, or something like that. He's got to be at least 82. Yeah, I think he's the oldest dude on here that I know of, anyway. He still does some shows, but I just don't see my future. I don't know if I'm going to live to be 80 years old. Are they just coming back? What do I see? Oh, I'm just looking at the lights outside. I think I'll be alive if I'm 80 years old. I don't know, be alive next year. I mean, what the hell do I know? I made it this far. Call it luck or supplements or diet. I don't fucking know. All I know is I'm here. I don't take it for granted either. I really don't. But I can't see myself at 80 years old still doing a YouTube show and getting attacked at 80 years old. Could you please post more videos of Gilda? No. She's not part of my YouTube show. She may appear in the background sometimes. She may make a comment. They got plenty of photos of Gilda on the Copycat channel and other channels. Of course, they're edited and they depict her as a bar girl on a stage or something. If you want to see pictures of her. There you go. But no, she's not a YouTuber. I should grab that tissue anyway. And I don't want to exploit her in that way. You gotta understand, she's not very fond of YouTube to begin with, okay? And I'm not gonna use my woman like a lot of people do on here to exploit their show and get views and stuff, because that's what guys want to see. They want to see women. They got their pants down to their ankles. You know that whole scenario, right? No. I'm not doing that. She's been in my shows in the background, on the side, or whatever. She's been on. It's not like she's never been on. But she is not part of my YouTube channel. Strictly. She is not part of me. No, you can't stay in here tonight, girls. Come on, because you're going to want to go out the door tonight. Come on, go in the other room. Go ahead, baby. Go ahead. I don't mind having my dogs in the room tonight, but I close the door to keep the cool air in. But, ouch. Man, I've got to take care of that toe nail, Gilda. I just hit my toe against the slipper and it hurt. So I got an ingrown, it's starting to get ingrown. I have to take care of that. Have our pedicurist come over here as soon as we can. She has a problem with her toes too. I don't always, but she does. Okay. Hold on a second. I mean, ouch. That's an owie. Every now and then your nail grows. If you don't cut it right, it's going to grow in a different direction. It's going to start making its way into your freaking skin. And that could become painful. She has that problem all the time with one particular. The anatomy of your toes, I generally don't have that many problems with that. But yeah, I was for a second there. But, we'll do a good show tomorrow morning. Tune in around 5:30 or so. That's when I'm usually up. And I'm always usually doing a morning show because I get bored. They're all asleep and it's quiet. And that's when I like to do a morning show. I'll be on it tomorrow morning. Just, hit the notification bell and all that stuff and you'll know when I do a show. That's the best thing I could tell you, But, longevity, well, we'll keep this for tomorrow. We'll talk about longevity of a relationship and all that stuff and blah, blah, blah. We'll go into it. I don't want to give away too much. And, I'll save whatever I want to say about relationships or something. I'll save that for tomorrow. So they're good guard dogs. The kids are coming home. Ow, that hurts the toe when I hit that on the slippers. The skill to have good grip after 8 births.
You're still pretty.
She's still pretty. Good grip. Oh, you're definitely out of here. Wouldn't you like to know? You think I'm going to answer that question?
Sorry.
While you got your fucking right hand on your pecker? I'm not going to give you that pleasure. But keep it in your mind. You could always dream. Dream. Dream, dream, dream. That you're allowed to do. Hey, look, I'm not in a relationship with a fucking runway model or something, okay? She's an attractive woman. She's not a bubblegum chewer 18-year-old. She's a mature woman of 51 years of age as of last month. Okay. I'm not into little bubblegum chewing girls. I have nothing in common at all. At all. Guys are just trying to satisfy their ego, that's all it is. I want to go in a time machine. Go way back when I was a teenager. Well, that's impossible to do. I mean, just because you get a woman that's like fucking 50 years younger than you, a half a century, that makes you a cowboy, that makes you super special sauce. No, if you got that kind of an age gap, it's all about the money. You don't even have to question it.
Right.
Don't even have to question it.
Hindi yan.
Oh, they got to charge the bike? Okay.
Nara!
Throw it through the window. And you know, these days life is complicated. It's really hard for relationships to last, you know. But you know, okay, again, I'll save this train of thought for tomorrow morning. Actually, we'll talk about all the different aspects of a relationship with a Filipino and all that. What makes it last? What do you need to do? No, you don't have to buy her a house. You don't have to give her a big salary every month. You don't have to do any of that shit. You got each other. But we'll, you know, again, these little thoughts, I'll save that for tomorrow, early morning show tomorrow. We'll rap about it a little bit, you know. The ins and outs of a relationship to make it last with a Filipina. The give and take you got to have, all that stuff, you know. Cultural differences, stuff like that. You know, good stuff, good talk. No troll talk tomorrow morning at all. None. Zero. There'll be no troll talk tomorrow morning at all. Nada. It's my special anniversary tomorrow. 10 years, trolls. God, I hate when I say that. Look at Popeye. He hasn't got laid in probably 2 decades. And I'm coming on here and saying I've been in the same relationship for 10 whole fucking years. When they were praying, get down on knees and pray, let them break up or something happens so they're not together anymore. Maybe that complaint will work. Oh, they're just praying. They got their Bible in their hand. They're doing rituals. They're going to the church and lighting a candle. I mean, it's pathetic. I know. Oh, boy. You need to flush your colon. No, my colon was flushed 3 years ago anyway. I had a colonoscopy. And believe me, it was flushed very well. Yeah. And you know, you could flush it, yeah. I wouldn't suggest at my age to have another colonoscopy because that's actually invasive. And they can make a few little mistakes in there and it's going to cause you a little bit of a problem. Maybe a lot of a problem. Anytime they enter your body with something, I mean, that could cause tissue damage and all kinds of shit. But yeah, you could do a natural flush. I know the exact things you could drink and stuff to do it, you know. But yeah, it is good to cleanse your colon now and then. Yeah, it certainly is. You don't have to get a colonoscopy to do that. You certainly don't. There's natural ways you could cleanse it out. Not a bad idea. You'll probably lose a couple of pounds in the process. Yeah. Well, actually, contrary to what you might believe or what they used to say, you're not storing that much crap in your colon. The process is kind of like a peristalsis, like in your stomach. Peristalsis, I think it's called, where you have inside your stomach, for example, you got all these little moving muscles, it seems like, that gyrate. Gyrate like a Filipino whore on stage. They gyrate, and it pushes your food through and so forth. And your colon, you got like muscles that push things along. Contrary, you've heard like stories in the past about these famous people, when they died, they had like 20 pounds of fecal matter in their colon. No, you don't. No, you don't. Now, unless you have a really unusual long-term bout with constipation, it'll build up. But no, normally it moves along. But that's why you should be drinking, or have fiber for one, and you should be drinking a lot of fluids, so everything gets softened up and it allows for a better flow. Here you go. But no, contrary, that's an old wives' tale. They had 20 pounds of shit in their fucking colon. No. Well, they say that death begins in the colon. There might be some truth to that. If it was long term and you had a buildup and it was sitting there from ages, I mean, yeah, you might have a problem. I would probably say you would. It could be even dangerous, But normally, you got all these little muscles and so forth that move things along. Move along, nothing to see, folks. Go back to your home, Yeah, that's what happens. Generally, that's not a problem. But yes, they do say that death begins in the colon if you got an unhealthy colon. That's why you just take fiber. I eat oatmeal every morning. I'll eat certain fruits that could help, things like that, Drink and hydrate enough. I think that's really important to do, is to hydrate. Oh, absolutely, you have to. Just like if you leave something in a pipe, it begins as something very viscous, something very liquidious, and it just hangs there for a while and you don't get enough hydration. Yeah, it could solidify, bunch up, and cause a problem. I'm no expert in colon stuff, but yeah. Excuse the expression, but shit can happen. Just be a regular guy like me. Eat your oatmeal every morning. Eat your oatmeal. And on top of that, and I haven't been doing that for a while, I do got the extra virgin olive oil, but I normally was taking like a half a teaspoon of olive oil before you go to bed. It actually, cardiovascularly, it does wonders. You have maybe a 20 to 30% less chance of having a heart attack overnight, and I think that's pretty good odds. I got to start doing that, but according to what you take, you could be shitting like a racehorse. You got a healthy system if you're doing a crapola more than a couple of times a day, then you're fine. You got nothing built up in your colon. And I could go 2 to 3 times a day some days. That's healthy. Well-formed and all that shit. What a great discussion on that. Talking about shit. But it's a fact. Comes out well-formed. It's not ribbon-like. about the width of a pencil. It floats. They all float. They all float, Johnny. They all float. If it's a floater, you got a good deal going on there. It floats. What do you mean I don't drink much water? How do you know how much water I drink? You don't know how much water. I'm always reaching for an 8-ounce, 16-ounce cup of water all during the day. How do you make that statement? I drink ample. I'm not going to drink 3.5 fucking liters of water a day. That ain't going to happen. As I said, you amateurs don't understand. You flush your body out with too much water, you're flushing out all the good minerals and stuff that you need, the sodium, potassium, magnesium, and other elements. Unless you are going to take, during the process of the day, something that has minerals in it, mineral water, add a little tiny bit of salt when you drink your water. A little bit of salt, not a lot, because you're losing that if you're flushing your system out with too much water. Your kidneys love it, all that shit, but you can't flush your system out with too much water. It could actually be dangerous. Yeah, you just talk to your liver and your kidneys about that. You could actually be doing damage. You're depleting all these electrolytes that you need, okay? There you go. Poor Frank, he's so full of sludge. Well, I think you're just full of shit. Say goodbye. Sister Sludge, you ever hear of that group? Sister Sludge. Was that her name, a black woman? She was Sister Sludge, or something like that, wasn't she? Or was it Sledge? I used to call her Sister Sludge. I got the 100% symbol going up and down on here in my later night show. Always got a great audience. They don't come in here in the masses, but they come. As long as you got an audience, you're doing just fine. Just fine and dandy. It was the smiley faces and the hearts. Look at them going on my screen. Could you guys see that? I don't know. Am I the only one that sees that? Do the viewers also see that? I don't know if they do or not. I never asked anybody. Okay, I'm getting a little bit tired. I gotta wind down here. And it's not really good. It's a good thing that I don't have on camera here, because it'd be a bright light in my face. You don't want all that blue light from your phone. That could interfere with certain, like your pineal gland, and it could be kind of a deterrent on sleep. And you got this blue light that emanates from your phone, which is not conducive to getting some sleep. Realistically, you're supposed to not be on any of your electronics for about an hour or so before you actually do a show. You shouldn't do that. But henceforth, and so on, and etc., we'll be on tomorrow morning, and I'll do my morning anniversary show. And we might take you down to the beach sometime. I don't know. We haven't decided what restaurant we're going to go to. Not yet. Got to think about it. I got to think about what is it, a particular restaurant that I like to eat. I know one restaurant that makes a pretty damn good chicken parmesan. I always have that. It's one of my specialties. That's why you always hear me. Frank eats a lot of chicken parmesan. Well, the one place I normally go to makes good chicken parmesan, but this other place on the ocean, it seems like they give you bigger portions. Wouldn't you say so, Gilda?
Yeah.
Yeah, they give you bigger portions of that. So that might be the place I'll go. It'll be right on the waterfront, right on the water, right on the ocean. And we'll do little clips on that, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, a lot of the restaurants don't always carry a lot of things I like. Why, you want to go for a hamburger? Not for your anniversary, though. You know, I haven't even found a place that gives me the best salad, really, to be honest with you, too. And unfortunately, they're always using iceberg lettuce. They're not using a nice, good, healthy romaine lettuce or similar. You take what they got, really. In fact, she makes a better dressing. If I went to have a salad, I might make her make a dressing in a little cup or something to take over with us and say, let me use my dressing instead, you know. I don't know what I want to eat, but it's just, I get confused and I just get lazy and I say, oh, well, the thing is, I don't eat a lot of seafood or anything like that. I like shrimp tempura. I just had it yesterday. It's a frozen kind, but, still. But since I'm not a big seafood fanatic, generally I go with comfort food, Let them order what they want. I usually go for comfort food. I love chicken parmesan. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't mind. It's not like I have that shit every day. I'll eat whatever I want. And sometimes she might have something on her plate that she orders that we'll even share. Hey, you have a little piece of chicken parmesan. Hey, give me a little piece of what you got there. What do you got? Fettuccine Alfredo? What do you have in your dish? I might try it. We share sometimes. Here, have a little bit of this. Let me have a little bit of that. We compromise. But anyway, yeah, I guess we'll take the chitlings. We'll take the chitlings out. Why shouldn't they join in the anniversary dinner?
So I cook home.
Cook home? What? Huh?
Now if the kids don't go, so I cook here at home.
If the kids don't go, you cook at home?
Yeah, if we go dinner, only you and me.
And what do we say? If they didn't go with me, they'd cook at home? No. I'm not sure what you're saying.
I said we go out together with kids because I don't want to cook here.
Oh, we take the kids out because we don't have to cook at home for them separately. So I have to spend on food anyway. They like being around me. They don't have a problem. And we're not going to restaurants all the time. No, we don't do that all the time. Special occasions or whatever. Or sometimes I just like to take her out for lunch or something. We have some lunch without the kids. Have our own special time together, which you have to have, There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, so I'm going to kind of wind it up here because I got to slowly make my way to La La Land as best as I could. Well, I'd love to get 8 hours of sleep for a night. Wouldn't that be wonderful? That would be wonderful. 8 solid, good, deep sleep. You know the kind of sleep where you wake up in the morning and you're so refreshed, like on the commercials, whatever. They're waking up for a good rest. They got their hands stretched in the air and, I'm greeting the new morning. Well, I greet my new morning. But I don't exactly wake up. Well, actually, I do put my hands in the air when I wake up. I get my circulation going, actually. I'll get up and I'll wag my arms a little bit here and there. I'll stand up and do what looks like a little bit of Tai Chi, although it's not Tai Chi. Well, it probably is. Just to get the get the blood flowing. You get up, sit up gently when you first get up. Let your blood start, going through your system a little bit. Move your arms around, to and fro, up and down, spin around, do the hokey pokey, turn yourself around. That's what it's all about. Get your blood flowing. Yep. Get your blood flowing. Let the oxygen start going through your system. Okay, it's been a really big shoe. Thank you for some of the dialogue, even though we had a couple of clowns in here that I didn't waste any time to get rid of, did I? That's what I do on my show. Don't be asking me rude questions, very personal questions. Does your girlfriend get satisfaction from you? Can you still perform? None of your fucking business. It's not, you're not going to answer those questions. They just want to kind of get off on that thought, thinking about the very lovely Gilda, that's why. All you horn toads out there, find a real woman, find your own woman. You too could be doing lots of these nice, intimate things with the loved one. Yeah, you too can do that. But she's got to find a woman first. And I'm going to tell you something. The older you get, unless you're really wealthy, the harder it is you're going to find a woman that you're trying to look for. And see, the big mistake you guys make, and I'm going to tell you what your mistake is before I go here. Your biggest mistake is this. You always wanted to go for these little teeny boppers. They're still chewing gum, bubble gum. It's like a legal way of rape, really. It's a legal way of child pedophilia. That's what it is. I'm sorry, you got a 40, 50-year age gap. You're going to go with, I don't even care if she's 18-year-old legal age. To me, that's fucking taking advantage of a child because she's still a fucking child at 18 as far as I'm concerned. And you try to take advantage of that, you're a scumbag. You have nothing in common. That's like literally, really, trying to date your granddaughter. That's sick. And foreigners do that all the time. Sorry. The only thing that could take you back in a time machine is your memory. It could be a song or something. But, I'm not a prude, but I'm not sick in the mind either. I'm not going to screw or have a 14-year-old, 16-year-old, 20-year-old, even a 25-year-old girlfriend. I'm just not going to do that. And any women I had in the beginning in the Philippines were at least in their 30s. And that's going back 10 years. So do the math. They were an appropriate age. It wasn't as large as an age gap. Still an age gap, but it wasn't really large. I'm sorry. It's reprehensible. It's sick. It's disgusting. You don't get away in America like that unless you're a rock star or somebody famous. Then it's okay. We accept that in our society. If it has to do with mutual wealth, and we don't look down on that big age gap because they're stars. They're stars. And that seems to be okay, and it's not okay. You don't look people sideways. You blink, your eyes if you see that in America. It's common for young women to be with a successful businessman or a singer, actor, rock star, whatever. A well-accomplished, very wealthy person. Because that's what they go for. They go for the younger gals. They have nothing in common at all. But an average schmuck like you or me in America, we ain't going to be touching these hot little cuties. Come on, man. 30, 40, 50 years younger than you. Come on, man. That's a business arrangement, shit, and you know it. You can deny it all you want. And I have to go. Thanks for listening. Tune in tomorrow morning and kind of celebrate my anniversary morning. And we'll talk more about relationships tomorrow morning. How's that? Tune in. I don't know, 5:30, somewhere around there, 5:45. Hit the notification button, and you'll know. Good morning, folks. And before I even go into celebratory nature of the show, I'm going to get a little bit political here, if you want to call it that. I'm going to make a few statements on here in reference to something, an injustice that has been bestowed upon me and my girlfriend of 10 years. I'm going to make some profound statements here. No joking, no laughing. I'm going to be serious. Allow me to collect my thoughts here because I got a lot of things on my mind this morning. Well, as I lay down here with my partner of 10 years, a few things have to be said before I kind of move on with this. There are people that try to get in the way of your happiness, but unfortunately for them, and through my tenure on YouTube, it has never worked. However, there's been an effort by somebody that is so absolutely cruel, vindictive, and revengeful that they do not want to see me being happy, simply because the person's boyfriend committed crimes and his current situation put him into a situation that he's not very happy with. But let's please understand, let's get this straight, that the individual who did this is certainly not incarcerated for his good looks. He committed crimes according to the Philippines justice system, and he remains incarcerated not only because of his stupidity, his repetitive actions of defaming and making libelous statements. Now, as a result of his incarceration, his girlfriend by the name of Charisma Saram, who lives in Karkar City in Buena Vista, decided, with a little bit of help from her friends, possibly with a little bit of persuasion, decided that I'm upset that I can't marry my boyfriend because somebody put him in jail. Well, let me give correction to that. He put himself in jail. It was his own actions and his own admittance of guilt, pleading guilty to 5 cyber lying charges in conjunction with his 7-year deliberate overstay. As a result, she got very upset, but she had a little bit of help. I don't think initially this is something that she wanted to do, understanding certain ramifications, and there will be, we'll talk about that. But I believe she was pressured to do this. Oh, I'm not saying that, that she didn't want to do this. I think she did because people were trying to convince her, you need to do this. Not for her, but for the pieces of shit that was standing in the background behind her, pressuring her and forcing her to put a complaint against me, yours truly, to the Department of Immigration. And the ultimate goal to try to get me deported, as if that's going to make up for what her boyfriend did to himself. She looks at it as I played interference with her future, when we all know, who has followed this drama, that it would have never come to fruition anyway. There was no future with him. It was all for nothing. It is not my job and never my intent to interfere with her relationship with him. That's her doing. She knew the challenges. She knew the score. She knew that it would never work no matter what. And with that being said, there is absolutely no excuse whatsoever for this woman to put in a totally false, even undocumented, unnecessary, revengeful complaint against a man who has done none of what was put on an affidavit against me. It was lies. It was enacting revenge with no care whatsoever about the ramifications to perhaps herself, perhaps to my family and my partner here. Because when you do something like that, you're hurting, or you're trying to hurt not only me, but the very people I love and I'm loved back from. It has a domino effect. What she tried to do or is trying to do is cruel, it's unnecessary, pure revenge, but there's a price to pay for that. Now, we are celebrating our 10th anniversary today. I already said my happy anniversary good morning to her, and vice versa. We stand behind our relationship, always have. We have disappointed people that our relationship have lasted this long. People are upset about that. From people whose only goal is to not wish well on anybody, be it me or anybody else. Maybe I blocked somebody one day. Maybe I told the truth about somebody one day. The truth is kind of hard to handle, especially if you're guilty of something. Yeah, truth is hard to handle sometimes. So they lash back. What's the best way? Through little personal channels of communication that we can get even. Get even with what? You see, putting in a complaint to try to get a person deported, it's not really stemming, or shall I just say, it's not totally to the satisfaction of the person who put the report in, but in fact, it's more a goal of personal gain from the people in the background who were standing behind her. They wanted that more than she does. They're the ones that were pushing her to get a lawyer and financed her to do so. And she was pushed, and she was pushed, and she was pushed until she gave in. The people in the background were saying, you got to do this. You got to do this. You got to do this. She was pressured. I'm sure she was. Now, I'm not saying that she's innocent of what she did. The opposite, really. She has her own mind, too, but I think she was actually very much pressured. And it wasn't really gaining, a gain for her, really. It was going to be more of a game for the trolls who, for whatever reason, decided they did not like me. It was for their own personal gain, not totally for hers. I'm sure there were certain elements in there that would be very satisfactory to her, that if this was actually enacted upon me, that the Bureau of Immigration would accept this complaint and ponder it over. This complaint was put in, I don't know, it's over 1.5 years. They still can't come to a resolution, which simply means that they're not convinced and they're still investigating this report. There's a lot of gray areas. Now imagine turning in an affidavit that bears no fruit. does not show evidence on any level, which makes you think. There is a lot more involvement in this than you know, on a higher level perhaps. Even my learned attorneys would scratch their head and say, after reading an affidavit that came from Charisma Saram, the girlfriend at the time of Barry Lee Jordan, if there was merit in this situation, I'd be on a plane already. There is no merit. I'm not arrested. There's no arrest warrant. I can still walk around freely in my town. Although, as a result of a report, I had to be put on an administrative hold until they come to a resolution on this matter. And they will. It's a matter of time. And she better hope that it's a positive resolution. Anybody who tries to interfere with my relationship, that's right, today's 10th anniversary, and we're hoping for many more, and there will be, as long as I have a breath in my lungs, that we feel that action needs to be taken. We don't want revenge. We don't want revenge. We want justice. That's what we want. No revenge. It's not revengeful at all, like she did and Barry did. We want justice. And I will fight tooth and nail to make sure that we get the same justice that was bestowed upon Barry Lee Jordan to Miss Charisma Saram for her blatant lies, for her despicable revenge enactment of revenge upon me. But you see, it's not just upon me. I got this beautiful woman laying beside me here who's done no harm to anybody, but yet she's attacked all the time. Because somebody decided they did not like me or my show, or the fact that I was never afraid to say what's on my mind. And I've gone over this many times and said that the only thing I ever present on my show is facts, based on what I have seen, heard on somebody's show, and what you all have seen and heard on particular people's shows. I have that right to talk about it on my show. You know, if the truth hurts, what can I tell you? You know, it's a reflection on yourself. If you're so sensitive about what I say on my show, maybe I hit home somewhere. Maybe I hit a nerve. That's all it is. That's all it is. There's my famous 13, of course. We know who they are exactly. But let it be known, just as I did with Mr. Barry Lee Jordan, I fired the warning shots. He didn't listen. He didn't listen. Where is he now? Over 3 years incarcerated, despite these kind of hypothetical, warning shots. Apparently, she's in the same position. Yeah, thank you, Sabong. Happy anniversary, Frank. To be fair, no one would have said 6 weeks if they knew about the 8 kids. And what is that supposed to mean? Now, am I being attacked on my own show this morning again by you, Sabong? Or what's the purpose of saying that? What about her 8 kids? What about her fucking 8 kids? No one would have said 6 weeks if they knew about the 8 kids. I don't know if that's a supporting statement or not. What does your 8 kids have to do with anything? To be fair, you said, no one would have said 6 weeks if they knew about the 8 kids. Well, what is that timing of 6 weeks, which is what they predicted my relationship would last rather than 10 years? And what does it have to do with the fact of how many children that she has? Maybe you could clarify that for me a little bit. The statement is a little bit ambiguous, but I'll move on. Livid is a word I never use. I've never used that in my vocabulary before. I've heard it on YouTube, but it's a word that I never had to use. But we are both very livid about this situation. And we both plan to fight, as I always say, tooth and nail. Not for revenge, but for justice, the same justice I bestowed upon Mr. Barry Lee Jordan for what he did. This is not acceptable to me and Gilda. It's never going to be acceptable. What she did was wrong. But let's keep in mind also if I have to quote a quirky little statement from Hillary Clinton, that it takes a village to raise a family. Well, in this situation, it took certain trolls to push and shove her to make and submit a complaint. It wasn't on her own accord. I'll not buy that. It was not on her own accord. She was pushed, coerced, whatever you want to label it. There could have been money involved, enticement of some sort, or just pressure. Either one of the above, or all. But by doing so, it puts the complainant in a very precarious situation that was probably going to have to involve court, mitigation, litigation, money, time, stress, and facing embarrassment, public awareness, might even make the local news if we could help it. Once that's remedied, of which she did. We do not plan to sit on our asses and just let this go by. What's wrong is wrong. And a person has to accept the fact that they did wrong. And they did it for the wrong reasons. Oh, I guarantee, I think you already know that. We're not sitting down here letting somebody try to pass judgment on me because they don't live the life that I do, because they don't want to see me be happy. Well, I am happy no matter what. That you cannot take away from me or her. Proverbial firing shots, I fired them many times, and there's no reaction to it. Which is having to force our hand to take our own action against this matter, because we decided that we can't let this go. Either way. She had her chances to make a trip to Cebu, to my lawyer's office, and to tell the truth. To admit that she lied. to sign an affidavit in my lawyer's office, which would have been a preventative measure for future charges. The charges, of course, would be, of course, pertaining to basically her perjurious affidavit statements in regards to me, which is practically a case on its own, then furthered by the fact that she harbored, aided, and abetted Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. It's already documented. Agents were there. They knew he was living there. She was harboring him. She damn well knew about his immigration. So we got kind of a little combo sandwich going on here, legal sandwich. Both all carry their own merits, legally. One has to ask themselves, was it worth it? And there will come a time that they will be saying that it was not worth it. It was not worth the pressure from outside sources. It was not worth being coerced into this and pressured into this. But she did. That's now history. That's now history. She can't change that. Not even if she tried. The deed was done. Now, on my shows, rather than intimidation, I made very clear suggestions that you can remedy this situation for me and yourself. And yourself, very importantly. I can't hear you. I don't understand how people could have that much hate in their heart for somebody that they never met, never really interacted with, never in person. I never met the woman. Never met the woman. But she said things that made absolutely no sense at all. Fear for her life. For what? Have I tried to attack her? Although she claims that she was living in fear. And she had developed PTSD because of me, but yet she's seen in a park with this lovely ethereal music, and this was after she'd done her report, that she was harmed by my words, that she needed to have professional intervention because she was so distraught. From what? Oh, I got PTSD now. Well, the PTSD didn't stop her from those lovely park visits where she's dancing under a red trellis with this ethereal music. It didn't stop her from partying with her friends and getting drunk. It didn't stop her from going on with her life and attending family parties and anniversaries. No, it never stopped her from doing that. This distraught woman, this woman who's suffering PTSD because she claims I called her a whore and a prostitute, which I've never said, and there's not even one troll out there that could come out with a video or herself that says I've ever made that statement at all. Not to mention everything else that was put on the affidavit, which was total bullshit. Total and complete bullshit. All to defend a bum. All to defend a criminal, a felon. All to defend somebody that would not have represented a future in her life one way or the other. I'm thinking that maybe I did her a favor and she owes me. Maybe I saved her life from misery and trouble, because all that would happen in that relationship would be disaster. He'd be after her money. He probably would mistreat her at some point in time. Historically, he's done that, and we know that. To women, I did her a favor. As far as I'm concerned, I did her a fucking favor. But we're going to tone this down because it is my anniversary today. We're going to celebrate that today. Now, Gilda doesn't say much on here, and I don't always encourage her to come on here and say anything, but I'm going to ask you now, Gilda, what do you think about this situation, and what do you think really should be done? Justice.
Justice.
I can't hear you. You've got to be able to talk loud
I
enough.
said justice. They do for the reverence without any evidence.
And, how does this affect you in the long run? Has this not taken a toll on you for what she's done?
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that one. It's our anniversary. Did we talk about something?
Okay, it's a fair statement. Let's kind of get out of the negative because it is our anniversary. And you see, that's something you can't change, Charisma, or her assailants. That's something you're never going to be able to change. For all those hateful people out there that wish that our relationship wouldn't last very long. In fact, they quoted 6 weeks. I always say 6 weeks. Today, my listeners and trolls, 10 years and counting. And we do intend to be together a lot more years than that. I will not let anybody interfere with my personal life ever again. Not going to happen. We're on a great path together, and we plan to till the day I draw my last breath. Let's get this straight. Now, if you have been involved with this matter, you could be brought into this legally yourself. Time will tell. As more evidence comes in, as I research more on this, I think I've been really fair about this. I know I've been fair. I offered her a way out. No threats. Absolutely no threats at all. And no intimidation. Although somebody interpreted it as that, but there's no intimidation. I made suggestions, very nicely, not yelling or anything, on my show, and said that you could remedy these lies that you took and take yourself out of a situation that is not going to be beneficial. I suggested you could handle this matter by going over to my lawyer's office and doing what you have to do. And as a result of that, there will be absolutely no punitive, charges. Otherwise, I'm going to be honest with you, it's not just those charges. It's not just aiding, abetting. It's not just perjury and harboring. Okay? There's more that could come out of this. There's punitive damages for any expenses I may have incurred to my lawyers in regard to this false affidavit. There could be damages that could actually put her in jail for the above charges. And again, punitive damages. Call it pain and suffering. You know how that goes. I tried to be fair about this. I'm outside talking now because, I've even asked my viewers, but I can never get that kind of help from my viewers. They support what I say. They support what's going on. They understand the situation. How would you feel negative stuff in a few minutes here? But I just felt that and I walked outside now to have a smoke right now, just to not be near her and have to talk about all this negativity. So out of respect for her, I'm outside. Thank you, Mix. I appreciate that. Thank you, Brett. It's quite an achievement. Not many people get to stay with the Filipinas for 10 years But you see, here's the thing. You can't let outside interference reflect your relationship. It's either you got a good relationship or you don't. Black and white, you know? Either you do or you don't. We happen to have a good relationship. And there's a lot of people out there that don't want that to happen. Because maybe they don't have that. Even if they are in a marriage or relationship, maybe they don't have what we have. What we have is rare. Especially in this YouTube community. It's rare. How long did Mike's Philippines retirement relationship last? She left him. Okay? There's another new vlog up there, and I forgot the name of his channel. Listen to now and then. He came out here to the Philippines, thought he had a great relationship, but it didn't last. Something went haywire, and he was hurt, emotionally hurt. It happens. Either it was not meant to be, or something else was behind all of it. Some kind of injustice of some sort. There always is. I could stand here proudly saying that my relationship did last a decade. About as long as I've been on YouTube, really. Although I've been a little longer, actually. When I thought in life I was giving up when I lived in Hawaii, I said, fuck, I got no future. I got no future. It's not happening for me in relationships. Oh, I've had many, you know, brouhaha, whatever. I've had many. I certainly have. But, you know, when you find somebody that's really special, and I didn't know my future. I have no idea. I was going to meet this great woman, and it's just the way it happened. It's almost like if there's something called fate, then that's what it was. Kismet, I don't know. But good for me, right? Yeah, you're right. Good for me. But you see, not all these people have what we have. They only wish. So they get upset. I don't want to see anybody happy. It's because they're miserable. Look at these creeps on here. Look at Popeye. Look at all these people. Kevin. Look at, Scotty. Look at all these people. There's even people out there that are in relationships. No names have to be mentioned. That are in relationships, not with just one person, but with several. They even sleep together. How fucking sick is that? To a debaucherous type of person. Oh, that's cool, man. I got a couple of women to sleep with. But why are they with you? She's never with me for money. I never said one thing about what I did for a living when I met her. Well, I had 2 pesos to rub together. Never. 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 But I don't hold that proverbial carrot in front of her face. No, I don't do that. And I never did. It's not about money. Maybe somebody's actually happy in a relationship. Imagine that. Maybe somebody actually has a good relationship. Mick says, yeah, if you find the ones in relationships are contract relationships. I know, that's what they are. I'll take care of you, I got all this money, and we'll go to nice dinners and we'll go on trips. But is it real? Is it real? You know as well as I do it's not real. It's not real. You're right, it is contractual in nature. You're right, Mix. You're absolutely right. It's contractual in nature. Don't worry, I'm going to move on with all this negativity shit. Give me a few. But I just want to get this out. Me and Gilda take this matter extremely seriously. Of course, we have to. You got people that are trying to interfere with our life and our relationship. Now, even if something went through like this, I did not commit some heinous crime. Although some of the shit that people do on here are heinous by their actions, their words. Heinous. It is heinous. Now, if I had to enact how I felt about some people on here, I would be in jail. But I'm sensible enough, and I will obey the legal system of this country, because I am only a guest here. And I don't care if you got a 13A, an SRV. I don't care what the fuck you have. You are a guest in this country, and you got to abide by the laws of this country. You don't have a choice about it. Mick says, far from real. It's fantasy based on nothing. Yeah. They could sit there smug in their little fucking velvet chairs and point accusative fingers to me when the shit that they do is not acceptable, it's not even moral, it's not right, it's all revenge. Because they decided, they know who they are, they decided, let's get even with Frank. Even for what? Exactly. Even for what? What? Did I have to, I'm the only one that had the balls on YouTube to speak out for himself? That the only one who had balls to speak out what he felt was right? To stand up for himself and his woman? To stand up against the bullshit that goes on YouTube? That was not afraid to make the next move? That was not afraid. Being attacked for what exactly? Do you even know? For the trolls, do you even know? Now, I don't come to this platform and say that I am Mr. Innocent. I got caught up in that menagerie at some point. The difference is that I can recognize a right from a wrong. And if I've ever said something out of line to somebody on here, I will acknowledge it. I will admit it. And I did. In the past, I've actually apologized to my audience. And if I said something out of line, there I was, saying that, hey, wrong is wrong and right is right. I've learned a lot from that time. Oh, I've learned a lot since I've been on social media about human nature. I've learned a hell of a lot. In a way, it was a positive experience because I learned that society as a whole has fallen apart. People are divided. Politically, you've got Democrats and Republicans, and they're fighting with each other. People are fighting with each other over everything. There's so much violence and mayhem in this world. And they want to come on YouTube, and with the short life that we have on this planet, they want to pick on somebody because it makes them feel good. Possibly because of the inadequacies that they have in their own sickening, pathetic life. Okay, I'm trying to read the comments here. I wasn't looking. Mick says, very easily they could have destroyed your relationship with, I gotta get my glasses on. Scumless lie, but sorry, my eyes a little blurry, about you. They didn't exact the same lie in me. Has ended many relationships, and fair play to Gilda for backing you up. Okay, gotcha. Big E, Licky with the two ladies. Yeah, we know what's going on with that. We know very well what's going on with that. We certainly do. These people are not happy. I will make a statement here, a public statement, that there is paperwork that is being written up as we speak. Because I decided, and she decided, we're not going to lay back on this. I don't want revenge. That's not what this is about at all. I want justice, as it happened with Barry. I want the same justice. I want punitive damages too. For what she put me through, and I don't care. She could have said no. I don't care who is trying to push her. And as I said earlier, it was for their own satisfaction that they helped her out, financially or whatever they did, pushing her to make this report. I personally don't think she would have put a complaint in on me if she wasn't being backed up and pushed by certain people, and I know who they are, that had a lot to do with this. Put yourself, Brett, and anybody else in that position. You're not going to be happy about this, are you? And you're damn well going to seek justice from this, aren't you? Of course you would. Of course you would. Okay, let's see. As Trump says, you don't have the cards. I can tell you the big man hasn't the cards now in his setup in Da Nang. He's on eggshells. Make no mistake of that. Okay, I'm not going to comment on that. The powers that be will be. There is karma. Okay, I'm going to try to move out of this. I just want to reiterate what I'm saying. I just want to say that if something's right, it's right. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. What she did was wrong, and she knows it. How do I know she knows she's wrong? Because if you had followed her show at all, since she's put that report in, and this is by observation, and you can make out of this anything you want to make out of this. You're observant. She started drinking. I never known her to be a drinking woman before. Maybe an occasional beer with Barry or something, but no. She's drinking the hard stuff now ever since she put this report in. And how do I know this? How do I know this? Same way you know it. You've seen her shows where she started drinking a lot. And she came out with these little shorts where she was looking very somber and contemplating why she needs to drink. You've seen her on there with her cousins and friends drinking. You've seen her in the grocery store looking at the liquor shelf, and she made some comments on that as it pertained to her and her situation. You know that she's suffering. You know this is taking a toll on herself. She knows she's guilty. She ain't gonna come right out and admit it. I told a lie. I should not have put that complaint in on Frank. I told a lie. She's not gonna come forward and admit that. But there's gonna be a lot of saving face going on later on when this becomes a legal matter for her. For her. There's going to be a lot of saving face with the family, friends, neighbors, and the community, maybe the public at large. She has to face all this, but she has to ask herself the same question that I have posed to Mr. Barry Lee Jordan. And the question was it worth it? All right, we'll end that on there. I'll read your comment. Frank, what is happening? She is being used as a tool by the high roaders to destroy. Same template used by them to use Malaysians to destroy me and mock you through him. It's very clear to see the template. Yeah, I see it too. I see it very clearly, Mick. I see it very clearly. When they got their backs to the wall, that's when they bite and they go for the neck. And some of them feel they have their backs to the wall legally, and they know it. They know it. What do when a rat gets trapped in a corner? He's going to lash out and jump at you and try to bite you. That's what's going on. But they don't know how sharp my teeth are. Okay, whatever is to be is to be. And we're going to play this thing out all the way to the end. Somebody trying to interfere with my happiness. Well, you're not. You're never going to change the feelings that me and Gilda have for each other and her family. That's not going to happen. You could do whatever you want to try to disrupt my life, which is going to prove to be unsuccessful. For 10 years, you've been unsuccessful with me. I'm still here. You tried to knock my channel off. You tried to chase me off YouTube. It didn't work. What has worked so far? What worked? Tell me. What has worked? I'm still here. I'm free. I'm in my dining room. I'm in my dining room. I'm not incarcerated. I'm not in jail, and I'm not deported. And I aim to keep it that way. Yeah, Gilda is a rock for me. Yes, I feel many of them are in last chance saloon. It kind of seems that way, doesn't it, Nick? It kind of seems that way. There is no excuse for their actions. And to be fair, there is no excuse for any discrepancies, anything that I have done in the past out of anger. You could have your moment in the sun. You could say what's on your mind. But if you think about it afterwards and you say, hey, I said something out of anger, but this is different. You can say something out of anger and you can apologize later. And I have the balls to apologize if I'm wrong. Historically, I have done that. I went as far as apologizing to Popeye not too long ago for posting a picture of him and his mother and father. Did I not do that? It shows what I'm made of, that they're not just capable of, they're not capable of. But when it happens to them, oh, that's a different story. Now I'll understand what Frank went through. Yeah, that's the way it works. So, let's turn this page around today and talk about the good. I think I made my statement on this. I think I made myself abundantly clear that I'm not going to stand for this at all. Every legal measure that I could take in regards to this matter will be incorporated, whatever the expense may be, however long it may take, because she doesn't want to do the right thing. I don't understand people who follow the scriptures in the Bible that claim to be very religious, but they turn out to be hypocrites. Throw that Bible away, or whatever it is you practice, whatever religion, throw it away. Stop pretending to be a believer. Stop pretending to practice the principles of your religion. Stop it. Don't even open up. Don't even go to church. I'm surprised when they enter a church, they don't burn on fire. That's what I'm surprised. Don't even enter a church. If that is what your nature is like, that's like the devil trying to walk into a Catholic church. Wouldn't be very welcome. Don't do something out of revenge. Do it out of justice if you need justice. If justice needs to be done, I understand that completely. Don't do something out of revenge because it didn't work out for you and your boyfriend. Boo-hoo. I think a lot of them would like to rewrite the Bible to suit themselves. Oh, very well put. In many respects, they're manipulating that girl for their own ends. Yes, they are. In many respects, she is the victim. Yes, in fact, she is a victim too, besides being a culprit. She's both. But she has the final word. Let's understand this. She can go to immigration. She can go to my lawyer's office and sign an affidavit before it's too late. Papers have not been turned in yet. I'm not going to lie to you and say, no, I got all these papers and they're being turned into a prosecutor for the charges that we're going to put against her. First of all, we have to wait to see what the resolution is. If they find it to not be valid, it's going to be perjury, and we're going to start with that and go down the line. But aiding, harboring, and abetting. So there's going to be two things. And they both carry their own penalties. One of them could even be up to 8 years of jail. So she's got to ask herself, was it worth it? And I said those words to Barry. 3 years now incarcerated. I said, Barry, was it worth it? Tell me if you're listening. Was it worth it? Apparently not. Okay, let's get on a higher note. Thank goodness. Yeah, I am very happy in my relationship. And in some ways, I just don't think I deserve her. Not that I think I'm a bad person, but maybe it's just a little self-esteem and stuff that I lose every now and again. That because I've been in relationships that didn't work, I've always thought in my mind that maybe it's going to be impossible to find somebody where things could really work out. And this is the longest relationship I've ever been in my entire life. There's got to be a thread that holds us together, and it doesn't have anything to do being monetarily. It never was. It never has been. That's when you know you got somebody real that stands by your side, no matter what. Well, she could have left me in the past, say, oh, I can't take all this YouTube stuff and all this pressure and all this crap. No, she's still by my side. She's still here. Yeah, perjury is serious, but also harboring, aiding, and abetting takes its own toll. And I know all the coding on that and all that shit, but I'm not going to go find it and quote it. She knows what she has to do. I don't know what's going on in the background, and I'm not going to make a libelous or illegal statement. I'm not going to do that and say that I know for a fact that there's money being exchanged on all this. I don't know. Most people would say, oh, Frank, don't be gullible. More than likely, there is. She's being enticed into doing this. Now, that's not out of the question, but I'll put a disclaimer. I don't know that. So I'm not going to put an accusatory finger toward her on that because I don't know that as a fact. A lot of people think there's a big probability that that's what's going on, and that's the enticement to get her to do that report. But all we do know is that the affidavit that she submitted, I want to get off this, okay? But the affidavit she submitted, of course, I've been over that thing 20 times, if not more. I read everything in there. None of it applies to anything that I've done. How did she get something like that through? Well, okay, first of all, before we go on, the way it works, when you put a complaint in on somebody, they have to investigate it. They can't come up with a solution or resolution, but they have to go by the standards. You're going to put somebody in a hold order, like any other situation. If somebody committed a crime somewhere, for example, a Slim is being held, and all that, to do all their investigation. In his case, he had to be put in a jail cell until he waits. That doesn't apply to me. I didn't do anything criminal. Even if I said any of those things, it's not criminal. It's civil. See, there's a big difference between criminal and civil. As my lawyers even quoted, not just to me, but to immigration itself, that this is more, if it was real, and if I said the things she said I said, that this would have been a civil litigation. This would have been a civil situation, not a deportation procedure, not a deportation complaint. Now, it doesn't fall under that category. This is more of a civil matter, not a criminal matter. This is simply a complaint, but it's a complaint that could have horrible consequences. Of course, has to be addressed. Sabong says, harboring a fugitive is worse. But was Barry a fugitive? And were the authorities looking for Barry? Let me tell you how it works. When you go over a certain period of time, okay, they do look into this. But what furthers the situation if somebody complains about it and brings it to their attention more so? After a certain amount of years, people will be investigated. Sometimes they got a lot of things on the table before they could come around to it, and they would have eventually came around to it. There's no doubt. 7 years is a long time. It's a long time. A very long time, in fact. They would have got around to it. There's no doubt about that. They would have got around to that. But they were too bombarded with the pogo situation. They had paperwork up to the ceiling. They had to concentrate on stuff like that. That's part of what it was. I would say, okay, harboring a fugitive case is worse, but was Barry a fugitive, and were the authorities looking for Barry? And did she know about the fugitive status? She might just plead guilty. Barry would open up to her about a lot of things. There's no way in the world you're going to convince me that she didn't know that he was illegal in this country. I'm not going to buy it. She knew everything. The only thing she did not know, because she believed in him too much, was all the things that he's done with other women and the money he's taken from women. I don't understand the way she thinks. It's not my job to understand that. Why she'd want to be in a relationship with somebody if she totally knew all the horrible things he did while living in the Philippines from the first day he stepped foot in this land, and he ruined the life of some gal in Cebu, Lake Cebu, in Lake Cebu, and destroyed her life. From the second, it was even pre-planned that he was going to be with this woman. She was expecting him. But no sooner did he land in her motherland of Cebu, of the Philippines, that it didn't take long for him to start stealing from her sari-sari store, cigarettes, candies, potato chips, taking money from the till, utilizing a motorcycle provided by her own father, but I don't want to get into all that. Just say from the first time he stepped foot in this country is when all his bullshit was enacted. Mick says, I can't see it going anywhere, Frank. I hope you don't take it wrong. You are pushing elderly bracket now, and they respect their elders, and there isn't a hope in hell that you will be convicted. It's not a conviction. It's not going to be a conviction. This was a complaint that was put against me. There's not a court trial going on. This is not a case. It's a complaint, which will turn into a case for her later on. And don't worry about my age. I'm fine and I'm healthy. I can handle this. Okay. Hello, Princess Anne. Happy anniversary, both of you, sir. More blessings and more love each other. Thank you very much. And she's another victim. Princess Anne is another victim of these people too. Aren't you, Princess? Aren't you? Brett says, did the administration hold prevent you from leaving? Yes, it does. Yes, it does. I could go anywhere in the Philippines I want. I could walk the streets. I could do whatever I want. I could sing and dance in the middle of the road. You know, I could stop and sit in front of the police station and light up a cigarette. Do whatever I want. Speaking of, I'm going to have another one. I'm not a prisoner. It's the fact that I can't leave the country. But then the question is, well, Frank, were you planning to leave the country? Did you have a trip in mind? No. So, you know, I'm being punished? Really? I had no plans. We had no trips in mind to leave the country, other than an ECC or something, which would be required. No. Well, Frank can't leave the country. Oh, that's terrible. I had no plans to leave the country. Okay. Oh, Sabong says if the complaint is resolved in Shaw's favor, will she be able to pursue criminal case? What criminal case? I haven't done anything criminal against her. So, what criminal case? There ain't none. But I'm not saying it ain't going to be the other way around. This is what she goes, okay, look, I'm going to cut it right here. And let's just talk more positive here. I got to walk through my room for a minute and I won't be talking a bunch of negativity here. Okay. Look at that beautiful face, that beautiful morning face. Look at that smile. Don't worry, not on camera. Don't cut me. You with the sheets. You know, when I first met her, time and all that, she used to do some really funny shit. She'd go into a laughing spasm or something, she'd cover her face with the sheet and run to the bathroom with the sheet. I said, what the hell are you doing? What are you doing? And she does have a great sense of humor too, which meshes with mine. That's a great thing. Let's just talk more positive shit here. I think I said what I need to say on this, and the bottom line is that she's going to have to do the right thing, or else she's going to have to live with herself for the rest of her life. Trying to destroy a good family. It's not like destruction of me. It's just to kind of top this off. It's not that. Because there's other people involved that you could hurt. And it's not right. That's at all. She knows she's wrong. She knows damn well that she's wrong, but she got so deep into this now, she don't know what to do. It's kind of like one of those situations, I'll be damned if I do and damned if I don't. Meaning if I give in and tell the truth, I could be facing charges. No. That would be on paper. There would be absolutely no charges at all on any level if she comes forward and tells the truth. I will guarantee it, through my lawyer, that they will not hold her accountable for harboring, aiding, and abetting, and perjury. That'll be on paper. And if it's on lawyer's paper and not just words out of my mouth, then she's in the clear. I'm giving her that opportunity, and I've been giving her that opportunity to come clean. Come clean. That's all I'm saying. Come clean. We'll both go our own ways. Do what you want with your life. I'll continue to do what I'm doing with my life. I think that's fair. Well, I understand about the Philippine culture about losing face, but it's better to lose face and be honest about something than to do something, retracting her statements can only work best for her in the long run. Fuck about saving face. She's going to have to do a lot of face saving if she had to go to court. If she had to be put on trial, it would go public. And talking about saving face. Saving face. Well, there'd be a lot more problems with saving face if it came down to that, don't you think? Okay, look. We discussed this. I want to be in a better mood. It's a good day today. And for all the asswipes that said it would never last, well, here we are. Today. February 4th, 2026. 10 years. 10 years. They thought it would never work. They hoped it would never work. But it did. After all. I don't regret the decisions I made to have a continual relationship with her. I was never one of these expats that was running from one woman to another. I've never done that. I met a few women out here. It either worked out or it didn't. And maybe for the best. Well, obviously it is for the best. There's not one discouraging word they could put upon me. that's going to make any difference at all, you know. There's not one word. There's not one effort they can make. And that's a fact. Gonna sip on my tea here. Yeah, saving face is a big thing in the Philippines, that's for sure. It's huge. It's huge. I think any relationship, in or out of the Philippines, do you know the average divorce rate of people is, it used to be, and that's a couple of decades ago, actually. It's like the 7-year itch, they call it. That relationship ended up in separation or divorce after 7 years. But now the figures change. Now it's like 1 to 3 years. 1 to 3 years. Imagine that. 1 to 3 years. Sabong says, I heard the show she is referring to. Do you not think it was recorded? You didn't say whore. No, I didn't. But things were implied. So you say. You know, I don't know where you stand on it, because I know you're a troll. In some ways, you're trying to be supportive of me, but then you're always counteracting everything you say. You're always counteracting it. You're either on board or you're not. You're either pro or con. You have to make up your mind. Never called it those words. I never implied either. I beg to differ. I never implied such either. However, I'll bite and I'll say that if I did say those words, where are they? On an affidavit? Are they on an unedited, non-AI related video? Where is it? She couldn't even produce it. So if she couldn't produce it, it didn't happen. That would be the evidence she would need to prove her case or her complaint. No case. Does that make sense, Sabong? Okay. No more of that. Made my point. It's not there. It's not even in the affidavit. In fact, there was no video evidence, not even a memory card or anything that was submitted with this complaint, in case you didn't know that. Well, you know it now. Okay, just a frivolous complaint that was pressured by outside sources. That's what we have here. No, it's not a court case. It's just people making a call. Yeah, I understand that. Of course I do. And for the people that have given me support on this, at least morally anyway, thank you for that. It doesn't matter whether you're Republican or Democrat. It don't matter whether you like me or you don't like me. The point is, something is either right or something is wrong. It's going to be one or the other. It can't be both. It can't be both. So which is it? I know the answer to that, obviously. You're just thinking she doesn't need much evidence. Well, who is she? The Queen of Sheba? What do you mean she doesn't need much evidence? She didn't produce any good evidence. Oh, you think for the simple fact that she's a Filipina gives her more rights than me? Well, people talk about that, and they say that a lot. They're right and they're wrong at the same time. Sometimes, it's advantageous to be a Filipina and a nationalist, to have a little more power than somebody that's not. But they still have to go by the book, unless there is some other enticement going on, and I won't get into that. Too political, too dangerous to talk about. That's a different story. You can make things really right with a little bit of money. Yeah, Now, I'm not saying that's happened. I would never say that. Okay. Mick says, Frank, you have every right to put complaint of coercion against the high roaders. Well, I haven't dealt with them yet. But if I could connect the dots, which I already connected, but legally connect the dots, they're going down too. And if there was money involved with the immigration, that might eventually come out. Because that complaint had no right to go through. That something they would have thrown in the garbage. They got more important complaints and cases, actual cases that they're dealing with, everything from the Pogos, everything that goes back to the Duterte administration, with all the people they got in jail that are still awaiting trial after all these years they've been incarcerated. They got a lot in their hands right now. This is what you call low priority. This is low priority. It's not a criminal case. It's not anarchy. It's not violent case. It's not anything that's going to gain their attention to the point that, we got to put this guy in jail. He's an undesirable. Well, pardon me on that word undesirable. You are undesirable person if you got the gagnoles or the wussy pussy to put in such a complaint that is totally invalid. I have yet to see any evidence. You can imagine I read that document time and time again to do my own deciphering besides what my lawyers figured out with this. I don't see anything that has been supportive in those documents whatsoever. And I'm not going to take out the documents and read it. But look, I want to move on here. Okay? I want to move on to a more positive note. For those that wished ill on me all these years and my relationship wouldn't last, well, yet another plate of crow. People have tried hard and heavy to discredit me, to make allegations against me that just never panned out. Why? Well, because nothing ever happened to warrant any allegation that they made against me. Nothing. Or else I would have been gone a long time ago. And if I felt guilty of something, I wouldn't be doing a YouTube show. I'd be in hiding like Popeye when things go wrong with him. When he's been found out about something, he goes into his little hole or back under that rock that he lives on, that moist, dark, dirty place. Crawl back under his fucking rock, which is what he does. All right, one more comment from you, Mick, in regards to things other than something positive here. Okay, also aside, it might help you to find legal name on that Malaysian. It might help join dots as he has been putting up vile videos on you. I'm sure you can get his legal name through. I don't care about, I know who you're talking about. I don't give a shit about him. He's so insignificant. He's not in another country too, so it's not worth the effort. You know, the best revenge is on himself, really, because look at the guy. Look at the guy. He's fucking crazy out of his mind. He has to live with himself like other people do. Look into him. Listen to him. You think he's on any kind of sane level of any sorts at all? The guy's insane. There you go. You're not going to be able to reason. Mikko, I think you've got to spend less time, fighting with Freely or whatever, or some of these people, because you've got to understand they're on a whole different level in their psychology. It's like trying to talk to a person who has an extreme case of autism. You're not going to get through to their world. They're not going to absorb what you say, Mix. It's the way it works. But in a sense, a lot of these trolls out there, you're dealing with the same thing. They may not be autistic, but it's the same results. Look at Barry as an example. No matter what you told him that he was doing wrong, no matter what Even the high roaders told him, but everybody told him that, Barry, you need to shut your mouth. You're getting yourself into more and more trouble. But Barry didn't want to listen because he was too stupid and dense to listen. So now he's not been in bars for 3 years. He ain't walking the streets hurting anybody. He's not taking anybody's money. Okay, he's not making a fool out of himself on the streets. He's not putting himself in danger. I did that for me, but I did that for all you folks. And I never really got the appreciation I deserved for that. I never really did. I'll thank you here and there, but that was about it. I did you all a favor. I saved you money. And even those of you that regrettably have donated to him in the past, and now you got a red face. All the people that gave donations to Barry to help him out found out that the money was not going to where it's supposed to. And that was the MO of Barry Lee Jordan. He'd come up with some sad case. Oh, I've only got 400 pesos in my pocket. But then they'll say, okay, folks, listen, I'll come back later on and do another live. I got to go buy a bottle. Okay. And you gave in to that. Shame on you. Shame on you. Right? Am I right or not? Right? Yeah. Yeah. E. Freely should be in a fucking asylum. You can say that about some people. Not everybody. There's some real bastards on here, but I'm not going to say all of them should be in an asylum. There are a few people that probably should, and I think you know who the characters are and their behavior on camera, how they go crazy and their expressions and the insanity that they display on their own show. Yeah, those are the people that should be in an asylum. There's no question about that. And you know the characters, who they are. Okay. Okay, let's conclude this by saying that despite many efforts from people, it didn't work. You never interfered with my relationship at all. 10 years. 10 years. I can start singing a song for you. Tonight, we celebrate our love. We celebrate our love all the time. Something that they can't take away from us. They could try to separate me from her. It's not going to remove our love. It's not going to remove our history. It's not going to happen. We got what many people on here don't have. A real relationship. An honest relationship. Some people say, well, gee, she didn't tell you right away that she had these children. Well, understand something that I've learned. I've actually learned this. I've had other women interest on here that did have children that were interested in me. And let me tell you how the culture works here if you're not privy to this understanding or information. When a woman is interested in you, she don't want to lose you. She doesn't want to hit you like a Mack truck in the face and say, oh, by the way, I have multiple children. No. She's not the first. For the few people that I did meet out here that did have children, they didn't tell me. And why? Is it because they're profound, profuse liars? No, not necessarily. It's because when you're entering a relationship, you don't want to hit somebody in the face with something that you think might be adverse. They will slowly get into this and they will tell you the truth, like it happened with me. Comes a time you can't hold back on something like that. But what they do, and this is a common practice out here as I've learned, and I've heard from others too, if you're really interested in a guy, you don't want any adversity. You want to move forward, okay? And you're not going to just hit him in the face and say, oh, by the way, this or that. Because she knows that might chase him away, or may not. She has to make that decision. But they will always come through and say the truth. Not all of them, though. Not all of them. but most will. After they figured out their feelings for the person, and after, of course, they got their emotion, and a lot of them wait for that too. Let me get the guy emotionally involved because I don't want to lose him. I'm sure that has happened in my situation. I'm positive of it. I understand how the mind thinks with Filipino women. Not totally, because they could be very complex people. Let's face it. Reality, folks, reality. But I could understand if I was in her position. Even outside of the Philippines, if I met a woman in Hawaii or Seattle, whatever, and she seems really interested in me, and maybe she's a woman that don't want a ready-made family or something, I'm going to be thinking to myself, saying, oh God, let me hold back on this a while and let me just see if this relationship's going to work out before I come honest with her about something, If it's worthwhile even telling, Is this relationship going to last? Does it have any possibilities? You got to think. You have to really think hard. Because if you meet a woman right away, you're not going to unload your baggage on her. That's the worst thing you could do. And a lot of foreigners do that. They unload their baggage, and that's going to chase them away. This is human nature, by the way. I don't make this shit up. It's human nature. Mick says, exactly, yeah. You'll find on Philippines dating sites, they just leave it blank. If they have kids section, that's how they do it. You're right about that, yeah. No, it's not in their nature to do that. Not just her, it's any other Filipina out here. They're not going to unload all their baggage you all at once. If they have baggage, if you want to call it baggage. Some may refer to it as baggage. I don't see it as being baggage because she has kids. I never saw it that way. I don't have to support all their kids. They don't all live with me and all that stuff. Need I go into that again? But of course I appreciate honesty. And you're probably right when you say, oh, they're not being honest with you if they don't tell you that right away. There's different ways of looking at it. But as I explained how the Filipino mind works out here, if they're really interested in you, they're not going to immediately unload on you, tell you their marital situation, tell you how many kids they have. No. By my experience, which has not been vast in the Philippines, there's only a number of women I've met, probably a little more than you know, actually. I met quite a few. For whatever reason, did not work out, or I didn't want to take it to another step. But the one thing was a common denominator with all of them, and the ones I met did have children, and they did not tell me. You know why? Because they were also feeling me out, as well as I was feeling them out. They were feeling me out to see if I was worthwhile to be with in any lengthy relationship. They didn't want to unload all the boat barrels on me. And I told you, it's not the first. There were a few chicks I've actually met out here, actually. And it was the same thing. They did not want to unload all this on me after you're just meeting. She's trying to feel me out as much as I'm trying to feel her out. There's a time for something, and there's not a time for something. Was it worthwhile for any of these women I met to tell me right away that I got children or multiple children? No, it wasn't worth it to them because she wasn't sure about me. The person whoever I met out here was as unsure about me as unsure I was about them. And the first thing you're not going to do is hit somebody up with the fact that I got all these children or any children at all. They want to wait. Because before they further involve themselves with the guy, they want to make sure that this is somebody they're really interested in and might be actually worth a relationship with. Then, as it usually happens, as it happened to me, when she felt assured that this was a great relationship, then she came out with it. Of course, I was shocked, as well as some of the women I met out here that held back on me until I found out different. When they're sure that's when they'll become really honest with you. And if they don't tell you and you've been in a relationship for a long time, yeah, that would be wrong. But how is that affecting you is the question. Does it matter how many kids she has? Or 0 kids, 1 kid, 8 kids? Does it matter? You're not obligated to support a whole family. I never did that. Of course, as most of us Americans or Western people, we like answers. We want it yesterday. We don't want it now. We want it yesterday. At least that applies to me. But it is what it is. As long as they come out with the truth and they tell you the truth, that's cool. You might be a little upset at first, saying, well, you never told me that. Now, that's an important factor, too. See, I'm taking both sides here because, maybe a guy doesn't want to become involved with a woman with many children because maybe he thinks that he's going to have to be supporting these children. See, that's where a guy backs out. He's automatically assuming, oh, gee, a ready-made family that I'm going to have to support. Nah, that's not always the case. It wasn't the case here. Never was. I appreciated that she came out with it. Thank you for that. And she would have anyway. That's water under the bridge. I'm not supporting her family. I got 2 children here that we're raising right now. And I'm all good with it. I'm all good with it. As long as a woman comes out and is honest with you, you can forgive her. Maybe there's a lot of things I didn't tell her about myself. Maybe. But I didn't feel I had to talk about anything unless I also knew. It's the same thing. Unless I also knew that this is a potentially good relationship. But in the beginning, all you're doing in a relationship is you're feeling it out. Is this the woman for me? Do I want to spend the rest of my life with her? Do I want to even continue seeing her for that fact? That's a decision that you have to make. Let's see, I'm sorry, I've been reading the comments. I apologize. Mick said, you have to understand, her kids are highly educated and with high etiquette. They are not like delinquents, like a lot of kids in PI. Yeah, you're right about that. They're pretty good kids. Yeah, you're talking about this one guy, Big E. I know everything, Big E. Big E going to Ireland and let him go where he wants. Brett IKEA says he made a video a few days ago about his trip. Who cares? I mean, who cares what he does? Unless he does something against you that's illegal, that's a different story. And if he has anything to do with this, it will be addressed. He categorically emphatically denies financing any of this shit. Well, I'm not going to hold up the accuser's finger. I'm not going to do that. You know why? Because I don't know 100%. Is it a good possibility? Perhaps. I can certainly say that. Sure. Do they have a reason? Sure. Then you might say to yourself, well, it all goes to say that there's quite a possible involvement in this matter. But as a disclaimer, I can't say, did I know that for sure? I can speculate, I can calculate till the cows come home, but I cannot prove that either way unless it comes out or she admits it, which is not going to happen, No, it's not going to happen. But the way I see it, people have to live with themselves. That's the great thing. And, some people are so dense and cocky that it don't bother them at all. They'll gladly do this thing over and over again. They'll sleep quite soundly. Oh, yeah. They'll sleep just fine. But there are some people that don't. And there's some people that take to drinking. Wonder who that is. Takes to drinking to drown their sorrows. It's a way of saying, God damn it, man. I made a fucking mistake and I might have to pay for this. I'm sorry I ever did this. But they're not going to come out publicly and say, hey, Frank, I'm sorry I did this. I don't want to continue this anymore. I'll go with your suggestion and tell the truth, and we'll get this over with. I'll go my way and you'll go yours. Sorry this had to happen. That's all. That's all. That's all. That's it. Don't make it, what I'm saying is don't make it worse for yourself. Like I say, are you a gambling person? Are you pretty lucky? Are you lucky? Do you feel lucky? Famous quote. Do you feel lucky? How lucky do you feel? Are you willing to take that chance? Because there's going to be a lot of saving face that's going to be going on later on. I will tell you that. Okay. Sabong. Till the cows come home. Here's one you like to get wrong. I see, said the blind carpenter, as he picked up his hammer and saw. Yeah, I see, said the blind man as he made his way to a heavy intersection at rush hour. You know, all this after the fact stuff, you know, that's the worrisome part, after the fact. You know what? Because there's some things you can't go back on. There's some things you can't change. The deed was done. Then you got to face the ramifications. And if you know anything about me, if you believe me, if you know anything about me at all that people claim they know one thing about me. I say what I mean and I mean what I say. And if I say I'm going to do something, I do it. And I've proved it. A lot of bullshit talk around here. I talk the talk and I walk the walk. Bottom line. Okay, one other thing here, mix. Gary Player once said, the more you practice, the luckier you get. And I can tell you, Frank and Gilda are highly read on court etiquette and winning cases. I don't put a guarantee on anything. I don't get a guarantee you're going to hear me do another show tomorrow. Be off YouTube. I don't have a guarantee I'm going to live another day. It's a chance that you take in life. You greet each day as it comes, and you appreciate it. That's my philosophy. I'm looking at a field. My eyes are looking at a goat. I'm looking at a couple of cows. I hear some roosters going off. It means I'm alive. Rejoice. Rejoice. The fact that you're alive and well, and you're reasonably healthy. That's a lot to rejoice about. To face another morning, instead of wasting your life and time and your precious breath because you decided you didn't like somebody. I'm going to get him. I'm going to get him. Well, sometimes in a perfect world, it may work out for you. Get what you want. Try just getting what you need. You can't always get what you want. You can try so hard, you just might find you get what you need. But don't lie. Because lies have a way of coming back. In triplicate. That's a fact. Hi, Ginger. But the title of the show, 10th anniversary. Let's kind of stick to the program here a little bit. I think I made my point. I think I made it very well. Yes, there are ramifications in life. If I do something wrong, there's ramifications for me. If my girlfriend did something wrong, there's ramifications for her. If you, Brett, and anybody else on here did something wrong, there's probably going to be ramifications for you. That's just the way it is. Like, life is not always fair. And the more you realize that, the better off you're going to be. There's no fairness, not even in friendships. Not everything is perfect in life, and you can't expect everything to be super clean and perfect. That's not the reality of our life as we know it. There's always going to be some, Border Patrol somewhere saying you can't do this, you can't do that. There's always going to be somebody dictating something, whether on social media or off social media. You can't do this, or I find that you're wrong and I'm right. I know I'm right, but they got to prove that they're right. Okay? If you can't prove it, it's going to be, again, that word, ramifications. Sabong says, you are a threatening... I don't like the sound of that. You're so two-sided, Sabong. Do you ever realize what you write on here? You are a threatening person. I'm not threatening anybody, Frank. He goes, I'm no Shaw, but I know you are a serious individual. Well, you got that part right. No, I'm not threatening. Unless you threaten my life. I'm going to fight back like a motherfucker, but I'm also going to fight back as a motherfucker when somebody puts a false complaint on me to try to get me deported and label me as an undesirable alien who has done more help for local Filipinos than most people would ever put themselves out to do. I've gotten handicapped people bedding when they didn't have bedding. I got a family of 7 that was sleeping on a slot bed together without even a thin mattress. I've given money to strangers I never met in my life because I saw they were living hard. The kids' school, their TV busted. I gave them a temporary one to use because I bought a new one for myself. Okay, but it worked. But then it went down, and I said, look, if I was going to exercise my generosity on that and give them a television, they deserve to have a new TV. I went out, my own pocket, my own expense. I didn't expect an award from it. I didn't expect a medal for it. I bought them a brand new 50-inch TV. That's what I did. I do things like that all the time. And to say that I'm an undesirable in this country is absurd. It's a criminal statement to me that I'm an undesirable. Look at what they are doing. They are the undesirables. You know what Scotty's doing. You know what Big Kevin did. You know what Licky does. You know what Big E and all these people do. You want to talk about undesirables? Don't let me get into that. Okay. Yeah, true, Mix. Gilda's mother thinks the world of it. She does. That should show that he's very well liked. I am very well liked in the family. But people can't handle that. They got to make up stories that the family don't like you. Who are you to make that judgment? Are you living with me? Oh, I got to check my living room. Are you in my living room? Are you in my dining room? Where are you? Where are you to make those kind of statements about me and how happy I am? Where? How do you justify these statements? How do you justify all this negativity that comes from these less than desirable people that either reside or don't reside in this country either way? How do they make a judgment call on me? How? They're going to tell me whether I'm happy in my relationship and whether my girlfriend is happy with me, whether their kids are happy with me. They're perfectly fine with me. Every family member here. And they show respect to me every single day. And you know how I am about respect. I'm old school. I'm old school. I demand respect. If I don't get it back, I don't care who they are, I don't show it back. Well, I'm going to be, excuse me, let me kind of rephrase that. I'm going to show respect to somebody nevertheless. Whether or not it's reciprocated, that's another thing. You know, that's another story. But I do my best to respect people as best as I can. But when you tread on me, when you put such a lame, unfounded, criminal statement against me, that I'm some kind of a threat to you and I never even met you, claiming PTSD when they're out there lollygagging out with their friends, drinking and having fun in the park, singing and dancing under a red trellis in the park and putting shows on how happy they are and having fun with my cousins and friends and family. Don't give me that shit. And you want to try to pass that off to immigration, claiming that, oh, I feel so defiled. I feel like I'm in danger. I don't even want to leave my house. She's out of her house every fucking day.
going on with life as she's always done. Dancing in the park, making TikToks, lip syncing to music, drinking with her friends, living life. Does that sound to you like a woman who's in fear of her life, who fears that something so terrible has been wrong to her, so scared that she doesn't want to leave her house? Do you think that applies in this situation? Of course it doesn't. You know who's in the right, and I don't care who's listening to my show. You know I'm right. But, excuse me, but put yourself in my position. How would you react? What would you do if you were in my shoes? You know damn well what you would do. When you feel threatened legally somehow, oh, yeah, we know somebody on here, his own wife went against him. He had to dish out a whole lot of money to make her smile again. When she shows those big, pearly teeth of hers that could eat through a fucking chain link fucking fence. You gotta watch out with those choppers, because they'll bite, and they'll bite hard and strong. Now, no people in particular here. Disclaimer. I just say if the shoe fits, wear it. That's what I say. Sabong says, in my country, we usually settle these situations with cash. What is your country, Sabong? I'm not looking for cash from anybody. However, it could come down to that when it comes to punitive damages, once I get to that point. There has to be some compensation with justice and punitive measures to make sure that they never commit an act or a crime as such, trying to destroy an innocent person's life. All right, let's get back on track, because I'm not going to be on here too much longer. Okay, so basically it is my 10th anniversary today, and good for us, right? You're right, it is good for us. I proved people wrong yet once again. Once again, sorry Popeye, and all you trolled, all you lowlifes out there that only wish worse on people. Spit in the wind, pals, has a way of coming back in your face big time. That's what I say. All comes out in the wash. So far it has. And it will further. It's going to come out in the wash. When push comes to shove with this incident, it's all going to come out in the wash. If it has to go to court, it's going to go to court to defend myself on this. I will take it to court. I will spend the money. I will spend the time. I will spend the trips. I will spend the effort to bring somebody to justice. Oh, I'm going to have a dinner. I don't know if I want to do a lunch or dinner. I think she prefers to have a dinner. We'll take the kids with us, too. It's a celebration. I'm not going to just take her. I'm going to take the kids out, too. The Eagles shit today, anyway, you know. Shit, I might even take her out for breakfast, although I didn't eat much. I just had a hard-boiled egg, so I was making something for the kid. He was going to leave the house without eating anything. I said, look, I just made some hard-boiled eggs. God, grab something on your way out. Don't be in such a rush to school. Grab something. You need some protein in you. You need some sustenance. See, I care for the kids. They're not my own blood. They don't have to be. They're more my family than my own daughter. They're my own sister. They're more my own family than I ever had. I could trust these people. They're not going to turn on me. People change. Blood or not blood, you know, people change. Not always for the best, unfortunately, in life. I don't care if you're my blood. I don't give a shit. I'm not a vampire. The blood don't matter to me. If you do wrong, you do wrong. I don't care who you are. Mother, father, sister, brother, child. I don't care who you are. If my dog bit me, well, my dog would be in the wrong. Some people may, you know, deal with it in a horrible way and kill the dog. I wouldn't do that. I would say to myself, maybe she had a reason to bite me. Maybe she's ill. I don't know. Whatever the case is, a dog doesn't do anything unless they necessarily have to. And I don't do anything unless I necessarily have to. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate. But the one thing they could never do with me, they could run their mouth and everything else, accuse me of this and that. But the one thing they've never been able to do is to break up the love that me and Gilda have for each other and a great relationship that we do have. I didn't commit any criminal offense. If I was ever forced to have to leave the country, it would not be forever. This is not a criminal case. This is not a case of being a threat to the country. No murder, no rape, no theft, burglary, no assault. I don't fall into any of those categories. Henceforth, if I ever did get deported, which I doubt is ever going to happen, before you know it, I'll be right back again. Henceforth, it was all for nothing. All for nothing. I've been away from her before, you're forgetting that. When the COVID thing was going on and I got stuck over a year in Hawaii, and we managed. She knew everything that was going on with me. I knew everything that was going on with her every single day. It's almost like I was right there. But you can't change the good that people have. You can't convince my girlfriend not to be with me because you're jealous that my relationship lasts that long, that we actually have a real relationship. You can't change that, no matter how hard you try. That's one thing that you can't do. You can't interfere with somebody's feelings for each other. It doesn't work. You could try real hard to discredit people. The one thing you can't do is change somebody's feelings in a relationship just because you don't like the person. And her as a victim too. Very unwarranted. Because they have attacked her in so many ways. She does not deserve that. She don't deserve that at all. She's one of the better women on here. She's not a YouTuber. Never would make her. People saying, why don't you do more shows with her on? No, I'm not going to subject her to that. No, I'm not. I'm not going to use her as a tool for the success of my channel. I'm not using her as a tool to get more views and monetize and make money. I don't use those really low measures to get attention on here. Yeah, they even brought, right, you're right. Even her kids were brought into this. They were. So you can see how this thing kind of branches out, right? You can see how it branches out. Getting people that are innocent, uninvolved, to get involved in something like this. How low can these fucking bastards be? But you know what? They have to live with themselves. But like I said earlier, even a statement like that they have to live with themselves, it's kind of, I don't know what kind of statement that is, because some of them could live with themselves very well with what they do. I mean, look at some of these people's lifestyles. They know what they're doing is wrong with their wives or partners, the swapping, all this shit that goes on, the debauchery, all the crap, the control. They know what they're doing. They know what they're doing very well. It's just that they put themselves in a position where they were able to get away with it. But you can't get away with it all the time. I know a certain guy that will never come back and reside in the Philippines. He never will. I know another guy that won't either. I know 3 people that won't do it. Jay's not going to settle in the Philippines. He can't. Nico's not going to celebrate. Is not going to settle in the Philippines because he's not going to be able to, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I could help it. Oh no, it ain't over till it's over. And if you've done something so radically wrong to me, and you have labeled my girlfriend many things that they tried to label her. They depict her in a bar, all this crap, picking up Johns, make fun of her teeth or something. There's always something. What they actually know, she's probably, even at her age, one of the more attractive females in a relationship with a vlogger on here. I have seen the pictures.
of some of their girlfriends, wives, and so forth. And I must say, I'm not impressed at all. I am a lucky man. Not only do I got a beautiful woman inside, but exterior, she's beautiful to me too. But that's all that matters to me. Not what somebody else thinks. What matters is to me. She's not a bad looking woman at all. And I'm not going after these bubblegum chewers like they try to go after. That's absurd. She's a mature woman. That's what I wanted, a mature woman. I didn't want somebody 50, 60 years younger than me. A girl that hasn't even developed fucking pussy hair yet. And they're dating women, girls with not even any fucking pussy hair. There's gotta be something wrong with that picture. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's wrong. Unless you are some kind of pervert, you might find that to be quite acceptable. It's not acceptable to me, because I would never do that. It's sick, actually. It's sick. It's absolutely sick. Sick. But what people do in their own relationships, that's up to them. But you're not going to interfere with mine, and I'm not going to let you interfere with mine. That's not going to happen, if I could all help it. And if you cross that line with me, and you know who you players are, you're one of them, Snicko. You're one of them that talks shit about Gilda, and I'll never forget that. I don't forget these things. I never will. Keep that in mind. I don't hold some powerful political position. I'm not a man of wealth. Just a regular guy. But when you push me hard, I'm going to push back even harder. Keep that in mind, Snicko and other people. Keep that in mind, Jay. Keep that in mind, Ricky. Keep that in mind, Big E, and all the other. And keep that in mind, Popeye. Keep that in mind. You picked the wrong person to fuck with. Ask Barry Lee Jordan. Need I say more? One more comment, Mix. It's shocking to see how depraved the big man conquest in Vietnam. It made my stomach sick. These young girls could be their grandfather. He has no shame or morality. Okay, I appreciate the comment. But I got to change my mode this morning and get back to the purpose of this morning's show. That's right. 10-year anniversary. 10 years. That is significant. A lot of relationships don't even last half that. I proved them wrong. Not that I have to prove anything, but I did prove them wrong after all. They don't like it. In fact, they don't like it at all. Too bad, too sad. You're not going to break us up morally, socially, romantically, physically. Not if I could help it. Well, the above don't matter. You can't interfere with people's feelings. So you think by separating me from her physically means that our love changes for each other? No, I'll be right back into the country after a short while, if that ever happened. I don't have criminal charges against me. Keep that in mind. This is a complaint. As unwarranted and much of a lie as it is, I'm not going to be blacklisted for life if I ever got deported. There's no way that would happen. This is not one of those situations. Keep that in mind. I already researched it. And you could go on ChatGPT to whatever you want to do. As far as labeling me undesirable, that's a fucking laugh. When I look at these people, these are undesirables, not me. That entitlement will go for people like Barry and such. That's not an entitlement for me. And you would have to prove that I am undesirable and give a good reason? Am I a threat to the country? Am I a threat to the political world out here? Am I going to cause harm to people on the streets? Am I going to go commit crimes and rip off malls and stores? Am I going to take money from people and steal from them? Have I ever got into a physical confrontation with anybody in this country? All of the above. Checkbox, no. Okay. I'll say night, Frank, and get best wishes to Guild and her family. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Yeah, Big Kevin they're all undesirable. If I have to label people, they know who they are. But you're getting off. I got to get off here too. I believe I said what I needed to say. And yes, that's right. Like it or not, it is our 10th anniversary. Eat some more crow is what I say to the real undesirables, the jealous, envious people that could never hold a relationship without problems, where money is not involved, they don't have real relationships. This is a real relationship. I'm very happy and proud to say I honor every year that I've spent with this woman. She is my rock. And I'm not going to let anybody, and I don't care who the fuck you are or how much money you have, I'm not going to let you interfere with that. Not going to interfere with that. Okay. Bye. Good.
6 signs of a foolish person, according to Stoic wisdom. 1, they don't listen. They think they know everything and never learn. 2, they get offended easily. One comment and they explode. No emotional control. 3, they chase pleasure, always looking for comfort, never growth. 4, they blame others. Victim mindset, never take responsibility. 5, they talk too much, always speaking, never thinking, no depth. 6, they fear change, stuck in comfort, avoiding growth at all costs. Fools stay the same. The wise evolve, choose who you'll be.
Di ka mag-work ka, day? Work ka ka, day? Dili so. Pero, dili feel mag-work ka. But yours? Let's
Dreams of the world, adored by the sun's rays. What's left to do to feel it all? You're alive now, to die is dust. Nothing less or something more.
What a wonderful evening. Not only our anniversary, having a dinner out here, but such a beautiful breeze, and it's such a cool temperature. It's wonderful, actually. We are here at Amihan Beach Cabanas. Every now and again, we like to come down here, and guess what we're ordering? Chicken parmesan, for some of us anyway, and some other things. The one thing is very lovely about this town is that there are different choices of restaurants you have that are oceanside. You could relax in this really beautiful breeze. Give you an idea if you look at that yellow flag over there. Such a wonderful breeze. I don't know if you can see the color of the water at this time of day. The beaches are not crowded like Boracay and places like that. And that's what makes Santa Fe a wonderful place. Well, they can have anything they want, but I always seem to go back to me and Gilda with a chicken parmesan and getting nachos overload and whatever the kids want. So, you know, it's kind of like business as usual. We know what we like to eat if it's done real well. People just taking a casual walk on a beach, and this time of day it's wonderful. I couldn't see myself at a really big place like Boracay or something like that because it's just too overcrowded. I mean, take a look. It is I guess a Wednesday today. Okay, this is just a tiny little part of the beach. Understand that this goes all around. Dogs are out enjoying the really cool weather. They're loving every minute of it. Some other resorts out of here. There are many resorts. Nothing like the Pink Palace in Waikiki, but, you know, they do what they can. When the dogs see people at the restaurants, they figure dinner time. That's why I hang around the restaurants, because some customers get a little bit generous with that. Maybe they can get a little bit out of this. Yeah, the one enjoyment I really get is that the beaches are not just crowded, except on big holidays and big religious holidays. Tourism has been down around here, but, you know, I don't mind it at all, because I just can't see myself in a big crowded beach somewhere, and kids screaming everywhere, and people pushing on each other, and hawkers are out there selling their wares, and, well, it is survival, I understand that, and people are just trying to survive, and they're selling their faux jewelry and things like that. But once you're living out here for a while, you get used to it, and you realize that people are just trying to make a living, you know. These beaches, they just go forever. This is not the best part of the beach here, where we happen to be now, but it's all the way around, either side here. And look at those ominous skies. We are in for a big rain. I guess it's predicted this weekend. There is a coral blue, and you know, we could have went there. And I was thinking about the coral blue, because it's a nice place. And we have been there before. But I gave them a choice of where they wanted to go. And, you know, we have certainly been here before. And we do like some of their food. The one big difference, you know, when I lived in Hawaii, it was just one island, the big island. One big island about 200 miles, I guess, around. But you couldn't get anywhere else. But the good thing about the Philippines is you can get around to different places. And you're not necessarily stuck in one area. I think a lot of people go a little bit stir crazy in Hawaii. People that were intending to move there and start a new life over there. But I think after a while, And sometimes you feel that way in a relatively small island such as here, but you know that there's transportation. You can leave it and go to the big city and do whatever you need to do. So that always works out pretty well. Okay, now the food. Well, the first thing that come here is nacho overload. Start it off. Let's check it out. Not too bad. Garlic toast, of course. The young lady decided to get some aglio olio. That's what we call it. Aglio olio. Well, a little bit different. Garlic Parmesan wings for Junior there. Aglio olio. Nacho overload. And our Parmesan, chicken Parmesan coming right up. Kind of finishing off my lovely salad. I'm not sure what you call this. Actually, it has lettuce in there. It has cabbage in there. Very tasty. Ah, look at that. It has arrived. Real cheese. Lovely chicken Parmesan. She's having the same. But we've been picking on just about everything, so I don't know how much of this we're actually going to eat. And it's a lovely garlic bread to die for, actually, to go with this lovely meal. Well, shall we? Oh my. I asked for some mashed potatoes with this, but they gave me a little scoop of mashed potatoes. So ends our 10th anniversary dinner. We enjoyed it, and even some to take home as we head to twilight. Didn't think I was going to end this night without that. Happy anniversary, baby. We've got you on my mind. There you go. Thanks for joining a little bit of our anniversary holiday. All right. Stomach full. Feeling much better now. Tell you what, the town was pretty dead. What is today? Wednesday. That explains that. Tell you what, tourism is really down. And I kind of think it's heading in that direction. Oh, yeah. Boy, I tell you, the wind hasn't stopped, really. We have a big rainy weekend ahead for what I understand is a system coming in here, man. What a wet year we've had in 2025, but it's still kind of going. Still a lot of systems that are moving in. Oh, the beach felt lovely. There's just a beautiful
Beautiful breeze coming in on the beach. I know you said, what did you have again? You had chicken parmesan again. I know. What did I say? I happen to like chicken parmesan, so does she. It's not like we have a damn good Mexican restaurant here, but we got our little nacho overload, which actually is pretty good, actually. I saved some to bring home, and even some of my chicken parmesan. Use it for another meal or something. I don't want to overstuff myself. Anyway, it was a pleasant, casual outing. No complaints. Pardon me. This is my 13. Oh my God. Sorry, I'm having a little treat. No, girls, nothing for you. Sorry. I mean, there are different restaurants there, but it's kind of an impromptu choice to make. We went with tried and true, but we wanted to be near the beach. So it was a good location. I didn't mind at all. And a little trinket she got for our anniversary, and it all went well. I got a couple of uploads in there, they're not very long. Oh, just a couple of highlights on there. Nothing elaborate. So we had kind of a casual dinner. So we didn't feel like cooking. We do like to get out every now and again. But we always wind up at these little beach resort restaurants and yeah. Hello, Mix. Whitefish? No. You're looking at my shorts. Not my underwear, but my uploads. No. That was chicken parmesan. The kids ate, well, the girl had aglio olio, which is like a spaghetti with the oil and garlic, and the boy, he had garlic chicken wings. We had some nachos overload, and and we had a little salad, and both me and Gilda had the chicken parmesan. It was. I saved some because it's pretty big. What is that? What is that glow? Is that a ghost on the screen? Was there water on the camera? I don't know what I'm looking at. That was pleasant. No big gala thing. I suppose if I was in Cebu, it'd be a little bit different. Guess we had some better choices of restaurants in Cebu, but we're not in Cebu. Hello. I can't read your language there, but hello. So brings it into our 10th year anniversary. They thought it never could be done, but oh well. What can I say? I'm glad I'm here for it. I hope there's many, many more. I hope. Oh my God, another actor who played in The Wire and It and, oh God, some other movies. Young guy committed suicide. So much depression out there. I don't like to hear that stuff. Well, sometimes you can look at an actor and you can see their sad eyes, you know? I hate to see this kind of stuff. But wife and children and... Yeah. It's like a little resort. They have these cabana style rentals there on the beach, right behind the restaurant. They're very nice, actually. They look like native huts, you know. Very nice inside. Oh, yeah. We have a lot of resorts that are on the beach over here. We got many. Many, many, many. And what I like about it is, you know, I know a lot of people that they go to all these beaches and stuff, and they're so crowded, and you can't really enjoy yourself. I don't want to be around a lot of crowds. You know, you get this feeling of being rushed. I don't know. You can't walk on the beach. People in front of you, people behind you, you feel kind of rushed. You can't feel relaxed. There's so much chatter going on. But, you know, that's kind of my thing. Was that the accountancy girl that was? Yes, it was. Yes, it was. And the youngest was there. The other child, which is Gilda's other child, was at practice or something, but we saved him some of the meal when he comes home. Very pleasant. That wasn't the best part of the beach around here, though. There's better parts of the beach, but this goes quite a distance. Like I said, you don't have to, I don't know, I don't have to travel all over the Philippines to find a nice beach when I have it right here, you know. Get my point, you know. That's what a lot of people do. But I must admit, you get too complacent, you know, where you're at. And you don't go to the beach as often as you'd like. I mean, you get kind of lazy out. You know, it's there. I could go there anytime I want. But it's a nice feeling to know that you can. People pay good money to travel from out of the country or other parts of the nation out here to come to places like this, you know. And I have it a very short distance away, actually, from walking, and that's nice. Don't have to travel. There are boat trips on Bonka boats to go to the other islands. There's many islands, small islands in Bantayan you could go to. All the Bantayan Island area. And we've been to several of them, actually, that were worth going to. No, it's different, though. But it's just, you know, the ride and getting out in a Bonka boat and stuff like that, which is fun. Was there much at the restaurant? You mean as far as their menu or as far as a bunch of people? No, there was a few other couples there. There wasn't a bunch of people or nothing. The only thing I didn't like is I wanted to have a side dish of mashed potatoes. They gave me what looked like the equivalent of like 2 tablespoons of mashed potatoes. Because I like to have mashed potatoes with my... It's a nice little side thing to have with the... I mean, for me, I like that. I'm kind of a meat and potatoes guy, you know, primarily. And to have a little, you know, with the chicken parmesan. But they, you know, they couldn't spare it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was out of a box, to be honest with you. Can't always get what you want. Oh, people? No. Just a few other couples that were there. It's a Wednesday night. Weekends, of course. All right, yeah, it fills up. Occasionally, they used to have music there, too. Live music, occasionally. Yeah, but see, I don't, I don't know. Some people like the so-called high life, or, you know, they want to be around a shitload of people and to create that exciting environment going out. And I'm kind of the opposite, I must admit. Potatoes isn't a main focus now. It's a more European thing, yeah. Rice is their main focus. Yeah. Rice is the main focus here. Oh, absolutely. You ain't gonna stop them from eating rice, I tell you that. But I saved some. I didn't pig out, so she saved some, I saved some. Because we were going on we had some nachos overload, which was great. Real cheese. And it was real mozzarella on the chicken parmesano. Yeah, find real cheese anywhere, you know. But no, I am basically a meat and potatoes guy. You know what I grew up with? I loved. I really loved. Um, you know, oh, let's say we were having a steak or a hamburger, or beef, or whatever it was, and we'd have like cream corn and mashed potatoes, and I loved the combo because you'd take your piece of meat or chicken, whatever it was, or beef, and you dip it in the cream corn, and then scoop it up with some mashed potatoes, lots of butter. That's the kind of stuff I've always liked. I can't say all of that was healthy, but what goes better than mashed potatoes and cream corn, really, or niblet corn too? I always loved that. The Pallet Boy. Congratulations, Frank and Gilda, on your 10-year anniversary. You both make a beautiful couple. Thank you very much, Pallet Boy. Appreciate it. Yeah, we got to go out and eat. Least we could do on our anniversary. Of course, if I was in Cebu, where would I go actually? What's that one place? It's called Italianos, right? Yeah, I think that's the name of it. Over near IT Park. Yeah, we've been there before. Very good Italian food. Very good service. Clean, modern place, And then if we wanted to go for Mexican, there's this other place we'd go to, and oh God, Henry, no, what's the name of this place? In the IT Park area too. But Italianos, I think that was the name of it. We went there a couple of times. Pretty good. A Westerner will always have their own palate. Yeah, some things don't change, And some things change for the better too. Just being more aware of your diet and stuff like that. But I don't know. Could have ordered anything on the menu. She could have had fish, whatever she wanted, but we wound up with, chicken parmesan. We usually get that at another place. I think they give you more. I don't know if it's more for your money. What do you think gives us more chicken parmesan? Cocoa Bar or this place?
That place is big.
This place? You think that's a bigger chunk of? Yeah, they kind of give you more bang for your buck on the chicken
Because
parmesan.
the chicken is thick.
It's thick.
The other one is thin.
Mick says the most important thing is if you go to a PI restaurant to be clean and, well, it's not like I examine their kitchens there, Sometimes you do take a chance, Sometimes you do take a chance. God, all the shark bites going on in Australia. I don't know what the hell's going on. This is kind of a multi-topic show here tonight, but, oh gosh, there's too much politics to listen to, and Oi, every time I turn on the phone, I see some feed of something that maybe is not very pleasant to listen to. And we got so much going on in this world. We got so much going on. That's why, you know what? The truth is, living on a little island, the beauty of it is that you could leave your little island, go wherever you want to go, right? You always got that little island to come home to. Because I don't want to live in a big crowded place. I mean, it's not like we're talking there's only 12 people on this island. It's not a remote island, in the Pacific or something, I don't know, they might have 100, I don't know, Bantayan in total may have like 145,000 people or something. I don't know what the number is, somewhere around there. Santa Fe, of course, less. The whole island, is made up of numerous islands, of course. But the nice thing is, you come back to the small island, it's like your little nest. It's your, what do I like to call it? Your refuge and your comfort zone. And going anywhere that you want to go in the Philippines, if you want to get on some trips or something. But at the end of the day, as I like to say, it's always nice to come back home. It really is. It's always nice to come back to my dusty little island, It's home to me. It may not be for somebody else. If you're a lot younger than me, then you got a different frame of mind. The only downside of living on a small island is the distance from the hospital. Yeah, that's the biggest problem, sir. That is the biggest problem. I admit, I've talked about it, of course, because we don't got a high-level hospital here, A lot of promises of having surgeons and ICU and all that. I haven't seen any of that yet. I don't know. Yeah, it's something to consider, but at the same time, I just, pardon me. I couldn't see myself. You want the fan on? Oh, sorry. Oh, the fly or the fan? Yeah. The hustle and bustle of the big city, it's fine for a couple of 3 days or something, and you get to go to the stores you want to, and you get to go to the mall, and you happen to need shorts, anything, whatever it is. A good selection of different types of restaurants with the Western flavor, and all that, or better quality restaurants, of course, better choices. But you get your fill of it after maybe 3 days or something, and you're ready to go back. At least I am. The other factor on this is that the pollution is pretty bad. Even she comes back sometimes with sinus problems. It doesn't take much, really. I'm telling you, man. It doesn't take much, but when we find ourselves around a lot of people, like in the mall and places like that, we always wind up coming back with something. So yes, I mean, being close to the hospitals, yeah, that's an important thing. I'll agree with you on that for sure. I think that's the biggest bugaboo. It's not even that my town doesn't have all the amenities or a big supermarket or, I mean, that's kind of a problem. But generally, we've been buying local for the most part, other than we make a trip to Cebu and go to one of those stores like S&R or something, which doesn't always have what I want anyway. So, but we can get beef here. Beef. I don't eat pork. We get beef, pork, chicken. We eat a lot of chicken. We get most of the kind of vegetables we can get right here in town. It's not like we're in bumfuck Egypt somewhere. We can get certain, common foods that most people eat, including different kinds of fruits. Mick says you have a nice setup where you can go to Cebu, SNR. Yeah, I mean, that's all I care about, I don't know, as I get older, am I going to be able to make these trips? Am I going to be in good health to do it? I couldn't tell you that. I'm okay so far, knock on wood, But those are things that you have to face. Sometimes, I don't know, I have my moments where I'm thinking to myself, until I knock my head on the wall or something, I think, I don't think sometimes of how good I actually have it. And we're not talking like, big money and finance, stuff like that. Other than outside interference shit that's going on, we do got peace of life out here. We do have peace of mind in a small island town like this. Yeah. It's a nice feel. It's not exactly Andy and Mayberry, you know what I mean? Like that, but, well, the gossip is, but, yeah, like anywhere else, but it just gives you a great taste of the tropics, the weather, the palm trees, the coconut palms, the white sand beach, and all that jazz, and native huts. You find everything here, fancier homes, native type huts, you got a little bit of everything here, except, there's a lot of Philippine food here, though, I'm sure even as you get older, you have the backup of the accountancy and Gilda's other kids. I'm sure they could do a run to Cebu. Oh, absolutely. If you weren't up to it. Oh, yeah. Of course. They're always willing. I could count on them. Yeah. If I became bedridden or some shit happened to me, forbid. I can't predict the future. I could be fine one day, wake up the next day, and who the hell knows? But that goes for anyone, really. Age ain't really, the major reason. Age can be related to things that can happen to you as you get older, but you don't have to be in your 60s, 70s, whatever, or higher to have these problems. But, I try not to think of these things. If something came up with me, I guess I have to take care of it. What choice do you have? I just live with the philosophy that, just live every day. Find even the simple things that make you happy. It doesn't have to be anything intense. You don't have to be traveling to bumfuck Egypt somewhere. In fact, I find that more stressful than anything else, to tell you the truth. I've discussed on here the
That's why I
transport.
become like that because it's little bit raindrops.
It's a little bit rainy out there.
Yeah.
Oh, we came back in time then. Yeah, I find it really stressful if you had to go travel around the Philippines because I've talked about it before. Different modes of transportation you have to take, how long you have to wait for it. It might be late, or it even turns out to be too expensive because there are probably better ways of getting from A to B, but the way they do things in the Philippines, they make it hard to get around, landlocked or whatever. You have to take a ferry off any one of these islands. There are, I guess there are islands out here that are sort of interconnected, I guess. But for the most part, ferries separate islands. And shit, they didn't even have that in Hawaii. They tried a ferry system once, but they ran them out because the environmentalists didn't like the idea that they might be hitting some dolphins and whales. And there was a big to-do about that. And anyway, believe it or not, the islands of Hawaii, there is no ferries. Only way off the island is going to be to another island is going to be by plane, unless you have a private vessel. But that's it. You're lucky to have that network of viewers. Yeah. See many foreigners benefit of backup and actual care about them, and NPI that actually care about them. Yeah, that's important. I don't know why I see this is one gal out there, two of them, they're doing shows about these foreigners that fell on their luck, how they wound up on the street, and they all have a story to tell. Usually the Filipino ripped them off of all their money or something. I don't know it's kind of sad for them, but I kind of get upset with the gals that put on these shows because, okay, it's good to be caring for somebody, but, they're Filipinas, and there's plenty of Filipinas that need that kind of help out here. But I pretty much figured out what she's doing. She chooses foreigners because she figures she's going to get more attention. The whole idea of doing a channel like that is to get viewers and clicks, subs, all that shit. That's all she's doing it for. Because if she really cared about people in need, living on the street and all that stuff, I haven't seen one show. There's two gals who do it. I don't even remember their names. It's not important. I'm not going to promote them anyway. And that's what they do. I mean, I'm not saying that in their heart they don't care. I don't know about that, but I'm sure they do. But there's so many Filipinos that need help. And she's going to choose foreigners because that's what gets her more attention. Foreigners. Falling in society. Fallen people, Heard they want money. Oh, what were you saying? The Filipino says true. Pardon me. I guess I'm missing messages on here. Okay. Isaiah, Filipino, this is true. And what were you referring to? I'm sorry, because I didn't see what was above that. I also heard they want money. Yeah. That's why Filipinos usually get married to foreigners. Well, yeah. For the most part, I think that unfortunately happens out here. But like you've heard me, if you ever listen to my show in the past, I've always said that I can't really blame them when your generation as a Filipino and before you and their generations have all lived a bit impoverished, a lot of them, and they kind of see like there's a wall in front of them. You know, they want to follow that shining light. They don't want her own generation to be caught in the same trap that maybe their parents and grandparents did. So you can't really blame them for wanting at least a better life, but as long as you're not going to take the man for his money and dump him or some shit like that, then I could see why they do that. I don't really hold that against them, you know. I don't, you know, I don't. I understand it. I understand it. Like my mother and father, they never owned a house. They could have moved to Long Island. There was a time when I grew up that everybody was moving to Long Island, New York, and I guess there was a lot of converted military housing, you know, cinder block, you know, they were nice houses though. You could have gotten in for $500 down. I mean, I think my father didn't want to leave his relatives and the comfort of the people and friends he knew in the town that, you know, I grew up in and he grew up in. I think he was afraid of change. Some people are afraid of change. I think my dad was. He would have offered an opportunity to our family to have our own home, but that never happened. So some people are kind of glued to where they are. They're afraid of some change. Should you migrate to the U.S. when you get the chance? No, God, not now. I wouldn't even go. Hell no. This is not the time to go to the United States. With all that going on right now with the ICE agents, no, this is not the time. There's going to be a civil war in the United States and other wars. And ICE agents, unless they're under control and they stop their funding, it's just going to get worse until they get Trump out of office. I would not go to USA. I'd put that on hold for quite a while. There's corruption everywhere, I say. There's corruption everywhere. It's not just here. There's corrupt people. There's corrupt government. There's corrupt YouTubers. I mean, you know, it's all around us. Ooh, that smell, dude. The smell of that's around you. If you don't know what that is, I say it's a song. Okay. You know, it's adaptation is what it is. You got to adapt to where you are. And I'm not saying that you have to isolate yourself from the rest of the world. You don't have to do that. But I see where a lot of people are doing that more and more. Forget about United States. They're not even allowing their kids out the door anymore. They're so afraid of these ICE agents. Imagine that. Own government turning Gestapo because of one person. But I don't want to really get into that. But I think politicians in most countries are. Yeah, of course they are. Yeah, Isaiah, I can't pronounce it, but yes, it is corrupt here. It absolutely is. There's no doubt about that. Believe me, I know. And don't ask me how. It's corrupt. But you kind of adapt where you are and you make the best of it. No one forces you to stay anywhere that you don't want to stay, but it comes to a point in life that if you're trying to find perfection somewhere, in some fictitious town, you know, some kind of a fantasy type of town where all the people are friendly and there's no crime and everybody's happy. Well, that doesn't exist, only maybe on a kind of a fiction TV movie or whatever. I was reading that many of the IDF soldiers have signed up to ICE. IDF. What is IDF? I'm not sure what IDF is. Well, I know in America, I mean, it's going to get to the point they're going to cut funding to the ICE officers. Okay, so Americans are being brutalized by Israelis. In America? No. They're not being brutalized in America by Israelis. America has been supporting the Israelis. They're not supporting what you think. They're not. Israeli Defense Force, okay. I don't know where you're following, but no, America is standing side by side with Israel, okay? And some people don't like that. But the unfortunate thing that's happening, Mix, is that America's losing all their allies now. And now they're turning the tables on Trump and America. Now, don't get me wrong. All these countries, Canada, all these people, Greenland and so forth, they're not upset with the American people. Understand that. They're upset with the government. Canada loves American people. They just don't love Trump. Okay? Icelandic, and other countries, Norway, all these countries, Greenland, they don't have anything against America. They have now something against the government. And a lot of them have no choice now. They're going to join the European Union. They're trying to destroy NATO. It's just going crazy, man. It's not that none of these countries, they've all done trade with America, but you got to understand, if you're a country that's only done good, you've been an ally to America, then America turns on you, and you've always done good business with America. They helped your businesses grow with trade and everything else, then it turns on you. No matter how much you like Americans, it's nothing personal. They're not taking anything personal on individuals in America. It's the government. They have nothing against, because all those countries, a lot of people live in America. Just like a lot of Filipinos live in America too. They are not against the people of America. Keep that in mind. They're against Trump and everything he's doing. Yeah. Well, there's always going to be tensions over the sea in the Philippines with the Chinese. There's always going to be. Palestine, yes, I say, yeah. I'm just convinced of it that society fell apart, man. They just fell apart into pieces. Everybody's being divided. It's not going to get any better, I'm telling you. It's just not. Frank, I think you misunderstood me. I meant that some Israel soldiers have signed up to ICE. You can read it. Oh, some. I haven't heard about that one. Why did they decide to sign up for ICE? I don't know. Why, so they could get free reign to kill anybody they want, like Trump is doing? The funny things about these ICE agents, these Gestapo's agents, a lot of them are different race and Hispanic and everything. And they're going to check on people to see if they have darker skin or have an accent, and they're fucking pulling them out of their homes and shit. And these guys themselves are of like a lot of them are Hispanic background and stuff, and it's insane. It's insane. It's insane. Got my favorite 13 here. Enjoy, folks. Enjoy my 13. Please. Sometimes, there's times I don't even want to listen to the news. But you get so caught up in it that you can't help it sometimes, Because, you're hoping that Trump, someone snipes him again and this time they hit. Or you hope he gets taken out of office, or whatever medical problems he has is going to take his life. And not only do you wish that on anybody, but I'll make an exception for this guy. So would millions of other people around the world. How did you come over and take over Venezuela? What the fuck? Steals their oil and the money he puts in a fucking bank over in bumfuck Egypt, you know. He puts in a fucking bank under his fucking name. Billions of dollars for the oil he stole. That's our oil. But at one time he said that Venezuela oil is the cheapest, dirtiest oil. But yet he went and seized a ship for, you know, billions of dollars worth of oil that he's going to sell on the private market. He already got the people from Exxon shaking his hand and other companies. I don't know if I want to talk about this. It's my anniversary. Try not to talk about too much negative shit here. You know? The Second Civil War would be like the Yugoslav wars, except way worse because of the modern equipment and many factions. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. You know, there's not much as individuals that we can do about all this shit going on. I get my best advice is to keep safe, you know, and don't get involved in outside activities of such nature. Live your life. Even if you have to witness the world falling apart around you, make the best of the life you have. I don't care if you're 20 years old or 70 years old or 80 years old. Live the best life which is right for you, not necessarily right for somebody else. That's probably the best advice I could give you. Live within your means, do what makes you happy, and try not to let the rest of the world lay on your shoulders. Because as an individual, there's nothing you can do about it, even if you tried. I gotta laugh about Trump pretending he cares about Venezuela people. I know. The man only cares for himself, I know. Well, let's just hope for the best and that Trump gets his just reward. I'm a believer in that. I think he will. If his health doesn't get him, because he's hiding a whole lot of shit. In fact, he smells like shit. I don't know if you heard the stories. I think he's walking around with a colostomy bag and he farts a lot also. And he's falling asleep. And he talks about Sleepy Joe Biden. What a joke. No, it's Sleepy Dawn now. Sleepy Dawn. Sleepy Dawn. You see those two kids on the news? They were embarrassed at a press conference with their mother. The backstage there with Trump. And Trump is falling asleep snoring. And it really embarrassed these kids. They were kind of afraid. They went to hug their mother, you know. Oh my God. It's amazing. And then with that one chick, I hate those two of them. I hate that, what's her name? The dark brunette, Roem, whatever her name is. Or when sharing something. Well, you got the blonde, you got one Secretary of State and the other one, you know. Yeah. Oh, I can't stand those Karens. I tell you what, man, I wouldn't want to have their positions because let me tell you that they got a lot of haters out there. It could be their own neighbors. They got a lot of haters because not everybody loves Trump. And if she's kissing his ass and sucking his dick and everything she has to do, people know it. They hear what she says on there. She lies through her teeth about everything, that these ICE officers were doing things in proper protocol, and these people were dangerous to them. I don't even, you know, I don't even. Let's end that. It's my anniversary day. That's a lot of negativity. I just don't want to go there. I really don't. Let's just say there's a lot going on in the world, and consider yourself lucky to live in your own little world. And if you've got good people surrounding you, that's what it's all about. The rest, just stay out of, you know. You're not going to control out of control people, okay? Some people have a mindset that you ain't going to change it. I'm not going to change it. There's no way. And that goes for certain YouTubers too. Okay, take care. Asiaya. Never heard of that one before, but I'm not sure how to pronounce the name either, but thanks for stopping by. So look at my loyalist here, my 13 loyalist. Yeah. But, on a more positive note, it was a decent day, I think, and the weather held up for the most part, but nice and breezy. I'm alive. What could be better than that? As compared to being dead, right? But I hear all these stories, though, and it just goes to prove how many actors and people that you know have committed suicide. And, financially, they're doing very well. Someone just committed suicide. He was on a movie, I forgot his name, but he played in the movie The Wire, and he played in some other big movies. I don't know him personally, but, I've seen probably movies with him in it, and I never knew it was him. But he's a relatively young age, has a family. The guy commits suicide. You got a lovely wife and children, you commit suicide. Well, it's called the... And some people have a lot of mental anguish, A lot of mental... I gotta turn down this TV.
Retailer, or your nearest smart loan retailer.
Okay.
Or you can easily load your account through Gcash.
Hold on here. So go to my living room here. I don't want to talk about any,
Don't let the fun stop.
bummer type of topics, around her on our holiday. Sometimes you can't help, though, because you can't pretend that all this shit's not going on in the world, right? But it doesn't mean you have to immerse yourself into it either. Call me a pessimist, whatever you want to call me. You've called me worse, but I don't think there's hope for this world. People have changed too much. Mick says a lot of people aren't very happy in this world. You're a lucky man to have your nice life. In all honesty, it could be worse. Maybe I've never met anybody. And I told the truth. When I was in Hawaii, it was nothing like Seattle. Oh my God, there was no comparison. Basically, unless you were really socially active and you really wanted to mesh with the Hawaiian culture, which sometimes was hard to do because they're kind of holding a lot of shit against people from the mainland America, blaming all us on what happened in the past, the takeover of Hawaii by initially the British and Americans, and later on, they just have a bad attitude. As far as women, two things. There are some beautiful Hawaiian women that have a lot of Hawaiian blood, but it's very rare that you're going to find a full-blooded Hawaiian woman that is thin and super, super attractive. It's very rare. They have to have a mixture in them, a Filipino or Japanese or something mixed in, or Portuguese or something. A little bit on the Hispanic side, kind of an interesting mixture, just like here. And, but generally, in honesty, the real Hawaiian women, as an example, they're just big, huge monsters. I mean, they're huge. Real Hawaiians are big people. Now, if you ever ran into, it's very easy to point out a real Hawaiian guy. Because usually he's pretty large, if not in girth, but both in height and girth. And darker skin. Those are real Hawaiians. Most of the population of real Hawaiians, the sad thing is, they moved off the islands to Las Vegas and California and the Northwest and so forth. These are the same people that want sovereignty. These are the same people that were ragging on the asses of our so-called haoles, that were moving in and buying off all the properties, and they're getting mad for that. Oprah owns a bunch of all the richest people in the world own massive pieces of land in Hawaii. Oprah's one of them. There's another list. One guy, what's his fucking name, actually owns the whole Lahaina, and they're afraid that, they're being bought out, and they're supposed to be fighting for their sovereignty, but they realize it's a lost cause. Yeah, they do. And that's why, in part, I couldn't stay there, because there was an attitude you had to deal with. And then the drug situation, and by the way, the economy is so bad in Hawaii. I wish I had this page that I could read off to you, and you wouldn't believe it. You'd be like saying, you gotta be fucking kidding me. You're exaggerating these figures, Frank. No. I was reading something on about the Hawaiian situation on the islands in Oahu and all these places, on how you are being charged for every single little thing. Like, you want to take your family out to Hawaii, a place like Maui or Oahu, over in the Waikiki area or something. You wouldn't believe what the hotels are charging. Not only are you getting a really high fee on the hotel fees, there's a high VAT tax you're paying. There's a hotel usage tax you're paying, if you could believe that. A facility usage. On top of that, parking usage, and some other charge. And then they overprice on the meals. So in other words, the average family that lives outside of Hawaii, that wants to visit Hawaii these days, they probably have to save half their life to bring their family on a vacation in Hawaii. I got to live there for 14, 15 years. I didn't have to live like that. The Big Island, which got expensive, but it's not like Oahu, really the center of economy and everything else in Hawaii. Sprawling and loaded with people. Jobs are down, and hotels and all these businesses that are losing money, well, they do something very simple. They double or triple the rates of the hotel. They impose all kinds of fees. You can't go out to a restaurant. You ain't going to leave that restaurant until you pay a very high, as much as 25% in some restaurants you're going to pay. 25%. It's unlivable. And that's why a lot of Hawaiians and other people are moving out of Hawaii. My timing was great, by the way. My timing has been good for a lot of stuff. I must say that. It's been good for a lot of stuff. My timing has always been pretty good so far. When I decided to leave New York, when I decided to go where I did to Washington State and leave there, when things were getting a little bit lopsided there, then went to Hawaii and then to here. It all worked out real well, real well. The timing, when I sold the house, it was a seller's market. It worked out real well. I wouldn't be here. And Hawaii is no longer not only a place to live, but to visit. But you see, the Big Island was more agricultural. It wasn't as touristy and trendy as the places like Waikiki over in Honolulu, which is on the island of Oahu, and Maui and places like that. It was, more trendy. People come over here now, over there to Hawaii Island, which is called the Big Island, to go see the active volcano, but even that ain't working out good. All the volatile gases and all the, what do they call that? I forgot what they call it. All these chunks of particles that's coming down on cars and streets, and they're breathing all this shit in. There's not much to do. I always read. I'm in touch with what goes on in my old town in Hawaii all the time. Changes, stores, or places I used to go to. I kind of keep up with that. I actually do. After all, I lived here a long time. It was part of my life for a good, 15 years. Every now and then I check into Seattle a little bit, what's going on there. Not as much. But I think my timing was real good to get out of there. Palaboy says, I lived in Oahu. Very common for locals to go to Ala Moana. Yeah. Large wife in back of truck with barbecue grill to picnic, right? Yeah. You got it. Nothing's going to stop them from a good old barbecue. It's a shame. In fact, I got a little trivia for you, actually. The old Elvis Presley movies. What was that one? Blue Hawaii? I think he did a couple there, did he? But Blue Hawaii was one of them. There was so-called hula dancers in there. They weren't even Hawaiian. I believe they were Filipino, Japanese, or something, some kind of mixture, but they were not Hawaiian. Some of them may have had some Hawaiian blood in them, but they were mostly not Hawaiian. And I hate to bust your bubble to people that never been to Hawaii, because obviously I know a lot about Hawaii because I lived there. Most of women that have Hawaiian blood are very overweight. They're obese. They don't take care of themselves. They eat until there's no tomorrow. Their children look as big as they are. They're holding onto their child's hand, coming out of McDonald's. The kid looks like a little sumo wrestler. I'm not kidding. If he just put his hair up a little bit, it's horrible. It almost seems like they don't care. And I've said to my brother many times, I was out there all the time, I said, God, Al, or he said to me, look at this. Can you believe that, Al? Can you believe that? My God. You know, if these parents can't respect themselves, at least respect the kids. Don't, have them have diabetes at 5 years old. They're stuffing themselves with pork and rice and all this shit, and kind of like here, the only good thing they eat in Hawaii is fish, plenty of that, but they're eating all the wrong foods too. And these kids are exposed to islands. My gosh, think about the islands when, the British never came. There was no disease on the islands. I understand how they feel to a point. I really do. I really do. But don't blame me for what happened a couple of centuries ago. Don't blame me. That's what I'm saying. Because I have white skin. I did not take over the islands. And I had every right to move to Hawaii and buy a house in Hawaii and live in Hawaii. I pay my taxes, all that shit. I have every right to be there. I don't have any ancestors that were involved in a Hawaii takeover. But then you talk about King Kamehameha, which goes back to the 1700s. He wasn't happy with, just basically ruling the big island. He had to go take over Maui too, and Oahu, and kill the leaders there. They were savages. Sorry, but they were savages. They ate people that were strangers. They used their bones for fish hooks. At times that they take hot coals and burn their eyes out. They fucking ate Captain Cook. What's left of his body they put up on a big hill. What they would do in Hawaii, they'd find a big cliff and they have some vine. And anybody that was of importance, of royalty, or they were strangers to the land that kind of were prominent figures of some sort, they'd have their natives climb down these vines, where it'd be like little caves and holes in the wall, and they would hide their remains in there for nobody to be able to access. But because they wanted to keep it secret, look up the history, I'm not making this up, they would cut the vines on the other natives that were climbing down these hills, so they would fall to their death, so that they couldn't tell anybody where they tucked these bodies. I'm not kidding. A lot of it is a lack of education. No, I didn't want to go to Maui. I wasn't even interested in Maui. I was interested in going to Kauai, which I never did, but I've only spent my time in the Big Island and Oahu. And Oahu had wonderful, wonderful beaches all around the island. They were beautiful. No matter where you went. It didn't take that long to really travel around Oahu. But man, no matter where you were on the road, if you're on a coastal route, oh my God, these beautiful beaches. Beautiful beaches, really beautiful. Oh yeah. Big Island has some beautiful beaches too when you go around the island. Cliffs, there's this really great lookout points, and oh my God, let me tell you something. If you go to Volcanoes National Park, which is about 10 miles as a crow flies from where I lived, maybe about 13 miles otherwise by car or something, but There's a trail you take. If you go through the entrance, you got to pay a fee. And as soon as you get through the entrance, there's a road that veers off to the left. Oh my God. It's like you're going back into prehistoric times. This road is a winding road, and a lot of it is like almost like a 45-degree angle. You go down, there's nothing there but vast land and ocean, mountainsides. It's old Hawaii. There's another place like that too, but there's a lot of places like that. But this particular place, I can't explain unless you went down there. It was experience. If you go down there, there's a place where you could also see all the glyphs the Hawaiians left over, their life back in the day. And they recently found something new when sailboats were around, like when Captain Cook came in and people of that nature, when the British were coming, they actually seen some drawings, this was on the ground, of sailboats. Mostly what you see in there was fish, animals, the sun, the ocean. It looked like stick figures of people. And me and my brother went to see that. And I love that kind of historical type stuff, That was a sight to see, I must say. That was a good sight to see. Frank Smith and hi, I know you, yeah. I saw you subscribe to me. I don't know who you were, though. Thank you, Frank. Appreciate that. It's always nice to have some good comments from people instead of being attacked all the time for nothing. I enjoyed my time in Hawaii for the most part. I feel very privileged to have lived there. Most people cannot live there financially. I did not live in a super expensive area. There were nice homes there, don't get me wrong. There were lesser homes. There was a kind of a eclectic mixture of people, both from mainland, local folks, Hawaiian blood, non-Hawaiian blood, Portuguese, Filipino, you name it. And the beauty of Hawaii is it's not comparable. It really beats the shit out of the Philippines. It really does. There's beautiful places I know in the Philippines. Some may argue that. But then again, I've never been to that many places in the Philippines, really. If the places I haven't been to, I've seen it on videos or whatever, but I know it's not the same. But I know there are beautiful islands in all over the Philippines, but I've been to some gorgeous coves and waterfalls and places like that in Hawaii that just knock your socks off. Yes, I've snorkeled in the oceans there. I did spend time snorkeling, but not on my side of the island, on the Hilo side. Okay. I would spend my snorkeling time would be on the Kona side, which is the west side of the island. And the waters were actually a little warmer because over on the Hilo side, the coastline around like downtown Hilo, or the beach parks, you want to go snorkeling there, they were fed by cool streams that were feeding into the water. It would be really cold. Not cold, but you could feel the difference. Kona side was always fine. I had some great snorkeling spots. I'd be swimming with the fish, big old puffer fish. My daughter used to be afraid of them. I said, don't worry about them. They're not going to harm you. I chase them sometimes, like, grr, like Dave Phelps, grr, grr, yeah, fun. But there were sharks around there too. There's sharks around there too. You have to be careful. I knew a guy who went in the water and he said, yeah, he's going to go out there and look for sharks. I'm saying, oh man, he must be experienced snorkeler type of guy. He's not afraid of the sharks. And me, although I know a lot about sharks, maybe more than the average person, because I was always fascinated with them growing up, and I still am. And I still believe that there is some megalodon still around. I still believe that. And I'll tell you a story in about a minute. But if I was snorkeling in the areas I went snorkeling, and all of a sudden I seen some shark, I don't care if it was a white tip fucking dawn I don't care if it was a lemon shark, but which you found around there a lot, unfortunately. Great whites could come around, but hammerhead and tigers were very prevalent in that area. So you have to watch for that. And quite frankly, if I was just going about my business and I see some fucking shark in the area or coming toward me, I'd freak out. I'd freak out. I'd be swimming. I don't care if I make a splash or not. I'd be swimming as fast as I fucking can. As much as I know that the sharks are generally not going to hurt you, but you don't know. If it was a bull shark, which you can get out there, then you really worry because they'll go for anything. They'll eat you, license plate on top of it, they'll eat part of a car. They're not afraid of you. They're not afraid of you. Bull sharks are worse than white sharks. In case you didn't know that. You got more of the fear on bull sharks than a white shark. Frank says, I saw a guy down in Davao. He used to catch and skim stray dogs. He had a few dog fur coats. Really? I'd be really pissed. Palaboy says, women in Hawaii are the most beautiful on the planet, brah. Many mixed cultures. Yes, mixed. And no offense, maybe you're of a local culture out there. But don't forget, I lived there too. And I know that there are beautiful native-born Hawaiian women out there. I know they're out there. You just don't see it all the time. But the ones that are really good-looking are the ones that have a mixture, unfortunately. Yeah. And no offense, but yeah. Frank, did you ever hear of anyone getting killed by a shark? Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Well, I lived there. Oh, yeah. These are placed in Hilo Bay, which I used to go down all the time, but I never went swimming in there. Well, I did, excuse me, in the outskirts. These little coves and stuff, they're very shallow. You can see the sand underneath it, But it was fed by some cold streams, Very nice. I'd go snorkeling in there. But I wouldn't go out in the open water around Hilo Bay because although the hammerheads are staying in deeper water, is a breeding ground in Hilo Bay for hammerhead. And there's like this little jumping spot off this little island they call, it's like a little tiny little park island. They call Coconut Island, where the bridge just collapsed. It's a little bridge that people could walk over to go onto this tiny little island thing. A piece of excavating equipment decided to go through across there and it collapsed. But they have this little tower, which used to be a little bridge in it, the bridge that goes to the other side, to the shore. A tower made of stone and stuff. And all the kids and grown-ups too, they jump off that into the water at high tide. But you just never know what's underneath there. To me, that scares me. I mean, I love the ocean. Everything about the ocean, marine life, all that fascinates me as a kid, always did, still does. But I've always had this fear of deep water. I mean, I was snorkeling, then there would be a big drop off somewhere in Kona, right? I'm like, I'd rather be in water I could stand up in, to be honest with you, but I never always did that. I was in water that was way over my head, of course, but sometimes I felt more comfortable in water where if I wanted to stop swimming, I could stand up or close to standing up. And I'm not terribly far from the shoreline if something happened. For example, I was always big for getting cramps. And you don't want to get cramps in the water. You don't want to get cramps. You could drown. And of course, I had a special piece for my ear because I have my ear that can't take pressure. And if I went into a imbalance in the ear, if the pressure got to my ear, I'd get vertigo. And if I got vertigo in the middle of the water, there's a good chance that I would drown. So yes, that is one of the reasons, besides the pollution, that I do not go in the ocean a lot, or lately at all. I'm being quite honest with you. I feel more comfortable. I don't mind being on a boat on the ocean, no problemo.
I love it. But, no. No. With my luck, in an area you never see sharks out here, some big ass rogue shark is going to come by and bite my ass. With my luck. Let's see. What drew me there? Well, I think on my first trips to Hawaii, it was Oahu, the Waikiki area. And it's beautiful. I mean, you know. The beautiful white sand on Waikiki Beach and the contrasting blue sky and white clouds. There's nothing like it. It's beautiful. However, that sand in Waikiki was sent over from like Australia. It's not even natural white sand there, if you didn't know that. And the ocean waves were just nice enough at Waikiki Beach that, you know, if you want to begin learning a little elementary surfing, or if you just like going out in the water and have the waves kind of crash against you a little bit, enjoy that. That's what I did. I remember a great time me and my daughter had. We had some good times. I used to take her to Hawaii a lot. And she enjoyed Waikiki Beach. And she was laughing at me because had a little boogie board there, kind of, you know. It was hard for me to even get up there and balance. I fell over on it. I couldn't balance on a surfboard or anything, man. It takes practice. It really does. I envy these people. And she was laughing, and it's nice because the water was just a beautiful temperature in Waikiki. Just walk right in, man. Walk right in. Beautiful. Clear. And we actually went out on one of these catamarans, which was a really nice trip we made. Early evening till night. And then they had fireworks that night. And I love catamarans. They're really a lot of fun. You go out there, you know, and look back at the skyline of, you know, Waikiki. And the waves can be, you know, even out on a catamaran, on a calm day, the waves are, there's waves. There's waves. I love the bumping up and down. Some people get scared of that, but I'm not. You know, I'd go to the bow of the boat, and there's like this netting, really. I'd go sit down on the netting. Not a good idea, though. If you hit a couple of waves, it can knock your ass off. But, yeah, Hawaii's cool, man. Hawaii's cool. It's the people, man. That's the sad thing. It's the people. What are my testosterone levels at? When did I do that last? When did I do that last? I think it's been quite a while. I don't know why you're asking me that, but I'll try to answer it. It's been quite a while. I don't remember. I can tell you about my prostate, but yeah. I'm sure my levels are low. As you get older, I guess at a point you're losing like 2 or 3% every fucking year. Yeah. We could be like Jimbo and go on fucking steroids for 25 years and go on testosterone every day. I'm not going that route. Hell no. And why do you ask? I don't know. Okay. I get a lot of interesting questions on here. I answered as best as I could. If it's worth answering, you know. I don't know. I might have a check sometime. I considered testosterone therapy. It's supposed to give you a lot more energy and all this sort of spunk and all this shit. But I don't know. If I want to get involved with that. I don't know about that. As far as it's... I think, you know, if you do it right, it's pretty much safe. But
if you overdo it, that could be a big problem, even with your heart. I mean, I just don't trust a lot of this shit, you know? I just don't really trust it. I cannot recommend it enough, Frank. TRT will change your life for better. Well, you're gonna get more sexy or what? You know, grow more hair on your chest. You know, it shrinks your nuts or something. I don't know. Well, maybe that's the steroids would do that. But yeah, I heard. Yeah, I know all about it. Yeah, supposed to do it under a doctor's supervision, though. And are you talking about injections? How did it change your life? I know Jim swears by it. He's fucking giving it to his woman. Now I can clean the ceilings. He's cleaning the kitchen. I got all this energy. I'm gonna work tonight too. I don't know about that, you know. You know, I might be willing to try it. I might like it. No. A catamaran, we passed right by Diamond Head when I was on the catamaran. And you ever go up the stairway to heaven? I would never do that. The stairway to heaven? No. Couldn't do that. I was too old to do. No. Over at the stairway, did you ever do that? Weekly injection, and basically made me feel like I'm 21. And what did it cost you? And where are you living now? Where are you living? Where are you getting it? How much it cost you? Can't be that cheap. Oh, you've done Stairway to Heaven deal, Palaboy? That's quite a few steps, man. A lot of people getting hurt there too, or couldn't make it up, and were too hot, having strokes and all kinds of shit, man. I'm okay not climbing big hills. I'll work for miles at a time on flat land, even a little bit elevated, but nah, you ain't catching me climbing up any length of time, any big ass hills and shit like that. No, I don't think so. That might be quite a bit of a challenge to me. I don't think I'm conditioned enough at my age anyway to do that shit. Because of the fact that I still smoke too, that doesn't help it either. But no, it don't help at all. I'm not that challenging at my age. And guess what? I'm not going to be. I don't plan to be. Hey, Ginger. Frank Smith is here in, you're in California. I pay about $8 per, that's it. And you can get it cheaper in the Philippines. Yeah, but you got to pay for the doctor to do it, right? So you're not just paying $8 for the injection. That's all this cost you is $8? Well, you want some kind of a plan or something, insurance or something that allow you to get it for something like $8? Sounds kind of cheap to me. Really? Don't sound expensive at all. Well, yeah, I'm going to look into it actually. And then when I do, I'll let you know. And if it makes any difference. I thought about that for a long time. I'm not going to take steroids though, but like Jim does. There's no reason for that in the world. But testosterone shots? Yeah, I'd consider that. I would actually consider that. What you doing, baby doll?
Reading.
You're reading? Okay. Yeah, I would consider that. You got my interest piqued on that, you know. Guys talk about testosterone shots, make you feel like you're 21 years old again. Because as you get older, you know, you lose a lot of testosterone. And someone my age, you know, it's practically gone, you know. Makes you more energetic and a lot of other things too. Oh, I can't self-inject. I self-inject and insurance covers the rest. Oh, I see. Because I have naturally low levels, and I get my levels checked every 6 months. Well, how old are you, Mr. Frank Smith? I'm an old boy. Yeah, you have to keep in touch with the doctor. You gotta check your levels. I know that. I don't like needles. I would never inject myself. I don't know. Isn't there other ways of consuming the testosterone in pill form or something? Or DHEA pills are not good enough because they're not really really testosterone, but it kind of triggers your testosterone. You never consider DHEA. You're 58, so you're a youngster. I can't believe I'm saying that. As you know, I'm old when I'm calling a guy that's 58 a youngster. I certainly trade ages with you anytime, brother. Tell you that. Yeah, I'm not a needle person. My brother used to get involved with drugs, good part of his life. He shot up, he did all that shit. I never seen him do it, but I know he did. I never. Scares the shit out of. I don't even like getting needles. I mean, I could tolerate needles, but I don't like them. Not many people do, you know. You can get testosterone gel. Yeah, I've heard of that. But the needle is very small, Frank. I only need to go. Well, what are you going to do with the gel? Where are you going to put it on your pecker? What do you? Oh, just goes on skin anywhere, and your skin absorbs it. I mean, how does that gel work? Get to touch and get, but the needle is very small. It only needs to go into the skin. Oh, I remember there's this types of injections my brother took for something medically that when he had with the liver, I mean it you didn't even feel it. It's like a punch needle. You kind of punch it against the skin. It's not like it was a big sharp needle. You don't even feel it. I suppose they have shit like that. Yeah, I heard that too. You don't want to get another piece. Right, I did hear that. And so your skin absorbs it. So if a chick gets it on, she's going to grow chest hair, huh? Oh, you have to talk to Jimbo, the YouTuber on that one. He's the master of testosterone and steroids, 25 years. Boy. Well, I got nothing to lose. But what happens if you stop taking it? I mean, your body acclimating to this, you got to take it all the time. You're building up a tolerance or something to this. Well, I'm getting a smiley face. Thank you, thank you. I suppose that if they got it out here, I think it would probably be expensive. And to tell you the truth, I mean, you're not going to find that here in the provinces at any doctor's or a pharmacy. You'd have to go into Cebu to a major pharmacy. And even that's no guarantee you're going to find it either. They don't have everything out here. I know they have it, and I know they had it in Cambodia because Jimbo was getting it in Cambodia and so forth. And I'd sooner go for the gel than I would an actual injection, though. If I were to stop taking it, my levels would crash, and I would feel really bad for a few weeks. But eventually, my levels would just return to its natural level. In other words, as low as it might be, it'll just return to that. It's not going to crash all the time, though. So, in other words, it's going to be like an addiction because you're taking it. It makes you. What does it give you? A natural high. You're saying it gives you more energy. Do you have more sexual interest? Are you better in bed? I mean, what's all the benefits of that? I know some of them, but I'm getting 100% markers here coming by here. Okay. Yeah, it's something. It's not. I never considered. I just never really gave it a lot of thought. I've always known about it, of course. There's a lot of things I know about, but there's a lot of things I never tried either. You know, like I never did any cocaine, nothing like that either. I never did that shit. Try it, you'll like it. Hell no. When was the last time you had morning wood? Oh, I get that often. It just means my circulation is good. Oh, I get it. Well, not every day. A little personal question, but man to man. No, me and Woody are friends. Yeah. You know, I hit the lumber yard every now and then. I can't say every single day, but it happens. And having that Woody makes you want to have sex. There's something that goes along with it. It's like taking Viagra. If you get a Woody, you feel like having sex or something. There's one thing I'm glad I didn't have to depend on. I never tried Cialis, and I tried Viagra. But to see if there's any difference, I didn't find too much of a difference, which means I'm apparently not having that much of a problem. But the only thing, when I tried it, I didn't like about it, it made your face flush, and you kind of got a headache from it. That's what I didn't like about that shit. But would I go on it again if I needed to? Yeah, I would have no problem with that. I'd have none at all. You know what they charge you in Hawaii? Like $50 a pill or something there. I'm not kidding. Here you get it for, what the hell? Long time since I've actually touched that shit. Well, if I feel the need for it, I'll use it, but I really haven't had a big problem. I could salute like the rest of the troops so far. So you get it every single morning. And that prompts you to want to have sex, right? Because you don't want to you want to take advantage of it. I know how that works. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. You're convincing me to try it. I'm telling you. I'll actually talk to my GP next time I see him. I think I'd rather go for the gel. But I did hear, though, you got to be monitored, though. Now, we have a lab in Bantayan, but I don't think they monitor you for testosterone. That's the problem. Shit like that, you have to go into the big cities, Cebu, Manila, all those places. You know, you have to, labs that will actually test for that. But I don't think the lab I go to in Bantayan town, they test for a whole lot of shit. But I don't think they test for that. I don't think so. Yes, please research it. And so many men don't know what they're missing. Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, I feel kind of dragged out and worn out sometimes, I don't always, when I have my energy, I got a lot of energy. I could keep up with people half my age, but there are other times I'm like, killed to walk in the bedroom and I have the phone laying on my chest because maybe I was reading something and I'm like starting to nod out and fall asleep. I'll wake up and say, no, I'm not sleeping. I'm just shutting my eyes. I was making an excuse. Like, no, I'm just shutting my eyes. That's all. I don't know why I can't just fall asleep. I don't want to allow myself to fall asleep during the day. I don't know what it is. She's just let my body go. If you need sleep, your body's telling you something. Just take a nap. I mean, take an official nap. Don't just like, with me, it's like, if I'm watching a boring movie or something or whatever, I'm in the living room or something, I'm like laying there, relaxing, and all of a sudden I just start to nod out. It's just for a matter of seconds, though. Then I'm up. It's like my body's telling me, no. Save your energy for sleeping at night, don't sleep during the day. There's nothing wrong with taking a little power nap, 45 minutes, not much more than that, not even much more than an hour. And a lot of people do. My father used to do that all the time. But I might have done when I lived in Seattle sometimes. I don't know. I don't remember. I'm not one for taking a nap during the day. Okay, irritability and mood swings, no libido, low to no muscle gain, feminine fat distribution are all signs of testosterone. Oh, let's see. What do I have on that one? I get irritable now and then. I could have some mood swings. Libido? Midway. Low to no muscle gain. Yeah, I work out a little bit, not much, but I'm not gaining as much as I should. Feminine fat distribution are all signs. I don't think I'm getting any feminine fat, so that's out. I don't know. I'm kind of a midline score guy on all that shit. I'm kind of a, pretty much. I don't know. I like to keep my expenses down around here. I take some other medications for something that, some other crap, not anything life-threatening or nothing like that, or over-the-counter stuff occasionally. But I don't get into a lot of prescriptions. 2 tops, pretty good for my age. It's nothing for heart. It's nothing for blood pressure. It's nothing for diabetes. So that's pretty good at my age. It's pretty damn good, actually. But yeah, mood swing, the libido, there you go. Well, I ain't the wild man of Borneo that I used to be. When you first meet a chick and all that, you're doing it 3-4 times a day sometimes, whatever, but can't say that's been that way. But I'm not going to get too personal in that. That's a little bit too personal. But it's not like 10 years ago when I first met my girlfriend. That was a different story. Couldn't keep our hands off each other. But that's 10 years of testosterone levels going lower. I get it. I understand it. But yeah, okay. I'll even look it up on ChatGPT. Sometimes they have information on that. Was the average price of that? What drugstores would carry it, unless a hospital, I don't know. It's something to look at. It's worth looking into because I've never tried it before. And how long does it take before you get all energized and all that shit? How long does it take? You got to be on it for a while to see a difference or get that energy, Buys it on Shopee, really? I don't know if I trust that. I tend to shop from Lazada mostly. Day 1, really? Wow. Do you take it in the morning, evening? When do you take it? Honey, baby, I want to get some testosterone. What are you touching?
You said you want a test.
Oh, my. Yeah, I think I'm going to get some testosterone. Try that out there. Let's see if I become that wild man of Borneo again. Sure. She's up for it. I'm up for it, too. If Jimbo's doing it, it must be right. You will, Frank. I'm warning you. Watch out, Gilda, he said. I can't get enough as it is, and I'm going to take that stuff. She ain't going to give me it when I want.
What do you want, baby? What do you want? Huh?
I want it all, baby. I want it all. She said, watch out, Gilda.
Watch out for what?
Because testosterone is going to make me hornier. Yeah. I'm going to want it all the time. I don't know if you're up for that. Watch out, girl, because here she comes. Oh, she's a man-eater. You got my interest going on that. You seriously do. I'll keep on hearing it all the time. I was just too afraid to try it, but I don't think I'd go for the injection. I think I'd go for the skin gel. By the way, I found something very interesting. And please don't smoke to do this. But They've been finding this. They've been using this for centuries, apparently. Did you guys know that nicotine is almost like a cure-all for certain diseases and cancer and different things? I'm talking about pure nicotine. I'm not talking about the kind of nicotine they put into cigarettes mixed in with all the other chemicals.
I put your bread and the leftover you
Yeah,
have now. I put in the Tupperware. There
in the Tupperware. Okay. Yeah. God, where was I? My train of thought is out there. That's just another expense every month. But I certainly be willing to try it. And if I like it, I'll stay on there as long as there's no side effects. But I would say your skin will absorb. Well, I guess it does. Testosterone patches, that's what you do with that too. Transdermal, you're talking about it. So it's transdermal, basically. It's going to be going through your skin. Okay. All right, got you on that. And that's effective, huh? Okay. Man, got my interest up. I'd like to feel that little youthfulness again. I'll say, hot damn. Hot damn. Hot damn. I think a lot of guys are not doing it. And maybe they're afraid to. But, you know, I mean, it's worth trying. You kind of caught my interest now that you brought it up. I'm going to have to at least try it once. I mean, I'm just going to have to. It's just a matter of where I can get it. I just don't think that even Mercury Drugs over here in Benton is going to carry that, nor is Rose Pharmacy, nor is 360 Pharmacy, which we have here. But in Benton town, which is the next town, we have a Mercury and a Watson's. They have a Watson's and a Mercury in Benton. I really don't think that's something that they carry. I don't think so. More so, you'd have to go to Cebu or a specialized place or something. I just don't think a lot of Filipinos are buying testosterone. I really don't. Henceforth, it's what the market bears. And stores don't generally sell anything that's not selling. You know, you may get a few foreigners here and there asking about it, but there has to be, they can't keep something on the shelf forever, obviously. Otherwise, there's always an expiration date for everything. They're not going to keep it on the shelf for a long time. They're like wasting their money. Hear that, boys? There's your answer. There you go. Get some testosterone therapy. So what do you got to do? I don't know if you're still out there. You got to, every so and then, you got to go and check your testosterone levels to be safe or something like that. I mean, you could overdo it. I don't know. Interesting topic, though. Never talked about that before. But I'm game. I'm game. If it gets so bad I start humping my dogs, then we got a real problem. I just don't think that's going to happen. All right. Very interesting, my good man. Very interesting indeed. Hear that, boys? You know what you got to do. Go out there and do it. Just do it. Let's compare notes. Yeah, we could do that. We could compare notes. First day. And how long does it take to get absorbed in your skin? I don't know if you're still out there, Frank. How long does it take to your skin to absorb? You're going to go that way. I know the best way is an injection, get it into your system, but it might take time for your skin to absorb that. So I'd rather go that. I'd rather go with a gel. I'm going to do more research on it, actually. Yeah, I'd rather play it safer. I don't know. I just don't like needles. I'm not going to faint when I see my blood, and I'm not going to faint when I have a needle, but obviously, most people don't like needles, unless you're a drug addict. Shit, they gave me a goddamn needle in my shoulder one time. I remember the story. If you remember the story, I was in Hawaii. I bought this truck, my Nissan XL or Super Sport, whatever it was, Frontier sports model. And when I got it home, the bed of the truck was just really dirty. So I threw some, I don't know, detergent or dishwashing liquid in the back of the truck, and I took my hose out, watered it down. Then I put the gate of the truck down, and I proceeded with the hose in my hand to step on the gate, step in the backside, and bam! I went down. It was so slippery. I went right down on the wheel hub, right on my shoulder area. I got a, what do you call it? A contusion. I got a contusion. A pretty bad one, down to the bone. And man, I almost fainted because my adrenaline went, pew, bam, shock. Went into shock, really. That's what happens when you get into an accident. You get a blunt force, you go into shock. A lot of people. I mean, I was hurting. So I went to see an orthopedic type guy, whatever. And, I regretted that. They wanted to shoot me with cortisone in my shoulder, but they didn't use the modern X-ray, which is like, what do they call that? Fluoroscope, to actually see what they're going to actually. I mean, they had X-rays; they know where the damage was, but they should have been using a fluoroscope, so they could gear that needle into where it's supposed to be. But they just haphazardly just put it in that area. And holy shit, that was probably, other than the sciatica I had and a kidney stone, that was probably the worst pain I had. That was the worst. Oh my. I never did it again. Although I had some small kind of cortisone injections at another pain clinic in my lower back. And that wasn't bad at all, like a pinprick. It wasn't that bad. But no, I think one of the times she was just shooting some saline solution in there, which would help go between the discs and create some liquidity, between the discs so they wouldn't hurt. I think that's what that was there. But the other place, they put the cortisone in. Oh, my God. It hurt like a motherfucker, man. Anyway, I'm going to wind down on here. There's some good topics on here. Appreciate you guys listening. So all in all, it's a good day. Good anniversary day. All went well today. Good day. I'm alive. Our 10th year together. Can't beat that with a stick. And for the naysayers out there, I'll give you the New York raspberry. That's what I give you. That being said, thank you, folks. I appreciate your patronage. And let's do this again sometime. And I want to just wind down for the night. And God, I got to get someone to do my toe. It's starting to hurt a little bit, Gilda, my toe. Gilda, dear. My toe's starting to hurt a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm going to have to check into that. It's going to start to get ingrown. She gets that herself. Ouch. Then you try to touch it with it's sensitive. It's like, ah! Ah! Stop. If you don't cut it right, on the sides especially, it's going to grow into the side of your skin. That's painful, man. I don't know how my brother did it. He used to get that all the time. He couldn't lean down to do his own toenails. And if I do it with a nail clipper, I'm going to do a chop job on it. That's why we have somebody come over here, do pedicure and manicures. Somebody's been doing this for a while. But to do it to myself, I'm just chopping up my nails, making it kind of snaggly like, Nico's teeth, And that's going to get into the skin and all that, All right. Hey, anyway, thanks, Frank Smith. He's still out there. Yeah, I'm going to look into that. I'm going to do a little research on it. Actually, after I get off here, I'm going to do a little research on that. I've been always wanting to try that. I'm just interested in my energy level, actually. I want to see if it makes a difference. That would be interesting. And thanks for reminding me of that, because it's been on my mind. I just was always frowning on doing something like that, maybe because it was needles. But since there is a gel, I'd be willing to try that. Okay, okie dokie, folks. Thanks for listening. I'm here because you're there. That's the only reason I'm going to be here.